Chapter 2600. For a moment, Fan Ku and the other Saint Venerables broke out in cold sweat, especially Tsang, whose face was full of relief. He was almost tempted by Shi Hua's words and joined forces with him. If that was the case, then he would also be humiliated by kneeling on the ground. He really knelt down. 5 kilometers away, the numerous demon kings opened their eyes wide, and their jaws almost fell off from shock. On the contrary, the rock spirits that were restrained by them were extremely excited, and they were secretly delighted in their hearts. The embodiment sneered, "If you don't want to die, let us go quickly. Otherwise, we will make you all die an ugly death." The monster kings and the 8 saint emissaries were shocked when they heard this. They looked at each other and hurriedly fled from the rock spirits, not daring to make things difficult for them. Even an existence like Shi Hua knelt on the ground at Zhang Ruoxi's words. How could these monster kings dare to be presumptuous? Their hearts were filled with apprehension. They did not know what fate awaited them. Only then did the rock spirit clan and the Dharmakaya body shake their bodies. They stood up together and gazed into the distance 10 miles away. Over there, Shi Hua, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to be unable to believe what had just happened. The dark flames in his eyes flickered violently, and his heart was on the verge of collapse. He was a divine spirit, one of the 4 saint venerables of the ancient land. How could he kneel on the ground because of a girl's words? This humiliation was unbearable. Roar! Shi Hua roared hysterically, desperately trying to stand up, but a layer of faint red light had appeared on his body at some point. The red light enveloped him and turned into a power that restrained him. He couldn't move at all. Zheng, Ruo, she pointed the heavenly punishment sword in her hand. She pointed it at Shi Hua's chest. Along with her action, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Even the huge woman's phantom behind her moved. The huge sheathed sword was suddenly pulled out by the woman's phantom and pointed at Shi Hua. Her beautiful face, magnified countless times, was cold. The power of heaven and earth. Fan Ku paled. Raising his head to look at the sky, the bitterness in his mouth overcame him. Just a moment ago, he still doubted how much heaven's punishment power Ruoxi had inherited and even had some thoughts of resistance, but now, those thoughts had disappeared. The only thing he needed to consider was how to survive under Zhang Ruoxi's hands. The moment the sword struck out, it stirred up the power of heaven and earth. Without a doubt, this meant that the heavenly punishment bloodline had been completely awakened. As long as Zhang Ruoxi was given enough time, she would definitely become the second heaven sentence, a nemesis that would strike fear into the hearts of all divine spirits. What are you doing? Shi Hua's face changed dramatically as he realized the huge gap between himself and Zhang Ruoxi. He could no longer remain calm. His flame-like eyes were filled with unease and fear. "I am the Holy Spirit Stone Fire. Don't even think about killing me. Divine Spirit Stone Fire, the strong are merciless and bloodthirsty. Descendant of Tianxing, Zhang Ruoxi, hereby take this divine spirit source and strip it of its power. I hope all the divine spirits in the world will take this as a warning." Zhang Ruoxi said indifferently with an expressionless face. "What?" Shi Hua's eyes widened as he cried out involuntarily, "You want to take this king's divine spirit source?" Zhang Ruoxi did not answer. Instead, the heavenly punishment sword in her hand slowly stabbed forward. At the same time, the giant woman phantom behind her also stabbed the giant sword into Shi Hua's body. Shi Hua's body was extremely hard. Even if Fan Ku, Wan Feng, and the others, who were also divine spirits, they would not be able to hurt him. In terms of physical strength, he was even stronger than the Stone Spirit clan. But such a tough body was as fragile as tofu in front of the heavenly punishment sword. Zhang Ruoxi didn't seem to be using much strength, but the heavenly punishment sword in her hand pierced straight into Shi Hua's chest. "No!" Shi Hua cried out loudly as he stared at his chest with wide eyes. Finally panicking, he cried out anxiously, "No, you can't take away this king's divine spirit source. This king is the Holy Spirit stone fire. This king refuses to accept this." Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of the heavenly punishment sword piercing Sherhua's body rang out, causing Fan Ku and the others to turn pale. Listening to this sound, they could feel the pain of the sword piercing their bodies. Wanfeng's tender body trembled violently as her smooth back was drenched in cold sweat. "No, no, master, this Sherhua was wrong. Please give this Sherhua a chance to turn over a new leaf. This Sherhua will never do evil again." Sherhua saw that he could not resist and his source was beginning to weaken, so he finally could not help but beg for mercy. He was a divine spirit, and he had his own pride. If he had not been forced, he would not have compromised like this. Fan Ku and the others saw this and felt a pang in their hearts. However, Zhang Ruoxi remained unmoved. The heavenly punishment sword was almost completely inserted into Sherhua's body, all the way to the hilt. "If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place." Ruoxi's beautiful eyes turned sharp as her hand shook violently. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, a hole as thick as a person was blasted open in Sherhua's chest. Sherhua shook violently and his originally powerful aura quickly withered. When the celestial punishment sword trembled, something that looked like a heart flew out. The heart seemed to be beating violently, producing thumping sounds. It also contained a power that made people tremble in fear. Sherhua's source. Fan Ku's face turned pale as he staggered. He recognized at a glance that the thing in Ruoxi's hand was the divine spirit Sherhua's source. Without this source, Sherhua was destined to fall from the high platform of divine spirits and become an ordinary stone monster. The Luan Feng and Tsang Dog were also so shocked that they couldn't breathe and felt dizzy. Although they had long known from the memories passed down by their ancestors that the heavenly punishment sword could deprive divine spirits of their source, it was still just a memory. Witnessing it with their own eyes was still unbelievable. In this world, it was likely that no one besides the heavenly punishment sword sect could so easily take away a divine spirit source. Sherhua was finished. With his source taken away, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would be nothing more than a cripple in the future. Looking over, Sherhua was kneeling in place with a dull face. There was a huge hole in his heart, and the black flames that were burning around his body had been annihilated at some point. His aura was extremely weak, even weaker than that of the Emperor realm. Ruoxi swung her sword, and with a flash of light, Sherhua's huge body fell to the ground and turned into a pile of rubble. There was no sign of life left in him. A pair of beautiful eyes looked coldly to the side, causing Fan Ku, the Luan Feng, and Tsang Dog's hearts to skip a beat, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back in horror. What they were most worried about now was that Zhang Ruoxi would attack them. Judging from Sherhua's experience just now, if Zhang Ruoxi really wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape. The suppressive force coming from the blood door was too terrifying and wasn't something they could resist. They didn't know if it was only targeted at divine spirits, but in any case, Yang Kai didn't seem to be affected at all. Fortunately, Ruoxi only glanced at them coldly before turning the heavenly punishment sword in her hand and making a sheathing gesture. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly disappeared along with the phantom of the huge woman behind her. Fan Ku and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what Zhang Ruoxi meant, this action undoubtedly showed that their lives were not in danger for the time being. Turning her head, Ruoxi looked in the direction of Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai was in an extremely sorry state. It could be said that this was the most embarrassing moment of his life. His clothes were dried up with blood, his face was bruised and swollen, his eyes were almost narrowed into slits, his head was bleeding, and both his legs were broken. He didn't even have the strength to stand up, so he could only sit on the ground paralyzed. Looking at each other, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was now a little confused. Was it a good thing or a bad thing for Ruoxi to become like this? Comparatively speaking, he preferred the previous docile and well-behaved Ruoxi, but the descendant of heavenly punishment standing in front of him now seemed cold-blooded and somewhat unreasonable. Her eyes and temperament were like that of a stranger. Standing in place in silence for a while, Ruoxi stretched out her hand again and with a whoosh, a light flew out from the blood door. Fan Ku and the others paled again and hurriedly looked over. Previously, Zhang Ruoxi had summoned the heavenly punishment sword with a wave of her hand, so what was it this time? To their surprise, what Ruoxi held in her hand wasn't a divine weapon, but a spirit fruit. This fruit was red and attractive, exuding a rich aroma as soon as it came out, causing one's appetite to soar. With a flicker, Ruoxi suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, squatted down, and handed over the spirit fruit in her hand. Yang Kai didn't take it and just stared at her blankly for a while before asking, "Are you Ruoxi?" Ruoxi nodded lightly and whispered, "Sir, it's me. Eat this first, and your injuries will heal quickly." "You?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Sir, Ruoxi is still Ruoxi, I won't change." As she spoke, the coldness and indifference in Ruoxi's eyes gradually melted, replaced by a luster familiar to Yang Kai. "Ha ha ha." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, his mood suddenly relaxing a lot. Reaching out to take the spirit fruit from Ruoxi's hand, Yang Kai glanced at it and his face changed slightly, 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit. The spirit fruit summoned by Ruoxi from the blood door turned out to be a 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit. This thing was a peerless treasure because the fruit tree of this spirit fruit must be cultivated with the blood of a divine spirit phoenix. The Phoenix clan was a top existence among divine spirits. Not to mention killing them and extracting their blood, there were only a few people in the world who could make an enemy out of them. A phoenix blood fruit tree, on the other hand, required all the blood essence of a divine spirit phoenix to cultivate. It bloomed once every 10,000 years and bore fruit once every 10,000 years. In terms of rarity, it was even rarer than the extraordinary treasure Lotus Yang Kai encountered in the Four Seasons realm. But now, a phoenix blood fruit had appeared in front of him, and one that Ruoxi had casually summoned from the blood door. It was conceivable that there must be a phoenix blood fruit tree inside the blood door. It should have been planted by Tianxing after he killed a member of the Phoenix clan. Chapter 2601. The phoenix blood fruit had no other use, but it had a miraculous effect on healing. As long as there was still a breath left, the phoenix blood fruit could bring the dead back to life. In this regard, it was similar to the immortal source liquid. Fan Ku and the others were also stunned. Although they were high and mighty holy spirits, when had they ever seen a peerless treasure like the phoenix blood fruit? They were all shocked. But soon, the expressions of the three saint seniors collapsed again, especially Luan Feng, whose pretty face was full of regret and uneasiness. Because judging from the current situation, this descendant of Tianxing still valued Yang Kai very much even after his bloodline awakened. Otherwise, why would he summon a phoenix blood fruit from the blood door to heal him? This was really a waste of God's gift. But when Yang Kai was humiliated and bullied by Shihua, the three of them just watched coldly and didn't intervene. As a result, Yang Kai ended up in such a sorry state. Who knew if this descendant of Tianxing would settle accounts with them later? Especially Luan Feng. Ruoxi slapped her cheek in front of her, begging her to help Yang Kai, but Luan Feng remained unmoved. She didn't even have the thought of stopping Zhang Ruoxi. As a result, Zhang Ruoxi slapped herself until one side of her face was swollen, and the blood at the corner of her mouth hadn't dried yet. If he had known this would happen, he would have given her some face and saved Yang Kai. She would have definitely owed him a favor. But she didn't want to offend Shihua and just stood by. That was a favor from a descendant of Tianxing. But now, Shihua was dead, and even his source strength was taken away. Her previous concerns had completely become a joke, and she had to be on tenterhooks. For the first time in her life, Luan Feng finally understood the feeling of regret. Her mouth was full of bitterness. If she had another choice, so what if she offended Shihua? Sir, heal your wounds first. Seeing Yang Kai holding the phoenix blood fruit motionless, Ruoshi couldn't help but urge. She had followed Yang Kai for so many years, but when had she ever seen her sir in such a sorry state? While feeling distressed, she was also furious. Although the culprit, Shihua, was killed by her, the three people who stood by and watched were also abominable. Yang Kai nodded. He placed the phoenix blood fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. Although the fruit was rare, it was a gift from Ruoshi. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse. A sweet taste spread from the tip of his tongue. Immediately after, a warm current spread from his abdomen to his limbs and bones, filling up his flesh and bones and quickly healing his injuries. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he already knew that the phoenix blood fruit was a sacred fruit for healing injuries, he only truly understood the heaven-defying effects of this spiritual fruit after consuming it. It was rumored that as long as one still had a breath left in them, a single phoenix blood fruit was enough to make a person full of vigor. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. Sir, what about the three of them? Ruoshi quietly transmitted her voice while turning her head to look at Fan Hua and the other two who stood there motionless. Seeing her look over, the hearts of Fan Ku and the other two tightened as they involuntarily swallowed their saliva. Those cold eyes really made them shiver. He wondered what this descendant of Tian Xing was planning. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked. Kill them all. Ruoshi's eyes turned cold. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He knew that this time her anger wasn't small. So, she had no intention of letting Fan Hua and the others go. But I will listen to Sir. Ruoshi added, if Sir wants them dead, then I will kill them. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. The power you used to kill Shihua wasn't your own, was it? Ruoshi nodded slightly. It was with the help of the power my ancestors left behind in the Blood Gate. With my own strength, I can't be their enemy. Then, what are the drawbacks of using that power? Yang Kai asked again. A power that didn't belong to one's own was naturally difficult to use. In the end, Ruoshi was still a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. It was impossible for her to suddenly obtain the power to kill a divine spirit without paying a price. Ruoshi was silent for a moment before answering truthfully, it's a bit of a burden on my body. Then forget it. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But sir. Ruoshi didn't seem to be willing to let it go. Yang Kai continued, although they were indifferent before, it's human nature. They don't deserve to die. In the end, they didn't do anything to me. It's enough that Shihua is dead. Moreover, Wan Feng stopped you before. I owe her a favor. Ruoshi bit her lip and nodded slightly, agreeing with Yang Kai's statement. Since Sir said not to kill them, we won't kill them, but no matter what, we still need to teach them a lesson, otherwise they'll think we're easy to bully. Ruoshi snorted lightly as she slowly stood up in front of Yang Kai and directed a cold glare towards Fan Ku's trio. Yang Kai shook his head with a wry smile. Ruoshi's personality suddenly changed after awakening her bloodline power. She became so strong that he was quite uncomfortable with it. But this was a good thing. In this world, weakness and meekness weren't enough. For the first time in their lives, Fan Hua, Wan Feng, and Song Dog finally experienced what it meant to be tormented. Watching Ruoshi and Yang Kai whispering to each other, they didn't know what they were talking about, one more nervous than the other. Seeing Ruoshi stand up at this moment, the trio's scalp went numb. They instinctively wanted to get away from this place, but Stonefire's death was a lesson to them. How could they dare to act rashly for fear of attracting a fatal disaster? Master, do you have any orders? Fan Hua braced himself and asked with a cupped fist. Wan Feng and Song Go also looked over with a stiff expression. Ruoshi coldly snorted, the three of you listen well. Before, the three of you helped the tyrant and made things difficult for my sir. Even if I kill you, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. As soon as this statement came out, Fan Hua and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They almost couldn't help but run away. But with some misgivings, they forced themselves to stand in place. But Ruoshi changed the topic. Sir is merciful and doesn't want to kill easily. Since the culprit has been executed, Sir doesn't want to pursue it any further. Fan Hua, Wan Feng, and Song Go were overjoyed. The three pairs of eyes looked at Yang Kai as if looking at their savior with inexplicable gratitude. You may be exempted from death, but you can't escape punishment. This queen will give you a small punishment. I hope you will behave yourselves in the future. If you dare to rely on the power of the Holy Spirit to commit crimes in the future, Sherhua's fate will be a lesson to you. As soon as her words fell, Ruoshi suddenly slapped the place where the three were standing. The blood door buzzed and two crimson lights suddenly shot out from it. Without any deviation, they directly hit Fan Hua and Song Go. The two holy masters didn't even have the strength to fight back and were directly slapped away, vomiting blood in midair. Wan Feng froze in place, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. It took a while for her to react that she wasn't attacked, but she was also a smart person. She naturally understood why Fan Hua and Song Go were injured, but she was fine. It was clearly because she had saved this descendant of Tian Xing. For a moment, she rejoiced. On the other side, Fan Hua and Song Go fell to the ground in a sorry state, but they didn't dare to complain. Instead, they both breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and cupped their fists together. Thank you, Master, for your mercy. They all knew that since Ruoshi had taken action, the matter was over. They wouldn't have to worry about their lives. Ruoshi snorted, an abnormal blush appeared under her pretty face. It should be the burden of borrowing the power of the blood door again. Standing in place, Ruoshi glanced into the distance and suddenly stretched out her hand. Uncle Stone, Little Xiao, come here. The Uncle Stone she spoke of was undoubtedly the embodiment. They had been together in the sealed world bead for many years, so Ruoshi and the embodiment were very familiar with each other. Hearing this, the embodiment immediately rushed over from 10 miles away with Little Xiao. In a short while, the embodiment and Little Xiao stood in front of Ruoshi. Ruoshi turned her head and glanced at Fan Hua, but didn't say anything. Fan Hua immediately understood and quickly lifted the seal on the embodiment and Little Xiao, allowing them to regain their freedom. Uncle Stone, this is for you. While speaking, Ruoshi flicked the stone fire origin that had been in the palm of her hand to the embodiment. The heart-like existence rotated and floated in front of the embodiment's chest. For me? The embodiment's eyes lit up. He had seen Ruoshi kill the stone fire origin, so he naturally knew what this thing was. This was the stone fire origin. If the right conditions were to refine it and inherit the power of the origin, then it would be another stone fire origin. Ruoshi nodded and pulled out the heavenly punishment sword again. Gently pointing it at the embodiment, she said, the Stone Spirit Clan and the Stone Fire Origin have some relationship. Their body structure and the power of inheritance are very similar, so the Stone Spirit Clan can inherit the power of the Stone Fire Origin. When the heavenly punishment sword touched the embodiment's body, the tip of the sword shone brightly. Immediately, a very strange pattern brand appeared on the embodiment's chest. There seemed to be an inexplicable suction force coming from the pattern, sucking in the stone fire origin suspended in mid-air and disappearing in the blink of an eye. The embodiment groaned and a dark flame suddenly ignited on the surface of his body. His expression suddenly became very painful. Ruoshi abandoned the heavenly punishment sword and quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Then, one mysterious seal after another struck the embodiment's body. Every time a seal was struck, the black flames were suppressed by a lot. It wasn't until a cup of tea's worth of time later that the burning flames disappeared completely. At the same time, the embodiment also suddenly quieted down and sat cross-legged on the spot like an old monk in meditation. This stone spirit, soared to the sky in one fell swoop. Fan Hua, who was watching from not far away, suddenly said. Luan Feng smiled bitterly and said, I have long heard that the heavenly punishment sword can not only deprive the Holy Spirit of its origin, but also create a new Holy Spirit. Seeing it today, I know that the rumors are true. Tsang Dog also couldn't help but say with envy, if this stone spirit were to inherit the stone fire origin by himself, I'm afraid there would only be a 10% chance of success. But with the help of the heavenly punishment sword's descendants, there will be no hidden dangers. In time, after he refines the stone fire origin, there will be another Holy Spirit in this world. Chapter 2602. After sealing the stone fire essence into the embodiment, Ruoshi's face suddenly became a little pale. Although her actions just now seemed casual, it had consumed a lot of her essence, qi, and spirit. Looking around, she stretched out her hand again and the 10,000 beasts seal that had been taken away by Shi Hua flew over and landed in her palm. Sir, this gift you gave me, I'll keep it. Ruoshi clenched the 10,000 beasts seal tightly, her eyes full of reluctance. Where are you going? Yang Kai was surprised and understood the meaning behind her words. Ruoshi pursed her red lips, my bloodline power has awakened, I need to inherit my ancestors' power. Yang Kai immediately looked towards the blood door. Ruoshi smiled and the deliberately cold expression on her face suddenly melted as she softly said, Sir, when Ruoshi comes out, I will be able to help you and won't be a burden to you in the future. What happened today will never happen again. Yang Kai opened his mouth and sighed, it's my fault for not being able to protect you. Ruoshi shook her head, it's not Sir's fault, Ruoshi was too presumptuous. Yang Kai no longer said anything and just looked at her, do you have to go? Zhang Ruoshi nodded with a firm expression. Yang Kai nodded, then go. Since it's your ancestors' power, there's no reason to ignore it, but you must be careful. Ruoshi knows. Ruoshi's eyes became slightly wet as she looked at Xiao Xiao again, Sir, I will take Xiao Xiao in and let him inherit Tai Yu's power. You can talk to the Stone Spirit clan about this matter later. Okay. Yang Kai nodded. The Stone Spirit clan had mobilized all their forces to send Xiao Xiao into the blood door to inherit Tai Yu's power. Unfortunately, the development of the situation was very different from their expectations. But now that Zhang Ruoshi was taking Xiao Xiao in, there was naturally no problem. Xiao Xiao, after entering the blood door, listened to Ruoshi's orders and don't cause any trouble for her. Yang Kai reminded Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao nodded incessantly and whimpered incessantly, looking very obedient. Don't worry, sir. Since Uncle Stonehead can inherit the Stonefire origin, then Xiao Xiao shouldn't have any problems inheriting the mountain origin. Ruoshi comforted. Then, she turned her head to look at Fan Hua and the others. The tender look on her face was replaced by coldness. She said coldly, if anything happens to my master in the ancient lands, the day I walk out of the blood door will be the day you three die. These words were not polite at all. Fan Ku and the other two had already rushed over to fight for their lives, but when Zhang Ruoshi said so, the three of them couldn't do anything about it. Fan Ku cupped his fists in fear and said, Master, don't worry. As long as I, Fan Ku, am around, I will not let anything happen to this mister. The Luan Feng and the Tsang Dog also trembled in fear. The three of them secretly thought, looking at this situation. He wanted to live a more comfortable life in the future. I still need to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. As long as I have a good relationship with Yang Kai, why would I be afraid of this descendant of Tianxing finding trouble with me? For a moment, Yang Kai became a shining treasure in the eyes of the three. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of him. Sir. Ruoshi turned her head again, her beautiful eyes full of reluctance. She pursed her red lips and said, Ruoshi, we'll be leaving now. Yang Kai sat on the ground, feeling somewhat sad, but he still forced a smile and said, it's not a life and death parting. There will be a day when we meet again. I will wait for you to come out of the blood door. She lowered her head, and her cheeks suddenly flushed red. She said nervously, "Before I leave, can Sir fulfill a request of mine?" When he said this, he didn't have any confidence in himself. While he spoke, he also secretly glanced at Kai Yang, as if he had a guilty conscience. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Say it. Not to mention one request, even if it's 10 or 100, as long as I can do it, I will do it." Then, "Sir, please close your eyes." She gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage. After she finished speaking, she felt her cheeks burning hot. Fan Hua and the other two looked at the scene in a daze, all of them showing a meaningful expression. They suddenly realized that they had underestimated the relationship between this descendant of Tian Xing and Yang Kai. They originally thought the two were just friends, but now it seems, this descendant of Tian Xing was in love. If this is the case, then in the future it won't be as simple as having a good relationship with Yang Kai, they will have to follow his orders. This really does match Yang Kai's words from before. 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Who knows when there will be a place that needs his help. At that time, although Yang Kai was referring to the Stone Spirit clan, Fan Hua didn't care at all. But now it seems that these words were true. Yang Kai was also stunned when he heard this. He wasn't a fledgling boy. How could he not see the clues in Ruoshi's expression and tone? He sighed slightly in his heart. Since coming to the star boundary, he had never dared to attract bees and butterflies. After all, far away in his homeland, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu were all waiting for him. After wandering the star boundary for so many years, his life was also extremely self-disciplined. He had never acted too intimately with any woman. But he was also a person, a man. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai closed his eyes. She bit her red lips tightly, the heart in her chest thumping fiercely. The violent heartbeat was like a war drum, and her hot cheeks burned like fire. Step by step, she came in front of Yang Kai, then crouched down and stretched out her trembling hands to hold Yang Kai's cheeks. Closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled nervously as she slowly pressed her lips against his. Soon a warm feeling came from his forehead and an intoxicating fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Her teasing hair caressed Yang Kai's cheeks, bringing a tingling sensation. After what seemed like a moment, but also like 1,000 years, Ruoshi jumped up like a frightened rabbit. Drunk and hazy, her delicate ears were dark red as she panicked. "Say, Sir, Ruoshi really has to go, please take care of yourself." After saying that, she turned around and rushed towards the blood door, as if she didn't dare to stay here for a moment longer. As a result, her body inexplicably went soft and she almost tripped over a stone. Pfft! Tsang Dog couldn't help but laugh. Ruoshi immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and glared at Tsang Dog. The smile on Tsang Dog's face instantly stiffened, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. "Take good care of my sir, or you're dead." Ruoshi dropped this sentence and rushed into the blood door in a flash and disappeared. Xiao Xiao whimpered in front of Yang Kai for a while, as if to say goodbye, then turned around and waved at the Stone Spirit clan 10 miles away before rushing into the blood door. Crash, a strange sound rang out, and the blood gate forbidden grounds that had stood in the savage wildland for countless years suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. As soon as the blood door disappeared, the inexplicable force that suppressed the creatures in the ancient wilderness also disappeared. Fan Hua and the others breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief from the bottom of their hearts. They secretly thought that this great aunt was finally gone. If she didn't leave, the three of them would have to struggle to breathe. Looking at each other, their figures flashed and appeared in front of Yang Kai in a flash. They cupped their fists and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Yang." At this moment, the three of them didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. They all lowered their posture, lest their image offend Yang Kai and cause him to complain in front of the descendants of Tian Xing in the future. Yang Kai was still reminiscing about the warm kiss just now. He touched his forehead and looked up at them when he heard their words. What's there to congratulate? What else could there be to congratulate? Anyone who climbed a big tree like the descendants of Tian Xing would be able to walk unhindered in the star boundary in the future. Even the great emperors would have to give them some face. Is it worth congratulating me for eating soft rice? Yang Kai snorted sarcastically as his eyes swept across the faces of the three. Or do the three of you think this young master is like a gigolo? Fan Ku and the others were suddenly at a loss for words. They didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking, but they could only stand in place awkwardly. This young master still has something to do, please help yourself. Yang Kai waved his hand, but suddenly thought of something and said, tell the Stone Spirit clan to stay behind. Yes. Fan Ku and the others quickly cupped their fists and left respectfully. After they left, Kai Yang raised his head and looked up at the sky. Up in the sky, Ice Heart Valley's third sister stood there, frowning and pouting, a look of displeasure on her face as she stared in the direction of the blood door. She had come here with Ruoshi, but now that Ruoshi had left, she was suddenly left alone. In her confusion, she couldn't understand the situation. Third sister. Yang Kai shouted. Third sister immediately looked at him, and after seeing Yang Kai's face, she suddenly became happy and said with a cheeky grin, come and catch me, come and catch me. Saying so, she seemed to want to escape and continue playing hide-and-seek with Yang Kai. Third sister, don't make trouble. Do you still want to see Senior Bing Yun, and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, and Zhang Suning? After experiencing the incident with Ruoshi, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to play with third sister and directly reported the names of the few people closest to her. Sure enough, third sister was shocked and her body froze in mid-air. Slowly turning her head back, her beautiful eyes trembled violently, showing the chaos in her soul. Yang Kai was really afraid that something would happen to her, but unexpectedly, after only a moment, a trace of clarity bloomed in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she asked in a low voice, do you know my honored master? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked in surprise, are you okay? When she said that sentence, her demeanor was no different from ordinary people. Obviously, she had regained her consciousness. Do you know my honored master? Third sister asked eagerly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. She. Third sister suddenly became excited and looked nervously at Yang Kai, is she still alive? Yang Kai said solemnly, Senior Bing Yun has returned to Ice Heart Valley. Your senior sister and junior sister are very concerned about your whereabouts, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to find you. Chapter 2603. Honored Master is still alive. Third sister's figure staggered as she revealed a relieved smile. Then, she burst into laughter, Honored Master. Honored Master, where are you? As she spoke, third sister actually started crying again, looking pitiful as if she had lost her way and couldn't find her way home. Yang Kai's face immediately darkened as he realized that third sister's state was somewhat unstable. Schwa, third sister's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. Although there were still traces of tears on her face, she smiled and said, Honored Master, so you are here. Disciple will comb your hair for you. As she spoke, she actually grabbed Yang Kai's messy hair and carefully combed it. What's going on? Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate his third sister and found that although her mind was still extremely chaotic at the moment, her expression had calmed down and she was carefully combing his hair with a serious expression. Did she mistake me for Senior Bing Yun? But how is my body similar to Bing Yun's? Even my gender is different. It's impossible for a normal person to mistake me, right? It seems that third sister's mind is really in chaos. With a thought, Yang Kai's face suddenly became serious and he quickly said, Traitorous disciple, do you know your mistake? As soon as he said this, third sister, who was standing behind him, shivered and her face filled with fear. Then, she hurriedly came in front of Yang Kai and knelt on the ground. Lowering her head, she said in a trembling voice, "Please enlighten me, honored master. Did she really think I was Senior Bing Yun?" Although he was secretly happy, Yang Kai maintained a dignified expression on his face. He reprimanded, "Master has safely returned to Ice Heart Valley. Why have you been outside all this time? Could it be that the outside world has disturbed your Tao heart and made you forget to return?" Third sister said in a trembling voice, "Disciple doesn't dare." Disciple was outside. Disciple was outside. After a long time, she didn't finish her sentence. It was as if she had forgotten what she was doing outside all this time. A trace of confusion gradually appeared on her dirty face. Yang Kai cursed inwardly, if he let her continue to think about it. If things didn't go well, things would become troublesome again, so he immediately shouted, "Since you don't dare, then follow Master back to Ice Heart Valley and serve me from now on. You are not allowed to leave without orders." The confusion on Old Third's face disappeared in an instant, and he respectfully replied, "Yes, this disciple obeys." Yang Kai gently nodded and said, "Very good, get up." "Thank you, Master." "Stand aside. I need to circulate my qi to heal my injuries. During this period, no one is allowed to come near me." Yang Kai tried to give another order. The third sister obediently followed the order and stood to the side. Her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance as she looked left and right, as if she was protecting Yang Kai. "Look at her." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He didn't mean to take advantage of third brother. However, Old Third, this fellow, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. If he really let her escape again, he might not be able to find her again. Using this method to stabilize her was a good thing. After quietly paying attention to his third sister for a while, Yang Kai found that she didn't show any signs of going crazy. Only then did he circulate his secret art to dissolve the phoenix blood fruit's medicinal efficacies in his body. Yang Kai's injuries this time were not light. Not only did he suffer some physical pain, but he also had more than a dozen broken bones, especially his legs, which had been directly broken by Shihua's attack. His 5 viscera and 6 organs were also filled with blood, and his insides were a mess. Fortunately, his physique was extremely strong, and the restorative ability of his golden blood was also extremely strong. Otherwise, with such injuries, even if an ordinary person didn't die, they would be gasping for breath. Under the circulation of his emperor qi, the phoenix blood fruit's medicinal efficacies gradually dissolved in his body. His broken bones slowly healed, and his bruised and swollen face was restored to normal. The phoenix blood fruit was worthy of its reputation as a healing panacea. Before the spirit fruit's medicinal efficacies were completely consumed, Yang Kai already felt that he was fine. However, it would take some time for his reconnected bones to fully recover. Half an hour later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and glanced over at his third sister, only to find that she was still standing straight in front of him, protecting him. 10 miles away, with the 3 Saint Venerables as their leader, many Monster King, Saint Envoys, and even the Rock Spirit clan were silently watching. Each of them had different expressions and complicated feelings. This was especially true for Xia Wuwei. Previously, when he was forced to become Yang Kai's sole slave, he was very unhappy. He felt that Yang Kai was too despicable and shameless. If he hadn't hit him when he was down, he wouldn't have been willing to hand over his soul seal. However, Xia Wuwei didn't dare to think that way now. Didn't they see how respectful the 3 Saint Venerables were in front of him? When he was recuperating, the 3 Saint Venerables didn't dare to disturb him at all. They even passed down a decree for all Monster King and Saint Envoys to remember Yang Kai's appearance. In the future, when they saw him, they would treat him as if they were Saint Venerables. Even the Saint Venerables didn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. A Monster King like him was nothing. Xia Wuwei was convinced. He was truly convinced. At the same time, he was extremely annoyed. If he had known that the little girl beside Yang Kai was a descendant of Tianxing, he would have built a good relationship with her. Perhaps when the descendant of Tianxing entered the blood door, she would have been kind enough to bring him into the blood door and let him inherit the power of the Holy Spirit. Now that the descendant of Tianxing had entered the blood door and brought in a rock spirit to inherit Taiyu's power, he could only be jealous. When he thought of this, Xia Wuwei was so annoyed that his heart ached. Third brother, call the 3 Saint Venerables and Elder Rock Spirit over. Yang Kai suddenly ordered. Third brother bowed and walked 10 kilometers away. Yang Kai, on the other hand, came to the mountains and rivers bell on the ground alone and looked around, as if he was trying to see if there was anything special about it. He was forced to remove the mountains and rivers bell's soul brand, so this ancient exotic treasure was once again without an owner. Even now, no one was interested in it. 10 kilometers away, third sister flew over. At a glance, her clothes were tattered and her pretty face was dirty. It was almost impossible to see her original appearance. Many pairs of eyes looked at her curiously, not knowing who she was. Xia Wuwei knew that Yang Kai had been looking for third sister and had seen her image before, but it was not convenient for him to point it out at this moment. Honored Master has ordered for the 3 of you and Elder Rock Spirit to have a chat. Third sister looked at Fan Ku and the others and said in a light tone. Honored Master. Fan Ku and the others were shocked when they heard this, not knowing what was going on. They knew Yang Kai's cultivation very well. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but this dirty woman in front of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Why did she call Yang Kai Honored Master? But from the tone and demeanor of this woman, it didn't seem like she was joking. Fan Ku was full of doubts, but she couldn't ask, so she could only smile and nod. Many thanks, young lady. After saying that, he was about to walk over, but soon he seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Elder Shiling and extended his hand. Elder Shiling, after you. Elder Rock Spirit chuckled, understanding what Fan Ku was afraid of. He immediately made a gesture of invitation and walked forward side by side with the 3 Saint Masters. A short while later, the 4 arrived at the original battlefield under third sister's lead. Honored Master. The third brother called out, indicating that Yang Kai had brought him here, and then respectfully stood aside. Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward to greet them. Sir Yang. Fan Ku, Wan Feng, and Song Go all took the initiative to greet him with cupped fists and forced smiles on their faces. But Yang Kai didn't even look at them and walked straight to Elder Rock Spirit, smiling and bowing, Elder. Fan Ku and the others were quite embarrassed, but they couldn't say anything and could only step aside. Mr. Yang. Elder Rock Spirit didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. Just based on the close relationship between Yang Kai and the descendants of Tianxing, no one in the entire ancient land dared to be presumptuous in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and pressed down Elder Rock Spirit's clenched fists and sighed, Elder Rock Spirit has seen it. Although there were some twists and turns in today's process, it was fortunate that I didn't disappoint you. Little Shao has now entered the Blood Gate, and with Ruoshi's help, he will inherit Taiyu's power in time. Although Elder Rock Spirit had already learned the following things from Fan Ku and the others, but hearing Yang Kai say it himself at this moment still made him very excited. His body trembled slightly. Mr. Yang's kindness, my Rock Spirit clan will forever remember it. Elder Rock is too polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Although Little Shao is a member of the Rock Spirit clan, he was also raised by me. I also wish him well. Elder Rock Spirit clan and I are family, so don't be so polite. Elder Rock Spirit's eyes lit up. It is Ninth Stone's fortune to be under Mr. Yang's tutelage. It is also the fortune of my Rock Spirit clan. Yang Kai reassured, Elder Rock Spirit clan, please rest assured. In the future, your Rock Spirit clan will not be disturbed in the ancient lands. No one will force you to do things you don't want to do. At this point, Yang Kai glanced sideways at Fan Ku and the others and snorted, "Master, what do you think?" Fan Ku quickly chimed in, "Mr. Yang is right, the Rock Spirit clan will never be disturbed in the future. After today, we will warn our subordinates that with the Rock Spirit clan's current residence as the center, the Rock Spirit clan will forever belong to the Rock Spirit clan. Anyone who dares to rashly invade will be killed without mercy." Wan Feng and Song Dog also nodded, apparently having no objection to this decision. Yang Kai snorted, but he didn't express his opinion. He looked at Elder Rock Spirit Clan and said, "Elder, are you satisfied with this? If not, we can discuss it again. The three Saint Masters are easygoing people, just tell them if you have any requests." Fan Ku quickly said, yes, if Elder Rock Spirit Clan has any other request, just say it. If the three of us can satisfy it, we will not refuse. Elder Rock Spirit Clan chuckled, "It's enough, our Rock Spirit Clan has very few members, a 1,000,000-mile radius is enough for us to move around." He had a relieved expression on his face, obviously very satisfied with this result. Of course, he also knew that Fan Ku was being so generous because he was giving face to Yang Kai. Otherwise, let alone a 1,000,000-mile radius, even 10,000 miles would be difficult. Elder Rock Spirit Clan sighed in his heart. Before coming here today, he also had the intention to either succeed or die trying. Who would have thought that the result would be so joyous? Not to mention that the Rock Spirit Clan suddenly had a powerful backer, even Shurjiu was going to become the Holy Spirit Taiyu. If the Rock Spirit Clan could live a comfortable life, then the Wood Spirit Clan would also live a comfortable life, avoiding all the troubles in the future. This was the life that Elder Rock Spirit Clan had yearned for countless years but failed to obtain. But now, Yang Kai solved it with just a few words. Chapter 2604. Fan Hua smiled and said, "This king's palace is not far from Elder's residence. In the future, Elder will have to visit me more often." The Elder said politely, "Since Master is interested, then this old man may have to disturb you in the future. I hope Holy Master won't mind." Yang Kai didn't have to be polite to Fan Hua, but the Elder still had some concerns. Before Xiao Xiao became Taiyu, the Rock Spirit Clan's strength was weaker than the other party. Yang Kai couldn't always stay in the ancient lands to protect them. Not to mention how close his relationship with Fan Hua was, at the very least, it was a good thing for the Rock Spirit Clan. Fan Hua laughed and said, "Elder is too serious. If Elder is free in the future, please come to this king's palace." Wan Feng also smiled and said, "This queen also welcomes Elder very much." Song Dog glanced at them and snorted, "You speak as if this king is unapproachable." Turning his head, he smiled at the Elder and said, "Elder, although my temporary residence is a little far from the Stone Spirit Clan's residence, I've long heard that the Wood Spirit Clan's wine and delicacies are incomparably delicious. If one day I visit your residence as a guest, I hope that Elder won't kick me out. I wouldn't dare. If Holy Master wants to come, my clan will naturally welcome you." The Elder smiled bitterly. When did he become so popular? The three Holy Masters of the ancient lands wanted to get close to him one after another. All of this was undoubtedly because of Yang Kai. He was not a hypocrite and continued to exchange pleasantries with these three Saint Masters here, so he quickly turned to Yang Kai and said, "Sir Yang, since this matter has been settled, this old master will take his clansmen back. I wonder if Mr. Yang." Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "I won't follow Elder." He said, "I won't go with you. This time, I came to the ancient lands to find Xiao Xiao. Now that Xiao Xiao has gone to the Blood Gate, my business is done. I will leave the ancient lands soon." Hearing this, a look of regret appeared on the Elder's face. However, he still said, "Then I wish Mr. Yang a safe journey. If you come to the ancient lands again, please come to my Rock Spirit Clan's territory. This old man will definitely welcome you. Elder, take care." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. The elder returned the greeting and bid farewell to Fan Ku and the others. Then, he turned around and left. Soon, the Rock Spirit clan disappeared from everyone's sight along with the elder. Fan Ku and the others stood behind Yang Kai, exchanging glances with each other, their hearts filled with unease. In the end, Fan Wu coughed lightly and asked tentatively, Mr. Yang, what do you plan to do next? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. He chuckled and said, What? Does Master Fan Ku want me to leave this ancient land as soon as possible? Fan Hua discolored, hissing in fright. No, no, no. Mr. Yang had arrived at the ancient lands. This is the fortune of the ancient lands. How could Fan Hua dare to think that way? You really don't dare? Just say what you think. I'm just a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and I can't do anything to you, Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. You can't do anything to me, but Tian Xing's descendant can. Fan Hua cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, Mr. Yang, you worry too much. From today onwards, Mr. will be an honored guest of my ancient lands. If you want to stay here, we welcome you with open arms. Yang Kai reached out and patted Fan Hua's shoulder. Then, he laughed and said, I didn't expect Master Fan Hua to be so hospitable. In that case, this young master will give you some face. It's settled then. This young master will stay in the ancient lands for a while. Fan Hua's face darkened. He wanted to slap himself a few times. The Luan Feng and Tsang Dog also looked at him with resentment. Why are you so talkative? It's better to be a mute. Yang Kai pointed at them and said, Do you still want this thing? Fan Hua and the others came back to their senses and saw that Yang Kai was pointing at the mountains and rivers bell on the ground. Their hearts skipped a beat and they said in fear, This belongs to Mr. Yang, so it should be returned to its rightful owner. How can we covet it? Yang Kai snorted, Who told me that this was an artifact of the ancient lands? Tsang Dog immediately smiled and said, Treasures belong to the virtuous. This bell has existed in the ancient lands for countless years, but no one has ever been able to subdue it. Since Mr. Yang can make it recognize you as its owner, you are naturally a virtuous person. It was Tsang Dog who said those words earlier, but now he was afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts with him later, so he quickly changed his tone. I didn't see it. Tsang Dog Master looks so dull, but I didn't expect him to be such a good talker. Yang Kai looked at him with a mocking expression. Tsang Dog's face turned red. He wanted to find a hole and hide in it. He had lost a lot of face today. Fortunately, there was no one here except for Fan Hua and the Luan Feng. The Monster King and the Saint Emissaries were 10 miles away. Otherwise, if what happened today was spread out, how could he still have the prestige to enslave his subordinates? You really don't want it? Yang Kai's face became serious. Don't say that this young master didn't give you a chance. This is an ancient treasure. The mountains and rivers bell can suppress mountains and rivers, and the Emperor's rhythm can change the universe. Take it and you will be full of guts. Even if you encounter the dragon race, you can still slap them a few times. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have another chance. Don't regret it in the future. Fan Hua smiled bitterly, Mr. Yang, please don't make fun of us. He looked like he couldn't take it anymore and was just short of begging Yang Kai to quickly put away the mountains and rivers bell. Luan Feng also pleaded, Mr. Yang, we were in the wrong before, but Shihua has already been executed, I ask Mr. Yang to calm down. Yang Kai glanced at her and lightly said, Since Madame Feng has said so, this young master will give you face. Although Luan Feng had been watching from the sidelines before, she had at least prevented Ruoshi from committing suicide. For this alone, Yang Kai was grateful to her. As soon as this statement came out, Luan Feng was somewhat surprised. Fan Hua and Tsang Dog also quickly glanced at her, seemingly realizing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and placed his hand on the mountains and rivers bell. His Emperor Qi and divine sense surged as he felt somewhat nervous. Back in the shattered Star Sea, it took Yang Kai a year to subdue the mountains and rivers Bell. The difficulty of the process was not something an outsider could understand. Now that he was forced to remove the soul brand, Yang Kai didn't know if he could get it to recognize him again. Even if he could, he didn't know how long it would take. If he had to spend another year, then Kai Yang would be very depressed. His divine sense and Emperor Qi flowed into the mountains and rivers Bell with ease, much to Yang Kai's joy. Knowing this ancient exotic treasure was not rejecting him, he immediately focused his mind and branded his soul brand into the bell. *Schwa, the quaint mountains and rivers Bell flashed and Yang Kai raised his brows slightly before reaching out to pick it up and play with it. This. Fan Hua was shocked. Fan Hua had also touched the mountains and rivers Bell before, but even with his strength, he couldn't forcibly pick it up and could only let it fall to the ground. Now that Yang Kai was able to pick it up, it undoubtedly meant he had subdued it. So fast. Tsang Dog also exclaimed in amazement. Luan Feng's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she looked Yang Kai up and down, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. The three of them had tried many times before, but they couldn't pour their strength into the mountains and rivers Bell at all, but when it came to Yang Kai, it seemed to be as simple as breathing. My luck is good. Yang Kai grinned, this treasure seems to be willing to recognize me as its master. Saying so, Yang Kai directly took the mountains and rivers Bell back into his body and turned his head to look at the embodiment sitting cross-legged on the ground. Ever since Ruoshi sealed the stone fire origin into the embodiment, it seemed to have fallen into a strange slumber. Under Yang Kai's perception, the wisp of soul clone in the embodiment's body also quieted down. However, although it was asleep, there was no danger. As long as the embodiment could refine the stone fire origin, it would awaken as the new divine spirit stone fire. Mr. Yang, this stone spirit, how should we deal with it? Do you need me to ask the Monster King to protect it? Luan Feng saw the concern in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly asked. If one were to ask who was the biggest winner today, it would undoubtedly be the Stone Spirit clan. Among the Stone Spirit clan, one of them was brought into the blood door by the Tian Xing descendant to inherit the power of the divine spirit Taiyu, while the other received the stone fire origin. In one clan, two divine spirits would be born at once. The entire Stone Spirit clan only had a few members. Based on this point alone, the Stone Spirit clan couldn't be underestimated in the future. Hearing Luan Feng's question, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No need." No need? The Luan Feng stared blankly for a moment. She couldn't help but worry. Although the Archfiend Kings and Divine Emissaries knew about today's matter, they definitely wouldn't come to disturb the rock spirit that was about to become a holy spirit. However, while the King of Hell was easy to serve, the little demons were hard to deal with. Perhaps some ignorant little demons would come here and accidentally disturb the rock spirit. Who could bear the responsibility? Luan Feng had some misgivings and was about to open her mouth to persuade him again when she saw Yang Kai suddenly form a series of mysterious hand seals, his body swaying wildly as if he was suffering from an epileptic fit, causing anyone who saw him to be worried that he would break his bones. At the same time, he was also muttering some kind of incantation. He was acting very mysterious. The three Saint Venerables were stunned. They didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Under the gaze of several pairs of eyes, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and patted the embodiment. *Schwa, the embodiment disappeared mysteriously. The three Saint Venerables were shocked. Fan Wu exclaimed in a low voice, "What's going on? Where did he go?" The Luan Feng and Song Hound were also puzzled. They slowly shook their heads. The three Saint Venerables were top-notch experts, but now, something unimaginable had happened in front of them. How could they not be shocked? What's the fuss about? Yang Kai clapped his hands and flicked the non-existent dust off his clothes. He glanced at the three Saint Venerables and said, this young master just used the great universal shift to send him to a safe place. Great art of universe shifting. Fan Ke was shocked. But soon, he relaxed because Yang Kai had displayed extraordinary space attribute divine abilities before. In his opinion, this universe-shifting art, which he had never heard of before, was undoubtedly a kind of space attribute divine ability. Since Yang Kai could teleport himself, he should be able to teleport others as well. What he did not know, however, was that Yang Kai was just putting on an act while taking his embodiment into the sealed world bead. Otherwise, with their cultivation, they would have been able to detect the traces of teleportation and not be able to track him down so easily. Chapter 2605. Sir Yang's divine technique is truly unfathomable. It is truly an eye-opener, Fan Hua praised sincerely. He wasn't trying to flatter Yang Kai, but rather, it was truly an eye-opener. It was hard not to admire Yang Kai for making such a large stone spirit disappear out of thin air. Fan Hua knew that he didn't have such an ability. With just this one move, the three Saint Venerables were amazed by Yang Kai. On second thought, Yang Kai had such an amazing cultivation at such a young age and was proficient in the Tao of space. It wasn't impossible for him to become one of the great emperors in the future. Even if he couldn't become one of the great emperors, he would have no problem reaching the third-order emperor realm. What kind of concept was a third-order emperor realm master proficient in the Tao of space? Even if his cultivation wasn't as good as the great emperors, he would still be a top master in the emperor realm. Moreover, he had the mountains and rivers bell, and the descendant of Tian Xing was in love with him. After re-examining Yang Kai, the three Saint Venerables discovered that this young man had an unimaginable potential hidden in him. Fan Hua cupped his fists and said, "Sir Yang, since this matter is over, why don't you take a rest in my humble abode?" After realizing Yang Kai's potential, Fan Hua wasn't so opposed to Yang Kai staying in the ancient lands. Instead, he was very enthusiastic. Canggo and Luan Feng were obviously aware of this as well. Before Fan Hua finished speaking, Canggo said, "My palace also welcomes Sir Yang." "If Sir Yang doesn't mind," Luan Feng directly interrupted him, "this mistress also wants to invite Sir Yang to my palace, but I'm afraid Sir Yang won't agree." Canggo didn't finish his sentence as he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but glare at Luan Feng. His face was gloomy. Yang Kai glanced at the three with a smile. His heart was as clear as a mirror. How could he not know what they were planning? He sneered in his heart, wondering if they would still be so enthusiastic after knowing his true intentions. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Three masters' hospitality is great. Then it would be impolite for this young master to refuse. I wonder which of the three masters' palaces is closer to this place." Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with these three saints. The only one he found pleasing to the eye was Luan Feng. After all, Luan Feng was a woman and had some innate advantages. Moreover, because of Ruoshi's matter, Yang Kai's impression of her was slightly better than the other two. However, it didn't matter where he went at this time. The main event was after he arrived. The Luan Feng's eyes lit up and she said, "This place is the closest to my palace." Cang Dog was instantly displeased. He said, "It's only 100,000 miles closer to my palace. You call that close?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Since it's the closest to the Phoenix Madam's palace, then this young master will stay there." Cough cough. "My injuries haven't healed yet, so I really shouldn't go on a long journey." As he spoke, he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The three of them were shocked. Luan Feng cried out, "Mr. Yang, what's wrong with you?" Standing to the side, third brother's beautiful face also turned pale. He quickly came forward to support Yang Kai and said with concern, "Master." Yang Kai clutched his chest and said with difficulty, "Shi Huo was too ruthless. This young master's injuries are quite serious. I'm afraid I won't be able to recover in a short time." Fan Ku and the others were stunned. Didn't the descendant of Tian Xing give you a 10,000-year-old phoenix blood fruit? With that kind of sacred healing medicine, what kind of injuries can't be healed? Moreover, he was clearly fine just a moment ago, so why did he spit out blood in the blink of an eye? They didn't know what Yang Kai was doing. Each of them had a strange expression. Cough cough. Yang Kai's face was pale as he gasped for breath. I heard that there are many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands. If I can obtain some and consume them, they will definitely be effective in healing this young master's injuries. It's a pity that this young master is currently injured and doesn't have the strength to search for them. Fan Ku's face darkened as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was trying to do. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, Mr. Yang, rest assured, this king will have his monster king subordinates search for those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines. When the time comes, this king will personally deliver them to Mr. Yang. I hope Mr. Yang can persist for a while. After saying so, he quietly glared at Tsang Dog and secretly transmitted a message to him. Tsang Dog shivered and hurriedly said, this king will not shirk from Mr. Yang's request. That's good, that's good. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaning half of his body on third brother's body as he said, in addition to those spirit grasses and miraculous medicines, if there are any high-rank source crystals or rare treasures, this young master's injuries should heal faster. What does source crystals and treasures have to do with injuries? Fan Ku and the others really want to question Yang Kai. Isn't this clearly extortion? You three can rest assured, once this young master's injuries are healed, this young master will leave the ancient lands. I won't trouble you for too long. Yang Kai squeezed out a harmless smile and said weakly. The corners of Fan Ku's eyes twitched as he said insincerely, Mr. Yang is too polite. With Mr. Yang's identity, it doesn't matter how long you stay in the ancient lands. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, since Shihua has been executed, then the treasures he plundered all these years are useless. I'll have to trouble you to go to his palace and carefully count them. Then send them to me. In any case, they are Ruoshi's spoils of war. When she comes out of the blood door, I'll have to give them to her. As soon as this statement came out, Fan Ku and the others only felt their hearts bleed. But since Yang Kai used the descendant of Tian Xing as an excuse, they didn't dare to refute. Fan Wu nodded and said, Senior Yang is right. Shihua has indeed plundered some good things over the years. This king will take some people to count them and send them to Senior Yang. After saying that, he looked at Wan Feng and said, Madam Feng, please take good care of Senior Yang. Wan Feng nodded, I understand. Then she turned to Yang Kai and said, Mr. Yang, this mistress will take you back to the palace. Yang Kai nodded. Wan Feng immediately used her strength to wrap Yang Kai and third brother around her and flew away. Before leaving, Yang Kai waved to Fan Ku and Tsang Go, Gentlemen, this young master will be waiting for the good news. Please take good care of me. Fan Ku and Tsang Go showed smiles that were uglier than crying as they cupped their fists to see him off. After Yang Kai and the others disappeared from sight, Fan Ku's face suddenly fell as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's easy to invite the devil in, but difficult to send him away. Tsang Go looked at him and said, Shihua and the others. Are we really going to give them all to him? Shihua has collected a lot of wealth over the years. Fan Ku glanced at him lightly and asked, is his life more important than his treasures? Tsang Go said, he doesn't know how much wealth Shihua has. He is just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, even if we give him a little, he will laugh his head off. How can he eat so many good things? Fan Ku coldly snorted, he doesn't know, but Madame Feng does. When the time comes, if he asks Madame Feng about it and she lets it slip, how can we explain it? Tsang Go frowned, Madame Feng isn't a talkative person, is she? Fan Ku sighed, if he uses the name of a descendant of Tian Xing to ask for Shihua's inheritance, I'm afraid Madame Feng won't dare to deceive him. When Tsang Go heard this, he also sighed heavily, his face full of pain. Towering mountains, drifting clouds, and at the top of the mountains, palaces dotted with strange birds and beasts flew about. It was a paradise. This was where the Luanfeng's palace was located. As the palace of one of the 4 Saint Masters, this place naturally occupied an excellent earth vein, and the world energy here was extremely rich and auspicious. The Luanfeng wrapped Yang Kai and third brother and flew to the ground. Yang Kai's eyes shone as he looked around, secretly praising this place. After they landed, beautiful women dressed as maidservants immediately came forward to greet them. There were 8 of them in 2 rows, each of them emitting an awe-inspiring demonic chi. Obviously, they were all members of the monster race. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that these 8 maidservants were all first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The maidservants walked forward and bowed in unison, "Greetings, Master." The Luanfeng waved her hand, allowing them to rise, then pointed to Yang Kai and said, "This Sir Yang is this queen's honored guest and will be staying in my Feng Luo palace for a few days. Tell the servants that in the future, seeing Sir Yang is the same as seeing this queen, and they are not to be rude." The 8 maidservants were all surprised when they heard this and nodded in unison before secretly sizing up Yang Kai. Many pairs of beautiful eyes looked over and were surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a human. They didn't know what kind of background this person had to be valued so highly by their master Holy Master. Seeing him was like seeing the Holy Master in person, which was a great honor. Just as they were talking, a mischievous little girl of about 7 or 8 years old suddenly appeared in front of them. This little girl looked like she was carved from jade and looked somewhat similar to the Luanfeng. She had 2 cute little braids and rushed over and threw herself into the Luanfeng's arms, her little head rubbing against the Luanfeng's chest, causing the Luanfeng's full breasts to distort. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw this. The Luanfeng's face was also red from the rubbing, but when she noticed Yang Kai's strange gaze, she quickly picked up the little girl in her arms and said angrily, "Xiaoling, don't make trouble. Mother has a guest today, so I'll play with you later." Saying so, she smiled apologetically at Yang Kai and said, "This little girl is spoiled, please don't blame her, Sir Yang." "No, no, no." Yang Kai looked at the girl called Xiaoling, from head to toe and suddenly said, "Madam Feng, is this the girl I saw in Clear Jade Mountain?" "Indeed." Madam Feng put down Xiaoling, and stroked her head lovingly. Yang Kai was amazed. Yang Kai had indeed seen this little girl called Xiaoling before. She was the little Luanfeng who had appeared in Clear Jade Mountain. Yang Kai had not expected that after so many years, she would actually be able to take human form, and her cultivation was also quite good, reaching the second-order Dao source realm. However, in the end, she was a descendant of a divine spirit, so it was not surprising for her to have such amazing growth. Looking at her, Yang Kai suddenly became curious. Giving birth to children required the union of a man and a woman, so how did the Luanfeng give birth to this girl? There was probably no other male Luanfeng in this world, right? Could it be that she had an affair with one of his Monster King subordinates? Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 2606. The little girl named Xiaoling, tilted her head and blinked her big eyes curiously at Yang Kai. However, she obviously did not remember Yang Kai. Although they had met more than 10 years ago in Clear Jade Mountain, Xiaoling had just gained sentience at that time and could not remember many things clearly. She only vaguely felt that this person in front of her was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai showed her a harmless smile. Luanfeng's heart suddenly jumped, fearing that Yang Kai would take a fancy to her daughter and kidnap her, so she quickly signaled to the maidservant beside her and ordered, "Take her away, don't disturb Sir Yang." The maidservant quickly responded, "Yes." Saying so, she reached out and took Xiaoling's hand, excused herself, and slowly left. Seeing Xiaoling disappear from sight, Feng breathed a sigh of relief and secretly decided to not let Xiao Ling, or see Yang Kai while he was in the palace. A descendant of a divine spirit was a great attraction to any human. Regardless of whether or not she would be of any help, her status as a descendant of a divine spirit was enough to deter many people. If Yang Kai really abducted Xiao Ling, Feng would have no place to cry. Unfortunately, Xiao Ling was quite playful, so it was not easy to keep an eye on her. "Sir Yang, this way please." Feng gestured. Yang Kai nodded and followed Feng into the phoenix-gathering palace with his third brother. The palace was huge and magnificent, and the interior was beautifully decorated. It was obvious that Feng was quite fond of this aspect. The interior was decorated with flying dragons and phoenixes, showing the style of a great family. After leading Yang Kai to a courtyard in the depths of the palace, Feng said, "Sir Yang, take a look and see if this place is acceptable. If you are not satisfied, let's move to another place." Yang Kai glanced around and found nothing to be dissatisfied with, so he nodded and said, "Very well." Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the other 7 maidservants. "During this time, you will serve Sir Yang here. If Sir Yang has any requests, you must satisfy them, otherwise, this queen will not let you off lightly." The 7 First-Order Emperor Realm maidservants hurriedly responded, "Yes." He couldn't help but feel worried. The Master of the Lord said that he would satisfy any request of Mr. Yang. What if this man was lustful and asked them to do this and that? What should they do? There was nothing good about men, whether they were humans or demons. However, since the Lord had come down, they did not dare to disobey. "Mr. Yang, if there is nothing else, this concubine will take her leave first. If you have any orders, you can order them." Feng looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madam Feng, you can go do your own things." Madam Feng, please take good care of the spiritual flowers and herbs." Feng smiled bitterly in her heart, knowing that she couldn't escape this calamity, but she could only reply, "Mister, don't worry, this mistress will deal with it." After saying that, he respectfully took his leave. After she left, only then did Yang Kai step forward. Looking around, he pointed to a loft on his left and said, "Old Third, how about you stay here for the time being?" Old Third glanced at the loft and said, "Does Master also live here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I live over there." He pointed to the loft next to him. Old Third immediately showed an awkward look and said, "But this disciple has to serve Master, it's not far away, it's okay." Yang Kai waved his hand. Without waiting for Old Third to say anything, he looked at one of the maidservants and asked, "What's your name?" The maidservant bowed and said, replying to Mr. "This servant's name is Tian Long." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you to take her down and give her a bath. Also, find some clean clothes for her to change into." Old Third's current appearance was really inconvenient to see people. Who knew how many years it had been since he changed out of Iceheart Valley's uniform? His hair was messy, his face was dirty, and there was a strange smell on his body. It smelled like sour fruits. Now that he had temporarily settled down, Yang Kai naturally wanted to let him clean up first. Otherwise, he really couldn't bear to see her in this state. "Yes," Tian Long said as she took Old Third's arm and pulled her out. Old Third seemed to be a little panicked. Yang Kai hurriedly comforted him, "Come see me after you're clean." Yang Kai's words were still very useful to Old Third. With a single order, Old Third immediately calmed down. After the maidservant named Tian Long was taken away by Old Third, Yang Kai waved to the other 6 women and said, "You can go about your business. I don't need you to serve me." Hearing this, the 6 women all showed a look of joy. Without saying anything, they all bowed and left. They were really afraid that Yang Kai would make some rude requests. If that really happened, with the orders of their master Holy Master in front of them, they would be powerless to resist. Now that this human seemed to be easy to get along with, they felt a lot more relieved. After dispersing everyone, Yang Kai walked to the attic alone and went straight to the second floor. The second floor was spacious and all the utensils were prepared. Yang Kai walked to the table and sat down, sighing slightly. This trip to the ancient lands was filled with so many unexpected events that it was impossible to guard against. Facing the four holy masters, he experienced the long-lost feeling of powerlessness. The space divine technique that he relied on to survive was simply useless in front of the four holy masters. In the end, if it wasn't for the sudden awakening of Ruoxi's bloodline, he was afraid that things really wouldn't end well. Ruoxi was actually a descendant of Tian Xing, which really shocked Yang Kai. However, now that her bloodline had awakened and she had entered the blood door, as long as she could walk out, she would inevitably inherit the power of her ancestors. Xiao Xiao, who went in with her, would also be incarnated as the Holy Spirit Taiyu. Even his embodiment had obtained the Stonefire origin and was expected to become the next Holy Spirit Stonefire. Overall, although this trip was a little dangerous, the harvest was extremely huge. This did not include the wealth that he wanted to extort and the million inner cores that he obtained from the All-Spirit's tomb. He did not know how much Shihua's inheritance was, nor did he know how many benefits the other three holy sages would give him. Putting aside the future and the immediate benefits, Yang Kai urgently felt a thirst for his own strength. This time, it was Ruoxi's bloodline awakening that resolved the crisis, but what about the next time? If he encountered holy spirits or great emperors again, how should he deal with them? He couldn't have such good luck every time, right? In terms of means, his means and divine technique were not inferior to anyone. The space divine technique, the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal, the golden divine dragon's origin, the ancient demon's sealing power, which one of them wasn't a world-shaking means. In terms of secret treasures, he had the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. Just this one was enough to leave people in the dust. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. A first-order Emperor Realm Master was neither strong nor weak, which was quite embarrassing. I still have to cultivate, I have to redouble my efforts. Thinking so, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to think about it. With a wave of his hand, the purple origin furnace appeared in front of him. His divine sense shuttled back and forth between the space ring and the small sealed world, looking for suitable materials. He was now an Emperor-grade alchemist, and the materials he had on hand were enough to refine many Emperor-grade spirit pills. With the help of Emperor-grade spirit pills, his cultivation would naturally be twice as fast. So, he planned to refine some spirit pills first. It just so happened that he could hone his alchemy skills and prepare for refining the flesh incarnation fruit in the future. Emperor-grade spirit grasses were taken out one by one, and monster cores were placed in front of him. Various pill recipes flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and finally, he decided to refine several kinds of spirit pills according to the materials he had on hand. His Emperor Qi poured into the purple origin furnace, and the flames immediately burned, raising the temperature of the room by a lot. But before Yang Kai could put the spirit grasses in front of him into the pill furnace, his expression suddenly changed and he looked outside. The maidservant named Tian Long from before ran over in a panic, looking anxious, as if something big had happened. Sir Yang. Tian Long hurriedly raised her head and shouted when she approached the loft. What's the matter? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Sir Yang, you should go and take a look. I don't know what's wrong with your disciple, but she suddenly seems to have gone crazy and refuses to cooperate with the bath. Tian Long replied anxiously. Yang Kai's face darkened as he knew that things were not good. His third sister's mental state was extremely unstable, and from what Tian Long said, it seemed that her consciousness had become chaotic again. His figure flickered, and he appeared directly beside Tian Long, saying in a deep voice, "Lead the way." Tian Long was slightly startled and didn't know how Yang Kai had come out, but she didn't dare to ask and quickly led the way, flying as fast as lightning. After a while, the two came to a side hall, one in front and one behind. This side hall seemed to be a place for bathing. There was a large pool in the middle of the hall, covered with a variety of fresh flowers, exuding a strange fragrance, and the light gauze curtains around it fluttered slightly. At this moment, in this side hall, the other 6 maidservants were also there, looking around anxiously. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the 6 maidservants hurried forward and knelt on the ground, trembling. Yang Kai glanced at them and asked in surprise, "Where's third sister?" Tian Long hurriedly said, "We don't know." Yang Kai frowned, "What's going on?" Tian Long replied, "Everything was fine before, but when she was about to bathe your disciple, she suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. She told us to catch her, but in the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. There was something she did not dare to say directly, and that was that her third sister's previous behavior was like a lunatic, simply unreasonable." Yang Kai slapped his forehead, thinking that he had been careless. He waved his hand and said, "It's not your fault, get up." "Thank you, mister." The 6 maidservants in front of him all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around and found that there was only one exit in this side hall, and the other places were sealed, so he asked, "Did you see third sister leave here?" The 6 maidservants looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not see her. But here was the strange thing, they had searched the entire side hall, but they could not find her. If she did not leave, then where did she go? Hearing this, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind, looked around, and coldly snorted, "Third sister, if you still don't come out, master will be angry. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to come out, or you will be punished by the sect rules." Chapter 2607. Yang Kai's shout reverberated throughout the side hall. Tian Long and the other maidservants looked at each other in dismay, thinking to themselves, "Is this really going to work? I'm afraid your disciple has lost her mind." But to their surprise, just as Yang Kai's voice fell, a slight noise suddenly came from behind a pillar, followed by a dirty head poking out from behind. Only a pair of bright and beautiful eyes could be seen. "Honored master, why are you here?" Third sister seemed to be startled and ran out from behind the pillar in a panic. Yang Kai coldly glanced at her, putting on a dignified expression, but soon he couldn't help but groan, not knowing where to look. As far as the eye could see, Lao San was completely naked. There were patches of black and white on his body, making him look extremely eye-catching. When she was wearing those tattered clothes, it wasn't obvious, but now that she was naked, third sister's full and round figure was clearly visible. Part of her snow-white skin was so bright that it almost blinded Yang Kai's eyes. She didn't notice and directly came to stand in front of Yang Kai, looking apprehensive. "That." Yang Kai scratched his chin and looked up at the ceiling, saying awkwardly, "I heard you were messing around again, so master came to take a look." Third sister said embarrassedly, "Honored master, don't be angry, I was just playing with them." Yang Kai quickly waved his hand and said, "Since you were just messing around, then quickly go wash up." "Yes." The third sister responded, and her delicate body swayed as she fell into the huge pool, creating a large splash of water. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that third sister's understanding of him was still at the level of honored master. This saved him a lot of trouble. Tian Long and the other maidservants stood to the side. Their expressions were strange, not knowing what was going on with this strange master and disciple. Since they were master and disciple, how could this disciple be so honest with her master? Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between these two that couldn't be revealed to outsiders? This was a violation of the rules of etiquette. Thinking of this, the maidservants were flustered. "Quickly wash her, I'll go out and wait." Yang Kai was also embarrassed. After saying this, he wanted to leave this troublesome place. Tian Long anxiously said, "Honored Master Yang, if your disciple becomes like that again after you leave, what should we do?" Previously, when Kai Yang had brought his third brother over, everything had been fine, but in the blink of an eye, his third brother had gone insane. When Kai Yang arrived, his third brother had returned to normal. Tianlong was really afraid that something like this would happen again. After all, her third sister was a woman. It was not a big deal for her master to see her body. But what if she ran out and was seen by others? She wouldn't be able to live anymore. Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he helplessly asked, "Then what should we do?" Tianlong pursed her lips and smiled, "Your disciple seems to be very afraid of you. Why don't you wait here, Mr. Yang?" Mr. Yang was here. "And your disciple shouldn't cause any more trouble." Yang Kai was indifferent for a while. Although he knew this wasn't a good idea, there was nothing he could do. He could only nod and tell Tianlong to hurry up. With his back to the hot spring, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, held 2 high-rank source crystals in his hand, and began to cultivate. Soon, the sound of splashing water came from behind him, accompanied by the giggles of his third sister. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little restless. His imagination ran wild. After half an hour, Yang Kai, who was meditating, was awakened by the sound of honored master. Opening his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman standing in front of him. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her hair was like a waterfall, her lips were red, and her teeth were white. Perhaps because she had just taken a bath, her fair face was slightly rosy and exuded an alluring luster. She wore a light blue dress that fit her body perfectly. Her figure was curvaceous, and a faint fragrance wafted from her. This woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, like a young woman, but her true age was definitely much higher. It was just that Ice Heart Valley's secret art had a special effect on her appearance. Third sister? Yang Kai raised his brow, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't expected that after dressing up a little, his third sister would be so attractive, completely unlike her dirty appearance from before. Honored master. Third sister bowed respectfully. Yang Kai nodded lightly, stood up from the ground, and flicked his sleeve, "Come with me." Third sister didn't say a word and obediently followed behind. After the previous incident, Yang Kai didn't dare leave his third sister alone in a place, lest her mind become chaotic again. With him in front of her, she would at least be able to remain sober. Bringing his third sister back to the loft where he lived, Yang Kai told her to meditate and cultivate on her own before taking out the purple origin furnace and the various herbs he had collected before. Circulating his emperor chi, the flames inside the purple origin furnace soared, and Yang Kai poured his conflagrated knowledge sea into it to adjust its temperature. Immediately after, Yang Kai placed the herbs into it in an orderly manner to condense the medicinal liquid. Third sister watched in a daze, full of doubts, but not daring to disturb him. After an hour, Yang Kai suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands and sent them into the purple origin furnace one after another. A moment later, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace, causing its lid to fly up. At the same time, several spirit pills suddenly flew out from it and were collected by Yang Kai into a jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Looking at the quality of the spirit pills he refined, Yang Kai frowned slightly. This batch of spirit pills only produced 5, and not only did they not have pill veins, but their quality was also not very good. For Yang Kai, although he had successfully refined this batch of spirit pills, the effect was far inferior to his expectations. However, Yang Kai soon felt relieved. After all, these were emperor-grade spirit pills. Although he had been promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist for a long time, he had been running around for the past few years and had no time to calm down and refine spirit pills, so his alchemy skills were somewhat shaky. As long as he had enough materials to practice, Yang Kai believed that he could still refine good spirit pills. Putting away the 5 spirit pills, Yang Kai cleaned up the residue in the purple origin furnace before opening it again. Half a day later, after Yang Kai had collected 6 more emperor-grade spirit pills, third sister, who had been sitting and watching, finally could not help asking in surprise, "Honored Master, when did you learn alchemy?" Third sister looked blank and shocked because in her memory, her honored master had never come into contact with the alchemy Dao, but judging from the situation in front of her, not only could her honored master alchemy, but he could also refine emperor-grade spirit pills. In other words, her honored master was an emperor-grade alchemist. How many emperor-grade alchemists were there in the entire star boundary? Every emperor-grade alchemist was an extremely noble existence, and only the top sects and great forces were lucky enough to have one. Iceheart Valley used to invite an emperor-grade alchemist to serve as the sect's foreign elder, spending a lot of resources to support him every year. If that foreign elder had any requests, Iceheart Valley would definitely satisfy them. But since her honored master suddenly disappeared, Iceheart Valley's strength had declined, and the foreign elder had left to seek other opportunities. As a result, if Iceheart Valley wanted emperor-grade spirit pills now, they had to spend a lot of money to buy them or find an emperor-grade alchemist from another sect to refine them. It was extremely inconvenient and the cost was enormous. But now, her honored master was actually an emperor-grade alchemist. How could third sister not be shocked? Hearing this, Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Honored master has been away for many years and has had some opportunities." Oh, third sister believed him and nodded silently. Yang Kai threw herbs into the pill furnace while saying, "Third sister, cultivate well. When honored master finishes refining pills, I will give you some." "Many thanks, honored master." Third sister hurriedly said, but then frowned and asked, "Honored master, why do you call me third sister?" Yang Kai paused for a moment, but soon returned to normal and said lightly, "You are honored master's third disciple. If I don't call you third sister, what should I call you?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "I don't even know what your name is, so how can I call you that?" Third sister pouted and said, "Honored master used to call me Yao, Disciple's full name is Ji Yao." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Perhaps honored master hasn't seen you for a long time and has forgotten how to call you Yao, In that case, I will call you Yao, from now on." Third sister giggled and said, "Honored master really knows how to joke. Alright, continue cultivating. Honored master is busy, so don't disturb me." "Yes." After saying so, she obediently closed her eyes and began to meditate. Yang Kai secretly glanced at her, secretly sighing in his heart. He didn't know if this Ji Yao would return to normal in the future and remember today's events. Would she come to settle accounts with him? It was fine if he pretended to be Bing Yun and took advantage of her. After all, there was a reason for it. But the matter of seeing her naked body was not so easy to settle. After all, it was related to a woman's reputation. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai shuddered and hurriedly collected his thoughts and continued to alchemy. Time flew by. Yang Kai stayed in Phoenix Luo Palace for about 10 days. During this time, he had been refining pills. Just as he had expected, with the addition of a large number of materials, the quality of the emperor-grade spirit pills he refined improved, and the number of pills he produced increased. During this time, 6 or 7 spirit pills with pill veins were born, which surprised him a little. His talent in alchemy was not bad. Later, he triggered the grand alchemic Dao Tone on Water Moon Star, the home star of Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce. He was taught alchemy by the Heavenly Way and glimpsed a trace of the grand Dao of alchemy. He had a unique advantage in alchemy. In this regard, even little senior sister Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body was inferior. In 10 days, he refined a lot of spirit pills. There were various uses, but most of them were used to assist in cultivation. Yang Kai gave some to his third sister, secretly hoping that when she regained her consciousness in the future, she would be willing to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Third sister was overjoyed when she received the reward and thanked Yang Kai profusely. This made Yang Kai feel guilty, but he didn't dare to show it. Another 5 days passed, and Yang Kai's success rate of refining emperor-grade spirit pills had almost reached perfection. Every time he refined 9 pills, the quality of which had greatly improved, and the number of spirit pills that had formed pill veins had increased exponentially. With such skill and proficiency, refining the flesh incarnation pill was no longer a problem. Chapter 2608. When he saved Gao Shueting last time, he obtained a flesh incarnation fruit from the ancient medicine garden. As long as he could gather the other supplementary materials, Yang Kai would be able to refine the flesh incarnation pill and reconstruct Tianyan's body in Azure Sun Temple's forbidden area, the divine Ascension mirror. Although Tianyan was only a soul avatar, he was still a master on the level of great emperors. If he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body, then there would be another great emperor in the star boundary. The reason why Yang Kai spent so much effort on this matter was because Tianyan was a good person. Tianyan had taught him a soul secret technique in the divine Ascension mirror, and also because he had promised Tianyan a long time ago. Furthermore, it was a rare opportunity to earn a favor from one of the great emperors. As long as he could help Tianyan reconstruct his body, he wouldn't have to worry about Tianyan not helping him if he ran into trouble in the future. However, the flesh incarnation pill was extremely difficult to refine, and the herbs required were also very rare. There were 81 supplementary herbs, and all of them were emperor-grade spirit medicines that were rare and difficult to find. Although Yang Kai had a lot of spirit grasses and herbs, he could only barely gather half of them. The other half was nowhere to be found. Right now, he could only hope that the 3 great saint venerables of the ancient lands could help him gather the herbs. Once the herbs were gathered, he could start refining the flesh incarnation pill and then return to Azure Sun Temple to find Tianyan. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. A few more days passed. On this day, Yang Kai was refining pills when he suddenly sensed something and looked outside. He immediately called out, "Yao, Ji Yao, who was meditating, quickly opened her eyes and respectfully said, "Disciple is here. There are guests. Go tell them that Master is in seclusion. They are not to disturb me. And, take the things they have brought. Tell them that I will leave the ancient lands after my injuries have healed." "Yes." Ji Yao heard this and quickly stood up and went down from the 2nd floor. Not long after, voices came from below. After a while, Ji Yao returned. She respectfully handed the 4 space rings in her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Honored Master, these are the things that the 3 Saint Venerables asked Disciple to pass to you." Yang Kai nodded and reached out to grab the 4 space rings. Yang Kai casually picked one up and felt it for a moment. He could not help but chuckle, thinking that those 3 Saint Venerables were quite meticulous. Each of these 4 space rings should contain something belonging to a Saint Venerable, so they were afraid that Yang Kai would not be able to tell who belonged to whom. He even deliberately left his aura on the ring, afraid that it would be mixed up with someone else's aura. The one in his hand should be Fan Hua's space ring. He wondered what Fan Hua had given him. Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to it, and his mind entered the ring to investigate. At a glance, all Yang Kai could see were 2 mountain-like piles of source crystals. A big pile and a small pile. The large pile was filled with mid-rank source crystals, while the small pile was filled with high-rank source crystals. After a quick calculation, Yang Kai couldn't help but chuckle. There were about 3 billion mid-rank source crystals and 50 million high-rank source crystals. Such a large number of source crystals was already a considerable amount of wealth. Even if a first-class sect took out such a sum, it would likely be a loss. One had to know that 1 high-rank source crystal could be exchanged for 100 mid-rank source crystals, and 1 mid-rank source crystal could be exchanged for 100 low-rank source crystals. 50 million high-rank source crystals might not sound like a lot, but if converted, that was 5 billion mid-rank source crystals and 500 billion low-rank source crystals. This number was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai had been killing and robbing people for many years, and although he had also accumulated a lot of wealth, compared to Fan Hua's wealth, it was still a small wizard compared to a great wizard. In the entire star boundary, the number of high-rank source crystals was limited, so no matter what kind of transaction, it was basically low-rank and mid-rank source crystals. Most high-rank source crystals were used for cultivation and breakthroughs. Fan Hua suddenly received 50 million high-rank source crystals, which was enough for a large sect to operate for several years. Next to the 2 piles of source crystals was a pile of monster beast nadens. This was the ancient land, and there was no shortage of monster beast. After a monster beast died, it would naturally leave behind a naden. However, there weren't many monster cores. There were only 112th order monster cores, 2,000 11th order monster cores, 30,000 10th order monster cores, and none below the 10th order. Fan Hua guessed that Yang Kai wouldn't be interested in them, so she simply didn't give him any. Such an amount of monster cores, if placed in the hands of anyone else, would be a shocking amount of wealth, but to Yang Kai, who was sitting on 1 million monster cores, it was nothing. However, it was not easy for Fan Hua to obtain so many nadens. 112th rank nadens were the equivalent of 100 monster beast of the Emperor realm. This was also the result of the 4 saint sovereigns operating in the ancient land for countless years. Otherwise, 112th rank nadens would be unimaginable for any other human sect. Yang Kai's gaze quickly shifted to another pile of things. This pile was filled with spirit flowers and exotic grasses that emitted a lustrous glow. There were all kinds of flowers and grasses piled together, and there were also many attractive spirit fruits of different colors. Every stalk of spirit grass and spirit fruit was emperor grade, with no Dao source grade existences to be seen. I'm rich, I'm rich. Yang Kai wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining with a green light. There were at least 10,000 to 20,000 of these spirit flowers and exotic grasses. Yang Kai glanced over and saw several auxiliary materials needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill. This time, he was completely rich. Compared to source crystals and nadens, Yang Kai preferred these spirit flowers and exotic grasses. This was enough to make any alchemist go crazy. But, bastard, how could you place these spirit flowers and exotic grasses so casually? It's a waste of heaven's treasures, Yang Kai cursed again. These spirit flowers and exotic grasses were not properly preserved, so in the long run, their medicinal efficacies would definitely fade away. Fortunately, he had the sealed world bead, and inside the sealed world bead was his own medicine garden. Last time, Yang Kai had cleaned out the entire ancient medicine garden to expand the area of his own medicine garden. The ancient medicine garden spirit soil was extremely rich and suitable for cultivating spirit flowers. Putting these things in the medicine garden would probably slow down the loss of their medicinal efficacies. Considering all this, Yang Kai quickly threw all the spirit flowers and exotic grasses into the medicine garden in the sealed world bead. He didn't expect to grow them again, just that their medicinal efficacies wouldn't fade away too much. There were too many things, so he didn't have time to sort them out for the time being. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had some free time to sort them out and see if he could find any auxiliary herbs to refine the flesh incarnation fruit. The space ring sent by Fan Hua only contained these things, but it was indeed a generous gift. Yang Kai was extremely satisfied. Then, he picked up the second ring and sensed it, confirming that there was Tsang Dog's aura on it. It should be the space ring sent by Tsang Dog. After a careful inspection, Yang Kai found that Tsang Dog's gift was not much different from Fan Hua's. He guessed that the two of them had agreed to send the same amount of source crystals, monster cores, and spirit herbs. This didn't surprise Yang Kai. He picked up the third ring, which should be Luan Feng's space ring. Unsurprisingly, Luan Feng's gift was the same as the previous two. The last ring, however, made Yang Kai look forward to it. This ring didn't have anyone's aura on it, but Yang Kai knew that it contained Shihua's inheritance. Divine Spirit Shihua had lived in the ancient lands for tens of thousands of years. How much wealth had he accumulated over these tens of thousands of years? Pouring his divine sense into the ring, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He also saw 2 piles of source crystals, but they were at least 10 times larger than Fan Wu's and the others. In other words, there were at least 30 billion mid-grade source crystals and 500 million high-grade source crystals. Even if Kai Yang was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the monster cores, there were 10 times more than those of Fan Hua and the others. There were thousands of level 12 monster cores, tens of thousands of level 11 monster cores, and fewer level 10 inner core, only a few tens of thousands. The amount of spirit herbs was also 10 times more. Just looking at them piled up, there was enough to make one happy. The wealth in the 4 space rings added together was 40 billion mid-grade source crystals and 650 million high-grade source crystals. Disregarding the monster beast's monster cores, Yang Kai already had 1 million monster cores. The Saint Venerable's gifts were only a fraction. As for the spirit herbs, there were more than 100,000. What kind of concept was 100,000 emperor-grade spirit herbs? Perhaps only a place like the savage desolate ancient land could produce such an amount. No place in the star boundary could produce so many spirit herbs. Yang Kai's current wealth could only be compared to the sects of the great emperors. Perhaps even surpassing them. After all, although the sects of the great emperors were powerful, they had many disciples and spent a lot of money on cultivation every year. Among Shi Hua's belongings, in addition to the source crystals, monster cores, and spirit herbs, there were also countless rare minerals, as well as a mess of things that Yang Kai could not identify. Most likely, Shi Hua's belongings had all been cleared out by Fan Hua and the others and sent to Yang Kai. Comparing the gifts that Fan Hua and the others gave Yang Kai were about 1/10 of their own wealth. This was already considered a very generous gift. If it weren't for the close relationship between Tianxing and Yang Kai, who would be willing to take out 1/10 of their wealth? Fan Hua and the others were probably forced into a corner. Since the beginning of counting the 4 rings, Yang Kai had been laughing foolishly, counting for a while, then counting for a while, then laughing foolishly again. Jia watched from the side with a frightened expression, not knowing what had happened to her honored master, but she did not dare to ask and simply stood there with an uneasy expression. After waiting for Yang Kai to stop laughing foolishly, Jia called out weakly, "Honored master, Yang Kai suddenly woke up and realized that he had lost his composure, quickly adjusting the stiff expression on his face and said, "Yao, go and tell Madame Feng that master's injuries have been healed and I will be leaving tomorrow. Tell her not to worry." "Yes." Jiao responded and went downstairs. Chapter 2609. Outside the pavilion, Fan Ku, Cang Go, and Luan Feng, the 3 Saint Venerables, stood there with bitter expressions. Yang Kai had accepted their gifts but did not show any reaction, making them very anxious. They did not even see Yang Kai in person this time, only the woman beside him spoke to him. After a while, Cang Go said, "Could it be that he thinks our gifts are too light and wants more?" Fan Ku glanced at him and said, "We have already given him 10% of our belongings, how can this be considered light?" "I'm afraid he won't be satisfied," Cang Go said worriedly. "It's not like you don't know how greedy humans are." Luan Feng sighed, "If he isn't satisfied, what can we do? I'm afraid we will have to spend more to avoid disaster. By the way, Shi Hua's inheritance, you two didn't hide it, right?" Cang Go curled his lips and said, "Madame Feng, you have also checked Shi Hua's belongings. Can't you tell if he hid anything?" Luan Feng nodded, "I was just asking casually." Fan Ku smiled bitterly, "He used the excuse of recuperating to stay in the ancient lands, so we can't ask him to leave. Otherwise, if something really happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences when that descendant of Tianxing comes out of the blood door." Hearing him mention the descendant of Tianxing, Luan Feng and Cang Go couldn't help paling, obviously very afraid. The 3 of them looked at each other and sighed, secretly feeling a headache. At this time, the three of them seemed to have noticed something and turned their heads to look at the direction they came from. They saw Ji Yao walking over from the pavilion and shouting, "Three Saint Venerables, please wait." Fan Ku and the others were startled, not knowing what Yang Kai wanted them to do. They wondered if that guy was not satisfied with the things in the 4 space rings. Did he want to ask for too much? If that was the case, his table manners would be too ugly. Luan Feng squeezed out a smile and asked politely, "Young lady, does Sir Yang have any other request?" Ji Yao glanced at her indifferently and said, "Honored Master asked me to tell you that his injuries have healed and he will leave the ancient lands tomorrow." What? Sanggo was overjoyed. He cried out involuntarily, "Are you serious?" He was a saint venerable, but when he heard that Yang Kai was leaving the ancient lands, he couldn't help but lose his composure. As soon as he spoke, Fan Ku quietly kicked him. The old dog's expression changed and it quickly shut its mouth, looking embarrassed. Ji Yao didn't even look at him. She just passed on Yang Kai's words and went back the way she came. After Ji Yao's figure disappeared, the Luan and Feng trio looked at each other in dismay and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Fan Ku secretly winked at him. The three of them suppressed the joy in their hearts and quickly walked away. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Sanggo smiled and said, "We finally sent him away. It seems that this Mr. Yang isn't too greedy." If Yang Kai really wanted them to give him more things, they would have no choice but to prepare for another big loss. Spend money to avoid calamity. Spend money to avoid calamity. Fan Ku also wore a cheerful expression. In this world, there were probably some people who would still be happy after Yang Kai extorted and blackmailed them. If it were anyone else, the 3 Saint Venerables would have fought with them. Since he is leaving tomorrow, this queen will personally send him off, so as not to be impolite, Luan Feng said with a smile. Fan Ku nodded and said, "Of course, then we will have to trouble Madame Feng." Luan Feng waved her hand and smiled bitterly. Who asked him to live in this queen's territory? After all, the ancient lands is our territory. If something happens to him, I'm afraid no one can bear this responsibility. The three of them chatted for a while before Fan Ku and Sanggo bid farewell and left. When they came, the two of them were worried and restless, but when they returned, they were relaxed and happy. The contrast between their moods was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the following time, Yang Kai did not refine any more spirit pills and instead began to organize the things in the 4 space rings. Source crystals and monster cores were easy to deal with. Yang Kai categorized them into different categories and threw them into the small sealed world according to their grade, piling them up into small hills for him to collect when he needed them. Only the 100,000 or so emperor-grade spirit herbs took Yang Kai a lot of effort. These spirit herbs were rare, so Yang Kai naturally had to check them one by one to preserve their medicinal efficacies as much as possible. After a busy night, less than a tenth of the 100,000 spirit herbs had been sorted out. The next morning, Yang Kai led Ji Yao out of Feng Luo Palace under the guidance of the maidservant Tian Long and saw Luan Feng waiting outside. "Sir Yang." Luan Feng saw Yang Kai and quickly greeted him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and chuckled, "I have troubled Madame Feng these days. And, now that this young master's injuries have been healed, it is time to leave. As for the Stone Spirit Clan, I will have to ask Madame Feng and the other 2 Saint Venerables to take care of them." Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled, "Sir Yang, please rest assured. As long as the 3 of us remain in the ancient lands, we will not let the Stone Spirit Clan suffer." Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. Luan Feng said, "The ancient lands has many barriers and it is a long journey. Allow me to accompany Sir Yang." Facing her kindness, Yang Kai did not refuse and simply nodded before leaping into the air. Ji Yao also hurriedly followed. Luan Feng's figure flickered and she arrived beside Yang Kai and Ji Yao in an instant, rolling her monster chi around them before turning into a stream of light and flying out of the ancient lands. Yang Kai was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and his speed was not slow, but he found that his speed was somewhat inferior to Luan Feng's. Unless he used Space Force to teleport, there was no way he could compare to her. In less than 2 days, the trio had left the Ancient Lands and arrived in front of the Ancient Lands passageway. Inside the passageway, there was a strange fog, lightning, and astral winds raging from time to time, and countless Yin souls were glaring at them. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would not dare to enter rashly. But to Luan Feng, these obstacles were nothing. She rushed straight into the strange fog with Yang Kai and flew out of the passageway in just 2 hours. Just as his vision cleared, Yang Kai heard a cry of surprise before he could see the scenery in front of him. "Brother Yang." "HM?" Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head in the direction of the voice, only to see a large group of cultivator of varying strength gathered there. There were at least 100 of them. Looking at their posture, it seemed that they wanted to enter the Ancient Lands. The one who spoke was a young man in his 30s. His face was slightly pale and he seemed to have been injured. Seeing this person, Yang Kai could not help but frown and ask, "Chi Hai?" This guy was none other than Heaven Chi Castle's Chi Hai, who had met Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. He knew that Yang Kai had obtained the Phoenix True Fire, so he begged Yang Kai to go to Chi Castle and use the Phoenix True Fire to save his wife. His wife was poisoned by one of the 10 great poisons in the Ancient Lands, the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. In this world, only the Phoenix True Fire's Nirvana flame could expel this poison. If the Phoenix True Fire was still in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would not mind helping him a little within his ability. But now, the Phoenix True Fire had been absorbed by Lu Yen, and Lu Yen was taken to Spirit Beast Island by Jiao Feng. Yang Kai wanted to help, but he was powerless. Before entering the Ancient Lands, Yang Kai also met another disciple of Heaven Chi Castle, Chi He Feng, who was arranged by Chi Hai to wait for Yang Kai in the Ancient Lands passage. He wanted to do Yang Kai a favor and tell him that the Netherworld sect was plotting against him, but Yang Kai was so fierce that even though he knew, he still rushed into the Ancient Lands without hesitation. As a result, the Netherworld sect was completely wiped out. Looking at each other, Chi Hai's expression was complicated. There seemed to be some guilt and struggle in his eyes, but soon, his hesitant eyes suddenly became firm. He cupped his fists and shouted to a strong old man in front of him, "Senior Wu, he is the one you are looking for." Although the old man looked old, his body was extremely strong. He was wearing a short-sleeved vest, and the muscles on his arms were like steel. His amazing strength seemed to be about to burst out at any time. Hearing Chi Hai's words, the strong old man's face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Is he that boy called Yang Kai?" While speaking, his hawk-like sharp eyes stared straight into Yang Kai's eyes, and a murderous intent flashed across his face. Chi Hai quickly said, "Yes." "Good, very good." A ferocious smile appeared on the old man surnamed Wu's face. "I didn't expect that he would come to this king without waiting for this king to find him. His luck is really good." Chi Hai gritted his teeth and said, "I hope Senior Wu can keep your promise and lend this junior the Phoenix True Fire after this matter is settled." The old man surnamed Wu coldly snorted, "When did this king give you such a promise?" "But Senior, didn't you say before?" Chi Hai's face changed drastically as he looked at the old man surnamed Wu with an ugly expression. The old man snorted, "What kind of divine object is the Phoenix True Fire? How can you borrow it?" "Senior, you actually broke your promise." Chi Hai's expression instantly turned ugly, but he was helpless because his strength was inferior. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. "Impudent." The old man surnamed Wu did not speak this time, but it was another old man who shouted angrily and slapped Chi Hai, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The old man took a step forward and coldly said, "If you dare speak nonsense again, this elder will kill you first." "Young Fort Lord." Seeing Chi Hai fall to the ground, the group of people quickly rushed over and helped him up with concern. Realizing that Chi Hai's life was not in danger, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, then glanced at the old man who had attacked them with sullen expressions, not daring to say anything. What kind of song is this? Yang Kai watched with a strange expression. He did not expect that he would encounter such a good show as soon as he came out of the ancient lands, and it seemed that he was also involved in this good show. Chi Hai and the old man surnamed Wu did not talk much, but Yang Kai was not a fool and could naturally see some clues. Chapter 26:10. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Yang Kai grinned. Netherworld sect. You're really haunting me. Among the hundreds of people, there were a dozen people with extremely cold auras, including the old man surnamed Wu and the one who dealt with Chi Hai before. They obviously cultivated an evil secret art. The aura these people gave Yang Kai was the same as Yin Lusheng, Hua Fei Chen, and the others he encountered before. In that case, the identities of these dozen or so people were obvious. In the eastern region, other than the people of the Netherworld sect, there was probably no other family. Apart from these people, the rest of the people's strength was uneven. At this moment, they were looking at Chi Hai with eyes full of concern. Presumably, they were from the Heaven Chi Castle. Soon, Yang Kai's eyes fixed on another old man and frowned slightly. Old man? Why are you here too? This old man was the one who led him and Ruoshi into the ancient lands. Old Ban. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Old Ban smiled bitterly. They want to enter the ancient lands. I'm a fish on the chopping block. This sentence expressed the helplessness in his heart. Old thing, shut up. A Netherworld sect disciple next to Old Ban immediately glared at him. Old Ban's expression changed and he didn't dare to speak again, but he quietly transmitted a message. Little brother, leave quickly. These people from the Netherworld sect seem to be looking for you. Unexpectedly, as soon as his voice fell, the Netherworld sect disciple who stared at him before shouted, Old thing, you dare to secretly transmit a message? You're courting death. As soon as his words fell, he sent a palm strike towards Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm. Although the transmission was extremely subtle. How could it be hidden from the third order Dao source realm's Netherworld sect disciple? Seeing this old man refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the Netherworld sect disciple immediately wanted to teach him a lesson. In any case, the person the vice sect master was looking for had taken the initiative to appear. Naturally, there was no need to enter the ancient lands. Since he didn't want to enter the ancient lands, it didn't matter if he was beaten to death or not. This palm strike was merciless. As the wind howled, Old Ban's face turned deathly white. Just as the palm was about to land on Old Ban's body, another palm suddenly stretched out to meet it. Who is it? The Netherworld sect disciple was shocked, but before he could see the face of the attacker, his two palms met. A tsunami-like power surged towards the Netherworld sect's disciple, and he felt as if the power was tearing through his defenses, invading his body and rampaging inside. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Netherworld sect's disciple was sent flying backwards and tumbled several times on the ground. When he stood up again, he checked his body. His face immediately turned ashen as he said in despair, my meridians have been destroyed. He looked up and screamed hysterically. Only then did he see clearly. The one who attacked him before was actually that guy called Yang Kai. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, you are so ruthless. Yang Kai rescued Old Ban and wrapped him up before looking at the Netherworld sect's disciple indifferently. Boy, didn't your master teach you to respect the old and love the young? You don't even have this little bit of virtue. Crippling your meridians is just a small punishment. You can't be so rude when you see an old man in the future. The Netherworld sect's disciple was already grieving, so when he heard Yang Kai scolding him, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He turned to the old man surnamed Wu and said, Vice sect master. This disciple's meridians have been destroyed. You must uphold justice for this disciple. The old man surnamed Wu coldly snorted, what a disgrace. Get lost. The disciple was stunned, never having thought that the vice sect master would be so unreasonable. Not only did he not help him, but he even reprimanded him. He suddenly felt like he had nothing left to live for, and in a fit of anger, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The old man surnamed Wu looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, First Order Emperor realm, not bad. Yang Kai grinned at him and boasted shamelessly, "So, saying so, he turned his head and the smile on his face disappeared. He looked coldly at Chi Hai and said, Brother Chi Hai, you seem to have done something wrong to me. This young master is very distressed. Chi Hai heard this and his face was full of shame and embarrassment, but he still gritted his teeth and said, Brother Yang, this Chi didn't want to do this if I had no other choice. It's just that my wife's life is in danger. Unfortunately, Brother Yang has the Phoenix True Fire and is unwilling to lend a helping hand. This Chi can only rely on others. Yang Kai sighed and said lightly, this young master admires Brother Chi's feelings for your wife. Unfortunately, even if you betrayed me, this master vice sect master doesn't seem to appreciate it. Chi Hai suddenly felt bitter. Previously, the people from the Netherworld sect came to the Heaven Chi Castle because the Heaven Chi Castle was the local tyrant and knew more about the ancient lands than others. Chi Hai was angry at Yang Kai for being so stingy that he didn't even want to help, so he agreed to Vice Sect Master Wu's request without hesitation. He brought dozens of Heaven Chi Castle's disciples and prepared to enter the ancient lands to search for Yang Kai. But before they could enter, Kai Yang actually ran out on his own and came face to face with them. Where there is a will, there is a way. Chi Hai gritted his teeth and said, this Chi believes that sincerity can move metal and stone. As long as Vice Sect Master Wu can lend me the Phoenix True Fire, this Chi is willing to pay any price. While speaking, Chi Hai turned his head to look at the old man surnamed Wu. The latter's expression was indifferent and he didn't say anything at all. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Chi, what you said is very good, but, didn't Chi Hifeng tell you that the Phoenix True Fire is no longer with me? Chi Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother Yang, the Phoenix True Fire is so precious that no one would give it away, right? I just want you to do me a favor. It's just a small matter for you, but for me, it's more important than my own life. Why are you so evasive? Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, believe it or not. I've already given the Phoenix True Fire to someone, and that person is not here now. Originally, I thought that I would bring that person to the Heaven Chi Castle after she came back because you sold me a favor last time. Anyway, it's not a big deal. But now, your wife's poison is up to heaven. Chi Hai's face suddenly changed and he said in a trembling voice, Brother Yang, the Phoenix True Fire is really not with you? Yang Kai snorted coldly and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Speaking of which, he didn't have much friendship with Chi Hai. He was lucky that he didn't kill him in the Shattered Star Sea last time. This time, Chi Hai actually leaked the news that he had the Phoenix True Fire, which was really infuriating. Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Chi Hai suddenly realized that Yang Kai shouldn't be lying. After all, when Chi Hifeng returned to the Chi family fort that day, he had already mentioned this to him. Now that Yang Kai repeated it again, he couldn't help but believe it a little. For a moment, he was extremely vexed in his heart. The bitterness in his mouth was like eating Chinese gold thread. He stood there in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. Are you the deputy sect master of the Netherworld sect? Yang Kai turned to look at the strong old man and raised his eyebrows. Impudent. The old man who had attacked Chi Hai earlier shouted angrily, kneel down in front of our sect's deputy master. Yang Kai sneered and said, who does he think he is? Is he qualified to make this young master kneel? The old man still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Old Man Wu. Old Man Wu looked at Yang Kai indifferently and nodded, good temperament and cultivation. Boy, this king would like to accept you into your netherworld sect. What do you think? Ah! The group of netherworld sect disciples were shocked when they heard this. They never expected that their deputy master would think so highly of Yang Kai. The netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, and its reputation and prestige were second only to the Serene Soul Palace. It wasn't a place that just anyone could join. However, since the deputy master had spoken, it was naturally not difficult for him to accept someone. The netherworld sect disciple who had his meridians destroyed by Yang Kai just happened to wake up. When he heard this, he was shocked and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Accept me into the netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Old man Wu nodded and said, yes, this king is the netherworld sect's deputy sect master, Wu Yuanzheng. As long as you agree, this king is still qualified to accept you. Yang Kai scratched his face and said calmly, netherworld sect disciple, this young master has no interest in it. Wu Yuanzheng said, what if this king grants you the position of an elder? What? The group of netherworld sect disciples froze in place as if they had been struck by lightning. The netherworld sect disciple who had his meridians destroyed spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. He had hoped that the deputy master would avenge him and kill Yang Kai, but he didn't expect things to develop beyond his imagination. Not only did the deputy master have no intention of avenging him, but he also wanted to accept Yang Kai into the sect and even grant him the position of an elder. Once Yang Kai really became an elder of the netherworld sect, how could he have the chance to take revenge? His meridians being destroyed would probably be forgotten. Elder. Yang Kai was also dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe his ears. He turned to look at Ji Yao and asked, Yao, is master hallucinating? Ji Yao said expressionlessly, disciple also heard it. She couldn't help but snort. Her honored master was the ancestral founder of Ice Heart Valley, and Ice Heart Valley's status was almost the same as the netherworld sects. This Wu Yuanzheng actually wanted her honored master to become an elder of the netherworld sect? She didn't know if his head had been kicked by a donkey. What a joke! Wu Yuanzheng said indifferently, of course, the premise is that you must hand over the Phoenix True Fire to this king. As long as you hand over the Phoenix True Fire, all the grievances between you and my netherworld sect will be written off. This king will also guarantee you the position of an elder of the sect. What do you think? Yang Kai looked excited and said, that sounds very good. Wu Yuanzheng smiled slightly and said, this sect is a top sect in the Eastern Territory. Even an elder's status is not inferior to that of a second-class sect master. You are still young and have a promising future. In time, it is not impossible for you to climb to this king's position. Chapter 26:11. Yang Kai beamed with joy and said, TSK, this proposal is tempting, but this young master's grudge with the netherworld sect is not small, especially with your sect master's legacy disciple, Yin Lusheng. Wu Yuanzheng said, this king said that as long as you are willing to join this sect, all past grievances will be forgotten. As for martial nephew Yin, this king will persuade him. I believe he is not a person who can't see the big picture. Are you really going to write it off? Yang Kai raised his brow. This king has already said it, how could I lie to you? Even if Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen have been killed by me? Wu Yuanzheng narrowed his eyes and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant as he shouted, what did you say? Yang Kai said lightly, Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen have been killed by me. Wu Yuanzheng shouted, that's impossible. The reason why he appeared here was because he heard that Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen had brought a group of netherworld sect disciples to the ancient lands to find trouble with an enemy. Yin Lusheng was the legacy disciple of the netherworld sect master and had broken through from the lower star boundary. His aptitude was extremely good and his future was bright. He was of great value to the netherworld sect and the sect master valued him very much. Hua Feichen was an elder of the netherworld sect and held a high position in the sect. Wu Yuanzheng and the Netherworld sect master did not know that the two of them had brought many disciples into the ancient lands. Later, the Netherworld sect master inadvertently heard about this matter and became angry and worried. After all, the ancient lands were extremely dangerous. He was afraid that something would happen to his legacy disciple, so he asked Wu Yuanzheng to come and look for him personally. After Wu Yuanzheng arrived here, he immediately went to Heaven Qi Castle. From Heaven Qi Castle, he heard about the grudge between Yin Lisheng and Yang Kai and also learned that Yang Kai possessed the Phoenix Fire. Wu Yuanzheng was overjoyed and realized that this trip might be an opportunity for him. If he could obtain the Phoenix True Fire and refine it, then he might become another martial flame great emperors in the future. At that time, the Netherworld sect would have to listen to his orders. He secretly made up his mind. Not only did he have to find Yin Lisheng, he also had to snatch Yang Kai's Phoenix True Fire. Therefore, he was generous enough to bestow the position of elder to Yang Kai. How could a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master possess a divine artifact like the Phoenix True Fire? Only a Third Order Emperor Realm Master like him was qualified to subdue this divine fire and use it for himself. Who knew that Yang Kai would suddenly throw out such a heavy bomb? Yin Lisheng had broken through to the First Order Emperor realm after returning from the Shattered Star Sea, while Hua Feichen was a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Now, Yang Kai was saying that he had killed both of them. Wu Yuanzheng's first thought was disbelief, not to mention that Yin Lisheng still had the Emperor Authority Bead given to him by the Netherworld Sect Master. That Emperor Authority Bead could seal the full power of a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. You? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The Netherworld sect elder who attacked Yang Kai earlier sneered. Obviously, he didn't believe what Yang Kai said. With Yang Kai's strength, how could he have killed Hua Feichen, a Second Order Emperor Realm Master? But as soon as his voice fell, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked forward in shock. He saw a pitch-black object appear in Yang Kai's hand. It was dark and gloomy. With a shake of the wind, the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The elder exclaimed. Wu Yuanzheng couldn't help but twitch as he stared at the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It really is the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, and the aura from this banner is rich. It doesn't seem to be a Dao Source Grade 1, but an Emperor Grade 1. In the sect, only the elders, sect master, and vice sect master possess an Emperor Grade Netherworld Purgatory Banner. Did he really kill Elder Hua? Shocked, the group of Netherworld sect's disciples began to discuss among themselves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner was an artifact that every Netherworld sect disciple could refine, but the power of the artifact varied according to each person's cultivation. The one in Yang Kai's hand was the Emperor artifact left behind by Hua Feichen after his death. Some disciples couldn't distinguish the aura from the banner. However, Wu Yuanzheng and the other elder immediately realized that this banner belonged to Hua Feichen. For a moment, Wu Yuanzheng's face turned ashen. If Hua Feichen died, then Yin Lisheng, who was with him, wouldn't have a good end. The sect master regarded Yin Lisheng as the future successor of the Netherworld sect and spent a lot of effort on him. If he died, who could calm the sect master's anger? You really killed Elder Hua. The Netherworld sect elder flew into a rage and roared, "Little brat, hand over your life." Enraged, he flew out without hesitation. Black chi surged out from his body, giving off a frightening aura. It was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang to avenge Hua Feichen. It was unknown what kind of relationship he had with Hua Feichen. Wu Yuanzheng was shocked and quickly shouted, "Elder Zhong, come back." Although Yang Kai was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, since he could kill Hua Feichen, then Elder Zhong was definitely not his opponent. Elder Zhong was so angry that he lost his mind, but Yang Kai saw through him. But his shout was undoubtedly a little too late. Looking at Elder Zhong who was flying towards him, Yang Kai's face didn't show any surprise. He just chuckled and said, "Elder Zhong, don't be anxious. This young master will send you to accompany Hua Feichen. He slowly raised his hand and was about to attack when a beautiful figure suddenly flashed behind him. Ji Yao, exuding an extremely cold aura, stood in front of him and clenched her jade hand slightly, summoning a long sword. An astonishing aura suddenly spread out, and Ji Yao seemed to have transformed into an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years. Anyone who dared to approach her would be frozen. Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Elder Zhong turned pale with fright and was horrified. Although he had seen Ji Yao before, because she had been standing behind Yang Kai, he thought that this woman was Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant. How strong could Yang Kai's attendant or maidservant be if she was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master? Not to mention him, even Wu Yuanjing did not look at Ji Yao from beginning to end. It was not until Ji Yao attacked that they realized how wrong they were. This woman, who was quietly standing behind Yang Kai, was actually a Second Order Emperor Realm Master, much stronger than Yang Kai. Ji Yao unsheathed her sword, and a sword light flashed and a sword hum rang out. An ice domain suddenly spread out and enveloped Elder Zhong. In mid-air, Elder Zhong felt his body stiffen as he was enveloped by the ice principles. His Emperor Qi was unable to circulate properly, and his hair and beard were instantly frozen. I'm not her opponent. Elder Zhong's eyes widened as he shouted with all his might, Vice Sect Master, save me. But how could Wu Yuanjing save him? This Elder Zhong had attacked without warning, and his speed was so fast that he was not far away from Yang Kai. Even if Wu Yuanjing wanted to save him, it would be too late. Under everyone's gaze, the sword light in Ji Yao's hand flashed briefly before she returned to her original motionless posture, as if she had never moved. However, an ice flower strangely appeared on Elder Zhong's chest. The ice flower had 6 petals. It was crystal clear and beautiful, but this extreme beauty was accompanied by a shocking murderous intent. With a light cracking sound, the ice flower suddenly spread out and covered Elder Zhong's body, completely wrapping him in it. Through the crystal clear ice wall, hundreds of pairs of eyes could still see Elder Zhong's frozen expression of horror. Elder Zhong, who had been frozen into a block of ice, fell from the sky and shattered the moment he hit the ground. Even Elder Zhong, who had been sealed in ice, was torn apart without a trace of blood. Instant kill. A First Order Emperor Realm Elder of the Netherworld sect had been killed in a single strike by this otherworldly woman. The strong visual impact shocked everyone's soul, and they were unable to recover for a long time. Those who dare to shout in front of honored master will die. Ji Yao said coolly as her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. Anyone who met her gaze could not help but shudder. Only Wu Yuanjing's anger erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. His robes fluttered without wind, and his hair danced wildly as he said in a cold voice, "Good, good, good. It seems that this sect has been silent for so long that any random cat or dog dares to kill an elder of this sect." While speaking, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Yang Kai, even if you hand over the Phoenix True Fire today, you will die for sure." An elder-level master had died in front of him. If he did not kill the culprit, he would not be able to give the sect an explanation. Yang Kai sneered, "You want to kill this young master? Let's see if you have the ability. Then this king will open your eyes today." Wu Yuanjing grinned and said coldly, "Don't worry, this king won't kill you quickly. I will make you bleed every drop of blood in your body. As for the 2 women beside you, they will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Vice Sect Master, kill them and avenge Elder Zhong. Kill them. Those 2 women are quite beautiful, we can enjoy them before we kill them. Vice Sect Master, is in for a treat. That's right. Heh, those 2 women are blind. Of all the people they could follow, they actually chose to follow this little brat. Now they're out of luck." After the group of Netherworld sect disciples recovered from the shock of seeing Elder Zhong killed, they were suddenly filled with confidence because they had Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanzheng was the vice sect master of Netherworld sect, a third-order emperor realm master, second only to the sect master in terms of strength. With the vice sect master taking action, this man and 2 women would definitely not be able to escape. Senior Yang, how about leaving this person to this mistress? Luan Feng heard the profanities of the group of Netherworld sect disciples, and a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she spoke in a low voice. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, I was just about to borrow Madame Feng's strength. A third-order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than him. Even if he used all his means, he would have to pay a heavy price to kill this person. The reason why Yang Kai was so fearless was because he had Luan Feng by his side. Otherwise, he would have fled with Ji Yao long ago. But now, Wu Yuanzheng was probably out of luck. He shamelessly wanted Luan Feng to know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Even the heavens would not be able to save him. Chapter 26:12. While Yang Kai was secretly communicating with the Luan Feng, Wu Yuanzheng had already leaped into the air and swooped down like a hunting eagle. His momentum was ferocious as he shouted, "Kneel for me." Hua Feichen was dead, Yin Lisheng was dead, and even Elder Zhong was dead. The Netherworld sect had suffered heavy losses this time. Wu Yuanzheng wanted to use Yang Kai and the others to show the world what kind of tragic fate awaited those who killed the Netherworld sect. As he swung his palm down, the pressure of a third-order Emperor Realm Master surged out and solidified the surrounding space. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky instead of a person. Many Netherworld sect disciples watched in excitement, looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai and the others kneeling and begging for mercy. The dozens of Heaven Chi Castle disciples also watched with complicated expressions, especially Chi Hai, who couldn't help but sigh secretly. He knew that Yang Kai was doomed this time. Now that Yang Kai was dead, whether he still had the Phoenix True Fire or not, Chi Hai had no hope of borrowing it. His wife's Heavenly Frost Earth Rain poison was probably incurable. For a moment, he felt bitter in his heart and hated himself for being too weak and useless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuan sneered, while Kai Yang and the other 2 seemed to have been scared silly. They all stood in place, not daring to move an inch. Seeing that the palm was about to land, the Luan Feng suddenly raised her hand and pointed upwards. Her movement was extremely casual, as if she was pointing at an incoming fly. But the power of this finger made Wu Yuanzheng's face change drastically. His tyrannical third-order Emperor Realm aura was directly broken by this finger. His ferocious aura was like a deflated balloon. All of a sudden, it was exhausted. Not only that, but there was also a terrifying finger force in front of him. Like an indestructible sword, it tore through the principal strength and protective Emperor Qi around his body and stabbed into his palm. This is impossible. Wu Yuanzheng's heart shook violently. He could not hide the shock in his eyes as he desperately poured his cultivation into his palm. He wanted to resist the finger force that was invading his body. However, his third-order Emperor Realm cultivation, which he had always been proud of, was like a joke in front of this inexplicable finger force. It was completely useless. Pfff, a soft sound rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yuanzheng, who had pounced down ferociously, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. A bloody hole the size of a chopstick appeared in the center of his palm. His entire body flipped a few times in the air and staggered to the ground. His eyes trembled as he looked at the Luan Feng. The Netherworld sect's disciples were stunned. Many disciples of the Heaven Chi Castle were dumbfounded. What did they see? Wu Yuanzheng, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, had his palm pierced by a woman's finger, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Everyone was frightened. The entire place was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only the sound of heartbeats could be heard. In this world, who could injure a third-order Emperor Realm Master to such an extent? You. Who are you? Wu Yuan's face turned pale. It wasn't because of how serious his injuries were. Although the power of that finger had pierced his palm, it was only a minor injury. He should be able to recover after taking some pills and recuperating for a few days. Compared to his injuries, he was more shocked. He was shocked by the identity of this woman in front of him. To be able to injure him to such an extent, this woman's identity couldn't be too bad. Suddenly, a sensational thought popped up in the depths of his heart. His forehead dripping with cold sweat, Wu Yuanjing asked bitterly, "Are you Master Huaying?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Huaying. It was a person's name, and also a title. One of the 10 great emperors, the Huaying great emperors. She was also the only female great emperors among the 10 great emperors. Although she was a woman, her strength wasn't any weaker than the other great emperors. She supported the entire star boundary's female cultivator and was the object of reverence for all female cultivators. Unlike the great emperors such as the Serene Soul and the Bright Moon great emperors who founded their own sects, the Huaying great emperors seemed to live in a place called 10,000 Flower Valley. However, no one knew where this 10,000 Flower Valley was located in the star boundary. The 10 great emperors all had different temperaments. Some founded their own sects and spread their branches and leaves, some traveled the world alone and lived freely, and some lived in seclusion in the mountains and rivers, unknown to the world. It was just that each of their names had spread throughout the entire astral boundary. The reason why Wu Yuanjing guessed that Luan Feng was the Huaying great emperors wasn't without reason. The main reason was that this woman's strength was far beyond his. He was already a third-order emperor realm master, so those who surpassed him were undoubtedly great emperors. And Luan Feng was a woman, so it was easy for people to associate her with the Huaying. The Huaying great emperors. A burst of exclamations rang out. The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples all turned pale and their legs trembled. They looked as if their parents had died. It's over. The vice sect master could have provoked anyone, but she actually provoked a great emperor's. And she even shamelessly asked her to kneel down. Our actions are even more exaggerated. We even used dirty words to insult this master. How can we live now? The people of Heaven Chi Castle also had dignified expressions. Although they had been silent, they were still mixed up with the people of Netherworld sect. Who knew if the Huaying master would settle accounts with them? On the other side, Wu Yuanjing was sweating profusely and his face was full of fear. He trembled and said, "Master, this one had eyes but failed to see. I did not know that the master had personally come. I hope the master can forgive this one." After provoking the great emperors, Wu Yuanjing's heart was also dead, but he couldn't figure out why Yang Kai, a trivial first-order emperor realm master, had a second-order emperor realm woman by his side, but why was even a master on the level of great emperors following behind him? What is this guy's background? What was even more hateful was that he had been so arrogant just now, but he didn't point it out. It was obvious that he was waiting to watch a good show. This queen is not the Huaying. You've got the wrong person. The Luan Feng said lightly. Not the Huaying master. Wu Yuanjing was stunned and looked at the Luan Feng in a daze. He suddenly thought of something and said, "Then you are. The Luan Feng didn't want to talk to him and pointed at Wu Yuanjing again. But this time, it was different from before. Just now, it was just pure finger force. But now, under this finger, a pitch-black flame suddenly floated out. World-extinguishing black flames, you really are. Wu Yuanjing's face changed wildly. He had obviously realized the true identity of the Luan Feng. It wasn't surprising that he could guess this. After all, this was the periphery of the ancient lands. And there was a female divine spirit in the ancient lands. At this moment, seeing the signature world-extinguishing black flames, how could he not know the true identity of the other party? Divine spirit Luan Feng. Wu Yuanjing was horrified. If he had provoked the Huaying great emperors, then he might have had a chance of survival because rumor had it that as the only female great emperors, the Hua Ying had a very good temper. As long as one didn't do anything too heartless, she wouldn't make things difficult for others. However, provoking the Holy Spirit Luan Feng was a different story. Although the Luan Feng was not a person who would willfully slaughter the innocent, it was a different story. Although the Huaying Luan Feng wasn't a kind person, she wasn't a kind person either. "Master, please spare me." Wu Yuanjing shouted with all his strength while urging his Emperor Qi to resist the world-extinguishing black flames. The Luan Feng remained indifferent. Walla, the moment the world-extinguishing black flames touched Wu Yuanjing, his Emperor Qi ignited, turning him into a burning black fireball in an instant. An extremely shrill scream rang out, causing everyone who heard it to feel their hearts skip a beat. "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me." Wu Yuanjing desperately urged his Emperor Qi. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not extinguish the world-extinguishing black flames. On the contrary, the more he urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the world-extinguishing black flames burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. Wu Yuanjing's screams and pleas for mercy soon disappeared because under the world-extinguishing black flames, Wu Yuanjing was burned to ashes in less than 3 breaths, and even the space ring on his hand was completely melted. Dead silence reigned. Earlier, Elder Zhong had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by a woman with an icy temperament. Now, Wu Yuanjing had attacked Yang Kai but was instantly killed by another woman. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed such a thing could happen in this world. "Madame Feng, your flames are too powerful," Yang Kai watched as the space ring on Wu Yuanjing's hand melted. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling distressed. Wu Yuanjing was the vice-sect master of the Netherworld sect, so there must be a lot of good things in his space ring, but now it was burned to ashes by the Luan Feng. How could he not feel distressed? The Luan Feng smiled and said, "This mistress was negligent, but I ask Sir Yang to forgive this mistress this time for the sake of the many good things I obtained last time." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Since the Luan Feng had already said so much, what else could he say? "Master, please spare us, Master." The dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples in front of them suddenly knelt down and begged for mercy. Now that Elder Zhong and Wu Yuanjing were both dead, they had no one to rely on. If they wanted to live, they could only abandon their self-esteem and shame. For a time, the dozen or so people knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy one after another. "Shut up, if you make any more noise, I'll kill you." Ji Yao's expression became cold as she shouted. She was getting a headache from all the noise. The dozen or so people didn't dare to speak again, but all of them stared nervously at the Luan Feng, fearing that she would kill them in a fit of anger, following in the footsteps of the vice-sect master. Put on, another person knelt down. Yang Kai glanced over and found that this person was actually Qi Hai. Qi Hai's face was ashen as he said miserably, "Brother Yang, this Qi was wrong this time. I hope that after you kill me, you can calm your anger and let go of my Heaven Qi Castle's disciples." Young Fort Master. The group of Heaven Qi Castle's disciples were shocked. "Humph." Yang Kai glanced at him but didn't pay him any attention. He just looked in a direction and said coldly, "Netherworld sect, it seems that it's necessary to make a trip there." The Luan Feng frowned and said, "Does Sir Yang want to go to the Netherworld sect to settle accounts with them?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Whether I want to settle accounts or not, it depends on their attitude. However, I have another matter to ask for their help." After saying that, he turned to look at the Luan Feng and said, "Madame Feng, I'll have to trouble you to come with me." Chapter 26:13. Luan Feng smiled wryly. She knew that Yang Kai wanted her to be his bodyguard, but she couldn't refuse. She nodded and said, "Mr. Yang is too polite. Since the master asked us to take care of you, this mistress will naturally do her best." However, there is one thing Mr. Yang needs to know. This mistress identity is special. It's not convenient for me to be too presumptuous in a human sect. Otherwise, I will be hunted down by the great emperors. Although she was a holy spirit, she was still in awe of the 10 great emperors. If she was at her peak, she might be able to compete with the 10 great emperors, but she had just given birth to a daughter a few years ago, and her strength had yet to recover. If she really ran amok in a human sect, she would definitely be hunted down by the great emperors. At that time, there would never be a day of peace. Yang Kai smiled and said, Mistress Feng is mistaken. I'm not going to the Netherworld sect to kill people. He he. Wan Feng smiled. She didn't know whether she should believe him or not. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and flew out with Ji Yao. Wan Feng didn't move. She turned her head and glanced at the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples kneeling on the ground. Her beautiful eyes turned cold and she waved her hand. Asterisk bang bang bang, asterisk with a muffled sound, the dozen or so Netherworld sect disciples burst into a cloud of blood and disappeared from the world. It wasn't that Wan Feng wanted to bully the weak. It was just that these guys didn't watch their mouths and it was really annoying. After dealing with the remnants of the Netherworld sect, Wan Feng turned around and chased after Yang Kai. The dozens of Heaven Chi Castle disciples stood in place, sweating profusely. It was a long time before they gradually came back to their senses and realized that they were lucky this time. They were lucky to have saved their lives. Young Lord. They are all gone. An old man came to Chi Hai and whispered. Chi Hai knelt on the ground powerlessly. His eyes were blank and his face was full of bitterness. Wan Feng seemed to be very familiar with the Eastern Territory. According to her, she had transformed into her human form many times and walked around the star boundary. Due to his experience in traveling, he was extremely familiar with the geography of the various parts of the astral boundary. Under her lead, Yang Kai's group of 3 arrived at a city called Konghai City in less than a day. After entering the city, the 3 of them went straight to the Castellan Manor. Konghai City's city lord was only a first-order emperor realm master. When he heard that someone had trespassed on his city lord's mansion, he flew into a rage and hurriedly rushed over from his retreat. Before he could ask anything, Ji Yao, who had received Yang Kai's orders, released a little of her spiritual pressure. Immediately, the city master was shaken to the spot, not daring to act rashly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yang Kai's group of 3 left through the Castellan Mansion space array. After the 3 left, the city master could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. His back was already drenched in sweat. Repeating the same process, he teleported several times. The 3 of them finally arrived at Purgatory City. Mr. Yang. Purgatory City is the closest city to the Netherworld sect. It is also one of the foundations of the Netherworld sect. From here, it will take less than 2 hours to reach the Netherworld sect. After walking out of the space array, Wan Feng explained to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will have to trouble Madame Feng to lead the way. Wan Feng smiled and said, please follow me. After getting along with each other for a few days, Wan Feng found that Yang Kai's temper was quite gentle and he was polite to her. He was completely different from his unruly behavior in the ancient lands that day. This made Wan Feng feel a lot more relieved, knowing that Yang Kai was not the kind of person who would run amok. After leaving the city lord's mansion, the 3 of them went straight to the Netherworld sect. 2 hours later, a spirit mountain appeared in front of them. In the continuous mountain range, there were many pavilions and pavilions. Many cultivators shuttled back and forth. This place was also full of world energy, obviously having an extraordinary earth vein. However, the feeling this place gave Yang Kai was not the same as the other spirit mountains and rivers, because there was always a kind of yin qi here. It probably had something to do with the Netherworld sect's cultivation. The Netherworld sect's disciples all cultivated some kind of yin secret art, and the artifacts they refined were all attribute artifacts. The sect also had a strange existence called the Netherworld Pond. Over the years, this spirit river treasure land had become filled with ghost chi. The disciples guarding the gate were only in the Dao source realm, so when Yang Kai's group flew past, they did not even notice. They probably did not expect that there would be someone in this world who dared to trespass into the Netherworld sect without notifying them. After entering the Netherworld sect, the group swaggered and flew slowly, as if there was no one around. Yang Kai looked left and right, constantly looking at the surrounding scenery. Feng said, "Mr. Yang, are you looking for the Netherworld sect master, Fu Bo?" Yang Kai said, "Yes, Madam Feng, do you know where he is?" Feng shook her head and said, "This mistress does not know, I have never been to the Netherworld sect before." "Then we'll have to find someone to ask." While the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard a shout from not far away, "Those people over there, stop right there." Yang Kai turned his head and saw a stream of light flying over. When it got close, the stream of light dispersed, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, but his face was slightly sallow, his aura was weak, and his forehead was dark. His cultivation was only in the first order Dao source realm, and his brocade robe showed that his status was not low. As for the woman, her eyes were full of lust, her cheeks were red, and her hair was slightly messy. Her eyes were watery and seductive. Her beauty was not bad, especially her figure, which was extremely enchanting. Her cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than the man, in the third order Dao source realm. When the man and woman approached, a lewd smell drifted over with the wind. Yang Kai was very experienced, and when he smelled this smell and looked at the woman's seductive eyes, how could he not know what the man and woman were doing just now? He secretly laughed in his heart. It was daytime, and they were in the mood to do this. He did not know which mountain they were at just now. Feng frowned and said, "What is this smell?" Before the young man could react to what had happened, he was struck by the palm and exploded into a mist of blood, not even leaving behind a corpse. "Ah!" The woman who came with the young man instantly paled and covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling violently. She couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the pieces of flesh and blood that were falling from the sky. The grandson of the great elder, who had sworn an oath of eternal love with her at the foot of the mountain and promised her countless benefits, had died just like that? She hadn't even fulfilled those benefits yet, so how could he die like this? Even if he died, he should have given her the benefits first, otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss this time and been played for nothing. When she thought about how this pool of minced meat and blood was still wriggling and running amok on her body, the woman's face suddenly turned pale. She turned sideways and vomited. She vomited until the sky darkened and the earth darkened. Her eyes became dizzy. Chapter 26:14. Madam Feng, didn't you say you couldn't be too presumptuous in a human sect? Now you've killed the grandson of a great elder, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Yang Kai glanced at the cold Feng. Feng gritted her teeth, he's already bullying this queen, should I just let him touch me? After a pause, she angrily said, Mr. Yang is also not a good person. What are you saying? Yang Kai was speechless. What does this have to do with me? It's others who want to molest you, not me. Feng glared at him, why did you move aside? Kai Yang was fully capable of stopping what had just happened, but instead, he stepped aside, causing Feng to become even angrier. If Yang Kai hadn't moved aside, she wouldn't have killed him in anger. Huh. Yang Kai dryly laughed, it was just an instinctive reaction. He's just a piece of trash, so it's fine to kill him, Madam Feng doesn't need to care. Feng's face was cold, but she still seemed to care. She suspected that Yang Kai had done this deliberately to drag her into the water. But now, she had killed the grandson of a great elder in a fit of anger, forming a grudge with the Netherworld sect. Do you know who he is? On the other side, the woman who was used to vomiting finally recovered and accepted the fact that the grandson of a great elder had died tragically in front of her, but she still couldn't help but look at Yang Kai and the others in shock. These guys were too bold. They had killed the grandson of a great elder and acted as if nothing had happened. Not only did they not run away, but they even stood here and chatted. I heard him when he introduced himself, so he's the grandson of a great elder. Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. You. The woman was completely stunned. Her peach blossom eyes, which were originally overflowing with spring, were now filled with shock. She didn't know what to say. But she knew one thing, the great elder wouldn't let them go. The great elder's bloodline was thin, and in the third generation, only this grandson was left. Unfortunately, this guy was ignorant and incompetent, and his aptitude wasn't very good. All he thought about was playing with women. Many senior sister and junior sisters in the sect had fallen into his evil hands. Some of them had taken the initiative to throw themselves into his arms, while others had been forced to be humiliated. Because he was the grandson of the great elder, he had abundant cultivation resources in his hands. Thus, there were many senior and junior sisters who had designs on him. They took the initiative to undress themselves in order to obtain some useful cultivation resources. She was one of them. As for those who were forced to be humiliated, they had no way to take revenge because that fellow had the protection of the great elder. However, this fellow was quite smart. The senior sister and junior sister who had been forced to humiliate her didn't have any status in the sect, so they had no one to complain to when they were wronged. As for those with status, he never used force. He always used benefits to entice them. Just like that, he had boarded the pirate ship. Who would have thought that after sacrificing her body, not only would she not obtain any benefits at all, she even witnessed his death with her own eyes. Of course, this man and two women didn't have a good ending. He was afraid that he would be implicated as well. Thinking of the scene of the first elder's rage, the woman couldn't help but shudder, her face turning even paler. Don't be afraid, Yang Kai said in a gentle voice, we won't do anything to you. What do you want? The woman asked in a sobbing voice. Where is your sect master Fu Bo now? Yang Kai asked with a smile, but in the woman's eyes, that harmless smile was even more terrifying than a demon. She subconsciously pointed in a direction and said, that mountain peak is where the sect master cultivates. Oh. Yang Kai looked in the direction of her finger and nodded slightly, thank you. Saying so, he flew towards the mountain peak with Ji Yao and Luan Feng. The woman from the Netherworld sect stood there in a daze. After a long while, she suddenly shuddered and hurriedly flew towards another mountain peak. She had to quickly report what had just happened to the Great Elder. Otherwise, once the Great Elder investigated, she would undoubtedly die. At the summit of the mountain peak, the Yin Qi was dense. There seemed to be a huge array protecting this place, preventing the dense Yin Qi from leaking out. Inside this dense Yin Qi, one could faintly hear ghostly cries and howls, causing one's hair to stand on end. Just as Yang Kai's group of 3 arrived, an angry roar suddenly came from inside. Who goes there? Fu Bo? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked. Junior, how dare you call this king by his name? Do you want to die? The voice sounded again. It looks like you are Fu Bo. Yang Kai grinned and stepped forward, directly blending into the Yin Qi and disappearing. Ji Yao and Luan Feng hurriedly followed. The Yin Qi that shrouded the mountain peak seemed to be used only for cultivation and had no defensive or hallucinatory properties. Yang Kai led Ji Yao and Luan Feng all the way in and suddenly opened up. A palace appeared before them. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately felt a powerful aura inside the palace. As he walked in, he saw a tall and sturdy man standing there. His eyes were glaring at him with a gloomy expression. In any case, his Netherworld sect was one of the top forces in the eastern region. Even if it was compared to the entire star boundary, it would still be considered extraordinary. But now, someone had actually barged into his cultivation grounds. Naturally, Fu Bo was furious. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found that Yang Kai was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master and became even angrier. However, he was still the sect master of a sect, so his knowledge and experience were extraordinary. Seeing Yang Kai walk in calmly without the slightest hint of nervousness, Fu Bo subconsciously felt that this person's background was not small. Otherwise, how could he dare to call him by his name and break into this place? Who are you? Why have you broken into my Netherworld sect? Fu Bo asked with a cold snort. Yang Kai glanced around and smiled slightly. This young master is Yang Kai. I wonder if Sect Master Fu has heard of me? Yang Kai? Fu Bo frowned. It sounds familiar. After thinking about it carefully, his expression changed and he shouted, "Are you Lusheng's enemy?" Lusheng was his legacy disciple and Fu Bo had high hopes for him. Lusheng did not hide what happened in the Shattered Star Sea from him after he returned. He even mentioned the name Yang Kai. However, Fu Bo was too lazy to pay attention to the grievances of the younger generation and just told Lusheng to cultivate more so that he could personally take revenge in the future. But Lusheng was in a hurry and after staying in the Netherworld sect for a few days, he urged Hua Feichen to go with him to the ancient wild lands to find Yang Kai. After the news leaked, Fu Bo immediately asked Vice Sect Master Wu Yuan to lead a group of people to provide support, lest his disciple meet with an accident in the ancient wild lands. But what he did not expect was that before his disciple and Vice Sect Master returned, this boy named Yang Kai actually came. It seems that Sect Master Fu knows this young master. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded, then this matter will be easy to handle. Fu Bo turned a deaf ear to this and his expression became gloomy as he slowly said, "As far as this king knows, Lusheng went to find you. Did you see this king's good-for-nothing disciple along the way?" "I saw him." Yang Kai smiled. "There was a guy named Hua Feichen with him, who seems to be an elder of your noble sect." Fu Bo's heart instantly sank when he heard this, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are they?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Fu seems to be a sensible person. They went to find this young master, but now this young master is here, unharmed. What do you think will happen to them?" Sect Master Fu also said that your disciple was a good-for-nothing, so this young master decided to be merciful and help you clean up your sect. No need to be polite. Fu Bo's blood boiled as he shouted angrily, "That's impossible." Yang Kai said coldly, "Wu Yuanzheng said the same thing before he died." What? Fu Bo was really shocked this time. Even Vice Sect Master Wu died? After a while, Fu Bo suddenly calmed down and snorted lightly, "Ignorant brat, this king was almost fooled by you. With your weak cultivation, even Elder Hua could easily deal with you, so how could you kill Vice Sect Master Wu?" What a joke. Yang Kai said lightly, "This young master's strength is indeed not as good as Wu Yuanzheng's, but I didn't say that I killed him. The one who killed him was someone else." Fu Bo frowned, feeling that Yang Kai was not lying. His heart skipped a beat and he quickly released his divine sense again to investigate the two women beside Yang Kai. The woman with the frigid aura had a good cultivation, actually a second-order Emperor Realm Master, which surprised Fu Bo. When he wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the Luan Feng again, he suddenly felt an extremely fierce divine sense approaching him, causing his face to pale in fright and he couldn't help retreating a few steps in horror. "Who are you, honored guest?" It was only at this moment that he realized how unfathomable this beautiful woman was. Standing there, this woman gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors. As the sect master of Netherworld sect, Fu Bo had met great emperors before. He had met the great emperors of Serene Soul more than once in the Eastern Territory. Every time he went to the Serene Soul Palace to meet the great emperors, Fu Bo's mood was exactly the same as it was now, extremely uneasy, as if this woman could take his life with a wave of her hand. This young man is actually accompanied by one of the great emperors? What is his background? Compared to this, Fu Bo was more interested in figuring out the identity of this beautiful woman. The Luan Feng snorted lightly and had no intention of introducing herself. After all, as a divine spirit, she shouldn't have come to a human sect, so if it wasn't necessary, she didn't want to expose her identity. Sect Master Fu, do you believe me now? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo calmly. Fu Bo gulped and glanced at the Luan Feng with a look of dread, then glanced at Yang Kai, realizing that Yang Kai was the one in charge here, so he nodded and said, with this master taking action, I'm afraid Wu Yuanjing has no chance of surviving. With Wu Yuanjing dead, Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen naturally didn't have a chance to survive. What he didn't know was that Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were both killed by Yang Kai and had nothing to do with the Luan Feng. Sighing, Fu Bo said dejectedly, since my worthless disciple had eyes but failed to see and provoked your excellency, he deserved to die. It's just. Your excellency and my disciple had a personal grudge after all. Since he has already been executed, why did your excellency come to my netherworld sect? Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this fox's tail would be exposed? In the end, he was here to blackmail him. Fu Bo's expression turned ugly as he asked, I wonder, how sincere is your excellency's request? Yang Kai said lightly, if I can get a few tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of source crystals, this young master might forget about those people from your noble sect and be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Fu Bo was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked, mid-rank source crystals? What a joke! Yang Kai's expression became angry. Glaring at Fu Bo, he said, it seems that Sect Master Fu's sincerity is not enough to extinguish this young master's anger. Madame Feng! He shouted angrily. Luan Feng immediately stepped forward and said, what is Senior Yang's order? Wait! When Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng step forward, he was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall as he asked weakly, Your Excellency, are you referring to high-rank source crystals? Yang Kai sneered, why does Sect Master Fu have to pretend to be confused? Fu Bo couldn't help gulping, only now understanding how big Yang Kai's appetite was. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals, it wasn't that the Netherworld sect couldn't afford it, but it would definitely hurt them. Although the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. They also controlled a lot of source crystal loads and produced a lot of source crystals every year, but with so many disciples and so many assets, their consumption was also high. If they really met Yang Kai's needs, the cultivation resources of the disciples would be greatly reduced in the next few years. Fu Bo was furious. His sect's vice-sect master, 2 great elders, and even a legacy disciple had been killed, yet his enemy had come to blackmail him and demanded an exorbitant price. Anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable, but his fists were not as big as his enemies. Just as Fu Bo was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall, Sect Master, Zhou Yong requests an audience. Great Elder. Fu Bo frowned, not knowing why his great elder had come here at this time. At this moment, he was like a dragon swimming in shallow water, so naturally he didn't want others to see his embarrassment. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was better to have more people present. With Great Elder here, perhaps he could recover some of his losses. After all, Great Elder was not an outsider. Thinking so, Fu Bo opened his mouth and said, come in. To the side, Yang Kai glanced at Luan Feng with a smile on his face. Luan Feng's expression was cold as she snorted lightly. When she had just entered the Netherworld sect, Luan Feng had killed a man who was obsessed with women and wanted to kidnap her. That man had also introduced himself, saying that he was the grandson of the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder of the Netherworld sect had suddenly come in person, how could she not know what he was here for? He was clearly here for revenge. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the charming woman who had followed the man who had been killed gave Yang Kai and the others directions, she immediately went to see the Great Elder and reported everything that had happened. The Great Elder was furious. After learning that Yang Kai and the others had come to find Fu Bo, he naturally hurried here. His grandson had been killed in the sect, how could he accept this? Not to mention that it was his only grandson, the hatred of his grandson was absolutely irreconcilable. Just the other party's arrogant behavior was tantamount to slapping his old face. Outside the hall, Zhou Yong walked in with a cold expression, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. After greeting Fu Bo, he immediately looked at the two women standing behind Yang Kai. He had heard from the disciple of the Third Order Dao Source Realm that the one who had killed his grandson was a dignified and graceful woman. Luan Feng and Ji Yao's temperaments were very different, so Zhou Yong quickly determined who the murderer was. At this moment, Fu Bo frowned, thinking about how to explain the situation to the Great Elder so that he could come up with an idea, so he did not notice Zhou Yong's anger and murderous intent. Without waiting for him to come back to his senses, Zhou Yong suddenly roared out, "Lowly slave, was it you who killed this king's grandson?" Fu Bo was startled and looked up at Zhou Yong, asking in horror, "Great Elder, what are you saying? Did he hear wrong? The Great Elder actually called her a cheap slave?" Zhou Yong stretched out his hand and pointed at Luan Feng standing behind Yang Kai, angrily shouting, "Sect Master, it was this cheap woman who killed Zhou Ji in the sect. That was this elder's only grandson." "Zhou Ji?" Fu Bo frowned, that ignorant and incompetent guy. He obviously knew who Zhou Ji was. After all, he was the Great Elder's grandson. If it had been an ordinary disciple, he would not have remembered him. After all, with his status, how could he care about a small first-order Dao Source realm? But Zhou Ji was different. He was the Great Elder's grandson. Fu Bo had long heard of this person and knew that this guy was ignorant and incompetent. Relying on the Great Elder's support, he often ran amok. However, this boy had never damaged the foundation of the sect, nor had he harmed any of the female disciples with outstanding aptitude, so out of respect for the Great Elder, Fu Bo did not bother to interfere. Who would have thought that the debauchee would actually be killed by someone, and even killed in his own sect? The person who killed him was the expert that even he was afraid of. Zhou Yong said with a pained expression, although was ignorant and incompetent, he was still young. With this old master's personal guidance, he could have become a great talent in the future, but today he died. Killed by this cheap woman, my Zhou family has no more descendants. Fu Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, quietly observing Luan Feng's reaction as he shouted, "Great Elder, shut up." She was an existence on the level of a heavenly emperor. How could Zhou Yong be so blind as to insult her time and time again? How could he possibly have a good ending if he had angered her so much? For a moment, Fu Bo's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have let Zhou Yong in? Not only did he fail to help, he even added to the chaos. Zhou Yong angrily shouted, "Sect Master, even if they are your guests, this old master must avenge my grandson." He thought that Yang Kai and the others could stand here because of Fu Bo's guests. But even if they were Fu Bo's guests, he was not afraid. As a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Netherworld sect's Great Elder, Zhou Yong believed that the sect master would stand on his side. But the situation was completely different from what he expected. Fu Bo's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily, "Great Elder, please consider the overall situation." "Overall situation?" Zhou Yong sneered, "This old master has no more descendants, what overall situation is there? Today, sect master, please grant this old master's wish, but if you don't, this old master will leave the Netherworld sect to kill these people. Fu Bo trembled as he realized that he was in trouble, his face turning ugly as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The vice sect master was already dead, and so were the two elders. If the great elder left the sect as well, the strength of the Netherworld sect would definitely plummet. At that time, even with a third-order Emperor Realm sect master like him, he would not be able to save the sect. I hope sect master will grant my request." Zhou Yong cupped his fists and shouted with a firm attitude. What he said just now was just a retreat in order to advance. He did not really want to leave the Netherworld sect. After all, he had devoted his entire life to the Netherworld sect. How could it be so easy for him to leave? What? Zhou Yong's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with horror. The aura of death rushed towards him as he cried out in alarm, "Sect Master, save me!" He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. The strength of this dignified and beautiful woman far exceeded his own. She was not someone he could contend against at all. Fu Bo's closed eyes suddenly opened, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said coldly, "Sect Master Fu, it's best if you don't draw fire to yourself." Fu Bo's heart jumped and he swallowed the words he was about to say. Ah! A scream rang out as the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around Zhou Yong and burned him. Just like before Wu Yuanzheng's death, the more desperately Zhou Yong urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the flames on his body burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. Sect Master. Zhou Yong was still screaming miserably and desperately, still trying to call for help. Although Fu Bo couldn't bear it in his heart, he didn't dare to intervene and could only watch with a gloomy expression. After a full 10 breaths of time, Zhou Yong turned into a pile of ash and the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame was summoned back by the Luan Feng. The current great elder of the Netherworld sect had died. After venting her anger, the Luan Feng still seemed to be angry and glared at Yang Kai. "Mr. Yang, this mistress has forgotten his space ring again." How was this forgetting? This was clearly intentional because she knew that even if she killed Zhou Yong, the space ring would never fall into her hands. In the end, it would only benefit Yang Kai, so she simply melted it down. Yang Kai was largely responsible for today's events. The Luan Feng was obviously still angry about Yang Kai stepping aside and forcing her to kill that playboy disciple. If it weren't for Yang Kai stepping aside, there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "It's fine, it's fine." Seeing Yang Kai like this, the Luan Feng's angry mood calmed down significantly. Speaking of which, this man had the protection of that Heaven Punisher descendant, so she really shouldn't have shown him any disrespect, but now that Yang Kai wasn't angry at all, Luan Feng felt that he was a good person. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and asked, "Sect Master Fu, Lady Feng killed your noble sect's great elder, do you have any objections?" Not only did he not have any objections, he had a huge objection. The sect's 3 great emperors were third-order elders, and now he was the only one left. How could he not have any objections? But so what if he had objections? Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng attack with his own eyes and recognized the origin of that black flame. When he heard Yang Kai call her Lady Feng, he faintly guessed the Luan Feng's identity. Divine Spirit Luan Feng. Since we can't cross territory, then help me teleport to the closest place to the Eastern Territory, Yang Kai said. No problem, this Fu will personally arrange it for your excellency later, Fu Bo promised. Mr. Yang wants to go to the Eastern Territory? Luan Feng listened for a while before asking. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's current state was unstable. Although she had always mistaken him for Senior Bing Yun and was always obedient around him, who knew when her mind would become chaotic again? Yang Kai wanted to go to the Northern Territory to send Ji Yao back to Ice Heart Valley. With Bing Yun personally taking care of her, perhaps Ji Yao would be able to recover. This kind of thing couldn't be delayed, so Yang Kai could only deal with it first. However, she still nodded and said, "If Master says we'll sell, then we'll sell." Bai Lu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mississippi." From beginning to end, he only talked to Ji Yao, as if he didn't see Yang Kai at all. However, at this moment, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "How much does your excellency want to offer?" 100 million, Yang Kai said lightly. "If young Master Bai can give 100 million, then this ship is yours." Bai Lu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. 100 million, a flight-type Emperor artifact isn't too expensive. Not only was it not expensive, it was simply too cheap. He thought that Yang Kai was deliberately showing goodwill and wanted to befriend him. After all, as the young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, not just anyone could make friends with him. Black Thunder Pavilion was also a great force in the Northern Territory, so Bai Lu just smiled lightly and said, "Old Yen, pay up." "Yes." Yen Qing nodded, fiddled around for a moment, then threw a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, smiled slightly, put away the space ring, and said, "Young Master Bai, this amount of source crystals seems to be a bit off." "What's wrong?" Bai Lu frowned and turned to Yen Qing. "Old Yen, have you checked carefully?" Yen Qing said, 100 million source crystals, this old master can't be wrong. 100 million source crystals is correct. Yang Kai nodded, then changed the topic, "But, those are only low-rank source crystals." Yen Qing heard this and his expression changed. "You don't want low-rank source crystals? Could it be mid-rank?" "What?" Bai Lu was also taken aback. 100 million mid-rank source crystals, that was 10 billion low-rank source crystals. This young man really had the nerve to ask for such a sum. "No, no, no." Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "Not 100 million mid-rank source crystals, this young master wants 100 million high-rank source crystals." You're crazy." Bai Lu trembled. 100 million high-rank source crystals, this was a number Bai Lu didn't even dare to think about, and he didn't know how this young man in front of him dared to ask for such a sum. Although Black Thunder Pavilion's forces were extraordinary, even if they emptied their pockets, they couldn't gather so many high-rank source crystals. Even if an Emperor-grade ship was extraordinary, it couldn't be worth so much. Old Yan's eyes flashed fiercely for a moment. Yang Kai smiled. "Young Master Bai just said that he wouldn't bargain, and now you want to go back on your word? A real man's words are like nails. It seems that young Master Bai's reputation isn't very good." Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Previously, when Yang Kai said he would sell the ship, although she was a little reluctant, she couldn't disobey her honored master's words. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had no intention of selling her the ship at all and was just teasing her. This. Bai Lu was stunned as he watched old Yen fly out, blood spraying from his body mid-air, his body suddenly trembling violently. Yen Xuemon, who had been in his arms all this time, also turned pale and her teeth chattered. How could the two of them not know that they had provoked a strong enemy? They thought that with old Yen, the Emperor realm, protecting them, it would be easy to take down this young man, but the result was the opposite of what they had expected. It was unacceptable. Chapter 26:20. Yang Kai's cold gaze fell on the two of them. Bai Lu broke out in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "I am the young master of Black Thunder Pavilion. If something happens to me, you will be finished." Knowing that he was no match for him, he could only use his background to make Yang Kai hesitate. "Get lost." Yang Kai spat out a word. Bai Lu shivered as if he had been granted amnesty. He turned around and fled. Before he left, he even forgot about Yan Shuiman. In the end, it was Yan Shuiman who chased after him. Not far away, Yan Qing climbed up from the ground with a pale face. He glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with great fear, and then hurriedly chased after Bai Lu. Although one of his arms was crippled, he still had the foundation of the Emperor realm, so his life was not in danger. However, he was afraid that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. "Yao, Yang Kai turned around and called softly. These two simple words were like a sharp sword that pierced Ji Yao's eyes, pushing away the light that was blocking her eyes. Ji Yao's delicate body shook as she suddenly woke up. "Master?" Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale and asked tentatively, "Just now, what happened to you?" Ji Yao frowned and said, "Just now." "Just now?" She seemed to have no recollection of what had just happened. She turned around and asked in surprise, "Hey, where are those three annoying people?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "They were chased away by me. No need to look for them." Ji Yao glanced at the blood on the ground and knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so she said, "Those guys should have been killed. Yao already said that she wouldn't sell the ship. But they insisted on pestering endlessly. I don't know how many times they forced people to buy and sell. Yes, they should have been killed." Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow her wishes. He asked somewhat nervously, "Yao, how do you feel now?" Ji Yao looked at him curiously and said, "Yao, is very good. Master, you should go in and rest first. In a few days, we will be able to return to the valley." Yang Kai said, "Put the ship away. Let's find a place to rest first." Ji Yao suddenly had a problem again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because she had been using her power all this time, but he didn't dare to let her control the ship anymore. If she became delirious again, things would be troublesome. Letting her rest might be good for her. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Ji Yao naturally obeyed and put away the ship. Together with Yang Kai, they flew forward. Half a day later, a city appeared before them. The two landed in front of the city gate, paid some source crystals, and successfully entered the city. This city seemed to be extremely prosperous. The city was bustling with activity, and the streets were extremely wide. Shops lined both sides of the road. The goods sold were even more dazzling, making one dizzy just by looking at them. After finding an inn, the two of them walked in. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, glanced at Yang Kai and Ji Yao, and asked with a smile, "Where are you two staying? What are you doing here?" Yang Kai snorted. The innkeeper laughed dryly, "Do you want one room or two?" Yang Kai frowned, glanced at Ji Yao, and said, "One room." He really didn't dare to let Ji Yao out of his sight. Living together would allow him to observe her more, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Ji Yao naturally didn't have any objections either. In her opinion, living in the same room as her honored master was a matter of course. However, the innkeeper glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, showed a knowing smile, took out a room card, and respectfully handed it over. 5th floor, room A3. Honored guest, please rest assured that this humble innkeeper has arranged spirit arrays in every room, so privacy is absolutely protected. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will hear. Speaking of which, the innkeeper beamed with joy, a lewd look on his face. "Huh. Yang Kai took the room card with a fake smile and asked, "The price?" 10,000 low-rank source crystals. The innkeeper replied with a smile. Yang Kai waved his hand and took out 10,000 low-rank source crystals and threw them on the counter before leading Ji Yao upstairs. On the 5th floor, Yang Kai found room A3, opened the room's barrier with the room card, and walked in. Looking around, Yang Kai found that although the room was not very spacious, it was fully furnished, with a red carpet on the floor and a golden silk bedding on the bed, giving off a luxurious feeling. 10,000 low-rank source crystals was well worth the money. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai sat down and Ji Yao skillfully took out a tea set from her space ring and began to boil tea. After a while, the room was filled with a mellow tea fragrance. After turning off the fire and pouring tea, Ji Yao respectfully handed the teacup to Yang Kai and said, "Honored master, please enjoy." Yang Kai took the cup and slowly tasted it. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and said, "You sit down too. Disciple will be fine standing." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai without blinking. For her, it seemed that being able to watch her honored master drink the tea she brewed was the happiest thing in the world, and her face was filled with a sweet smile. "If I tell you to sit, then sit," Yang Kai said with a firm attitude. "Yes." Ji Yao could not dissuade him and could only sit down as she was told. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Yao, disciple is here," Ji Yao responded quickly. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed dryly before saying with an embarrassed expression, "If one day, you discover that master has concealed or deceived you about something, I hope you can understand master's painstaking efforts." Concealed or deceived? Ji Yao frowned and asked curiously, "Is there something honored master wants to conceal or deceive Yao, Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "It was just a casual remark, but if there really is such a time, don't blame me. However, you can rest assured that master will not do anything wrong to you, nor will he hurt you." They were only a few days away from Ice Heart Valley. Once they returned to Ice Heart Valley and saw Bing Yun, Yang Kai did not know how Ji Yao would react. The best-case scenario would be for her to suddenly wake up and realize that he was just an imposter. At that time, Ji Yao would definitely recall how he had taken advantage of her during this period of time. That would not be a big deal as Yang Kai was also trying to stabilize her, so he believed she would understand. The key point was that he had seen her entire body in Wanfeng Palace. Although it was just a glance, it was still related to Ji Yao's reputation. Yang Kai was not sure if she would fight with him or not, but he decided to say it here first. When the time came, even if Ji Yao fully recovered, she would definitely forgive him. "Yao believes in honored master," Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Ji Yao said with a solemn expression, "Yao, and the other senior sisters are all orphans. It was honored master who taught us and raised us. Yao's achievements today are all thanks to honored master. Even if honored master wants Yao's life, it doesn't matter." Yang Kai sweated profusely as he thought to himself, "I'll thank the heavens if you don't try to kill me in the future." However, her words made Yang Kai realize the supreme position Bing Yun held in the hearts of these disciples. "Honored master." Ji Yao called out softly, "Honored master, is there something you need? Do you need Yao to help you?" "No, don't think too much." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao got up and walked towards him, wrapped in a fragrant wind, and said, "Yao is useless, so honored master, please let Yao massage your shoulders." Yang Kai was stunned, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already stood behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders. Yang Kai's whole body stiffened as he could not bear it. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, he had always been pure and focused on becoming stronger. However, he was also a man and had his own desires. Last time, he had accidentally seen Ji Yao's body and almost had a nosebleed. Now that they were alone in the same room, Ji Yao actually took the initiative to massage his shoulders. Not only that That warm body was pressed against his back, and smelling that wisp of fragrance at the tip of his nose, made Yang Kai feel restless and his throat dry up. Ji Yao laughed softly behind him. "Honored master, your shoulders are so hard. Have you been too tired recently?" Yang Kai thought to himself, how can a man's body be compared to Bing Yun's soft and fragrant body? Of course the feeling is different. He wanted to refuse this kind of thing, but he was afraid that Ji Yao would think too much and affect her current state, so he could only brace himself and say, "A little." Ji Yao smiled and said, "Honored master, just relax. Yao hasn't served honored master for many years. I don't know if my skills have fallen behind." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai realized that Ji Yao must have often massaged Bing Yun like this when they were in Ice Heart Valley. That was why she was so familiar with it. Since he could not stop or refuse, Yang Kai could only enjoy it. Gradually, his body and mind relaxed. As Ji Yao's jade hands pressed down with varying degrees of strength, Yang Kai felt so comfortable that he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Ji Yao blushed when she heard this, wondering why her honored master was making such strange sounds, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After massaging his shoulders, she massaged his arms, his head, and even his thighs were not spared. After serving her for a while, Yang Kai felt comfortable and praised Ji Yao's skills. Ji Yao smiled like a flower, unable to contain her joy. However, the scene of Ji Yao kneeling in front of him and massaging his thighs really made Yang Kai feel excited and amorous. After enjoying it, Yang Kai's face turned bitter. He felt that when Ji Yao completely woke up in the future, he would have one more crime to commit. For a moment, he felt sad and regretful. After a peaceful night, Yang Kai and Ji Yao sat on the bed and on the floor to rest. Ji Yao also did not show any bad symptoms, which made Yang Kai feel relieved. At noon the next day, the two walked out of the room and went to the counter on the first floor to check out. When the shopkeeper saw Yang Kai's appearance, he was naturally envious. He smiled meaningfully and said, "Did honored guest have a good rest last night?" "Very good." Yang Kai nodded. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? He was too lazy to say anything more to him. "Since honored guest has found it good, the next time you come to Peaceful City, please be sure to patronize this humble store." The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, sending Yang Kai and Ji Yao out. If they really didn't know what was good for them and wanted to call a master for revenge, Yang Kai didn't mind making a scene here. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs could be heard. The old woman at the front of the line was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly leaned back and almost fell to the ground. Ji Yao's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She held on to her grandmother and asked with concern, "Mother-in-law, are you all right?" When the old woman heard this, her body trembled and she looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Do you know me? Madame Dong?" Ji Yao also frowned, wondering why her honored master had seen through this old woman's identity. As far as she knew, this was the first time she and her honored master had come to Peaceful City, so they didn't know anyone here. Yang Kai said, "I don't know you, but I heard some people talk about you." "What did they say about me?" the old woman asked in a trembling voice, as if she wanted to know. Yang Kai said indifferently, "The madam of the Dong family's patriarch stole the family treasure." The patriarch was furious and asked the city lord's mansion's powerhouses to guard this place and search for Madame Dong's whereabouts. If they find her, they will arrest her secretly. Stealing the family's heirloom. The old woman smiled bitterly. "This crime. I don't dare to bear it." Ji Yao frowned and said, is my honored master wrong? Madame Dong shook her head and said, what family treasure? I have never seen it, and the Dong family doesn't have such a thing. I have been married to the Dong family for so many years, and I am the madam of the patriarch. If there is any family treasure, how can I not know? Then why did they slander you? Ji Yao was curious. Madame Dong said, because they want to catch me. Ji Yao seemed to want to ask more, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Madame Dong, we are not interested in your business. You want to use us to get out of the city, but I won't argue with you. You are on your own now. Master. Madame Dong looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said, I was wrong before. I only ask Master to take me out of peaceful city. I will repay your kindness in the future. Yang Kai sneered and said, what can you repay me? I don't want to get involved in other people's business. Master, if you say one more word, I will catch you and throw you out now. Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Madame Dong suddenly shivered. She didn't doubt that Yang Kai had this ability. Ji Yao, as a disciple, could subdue her in an instant, so how could Yang Kai, as a honored master, be weak? She hoped that she could persuade Yang Kai to help, but it was just wishful thinking. She turned around in a daze and stood in the middle of the team. Sure enough, Madame Dong didn't dare to say anything. Honored master, this person's disguise technique is so brilliant. Ji Yao secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, she wouldn't have thought that such an old woman was actually a disguise. This was not a secret technique, but a pure disguise technique, which was not something that anyone could master. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, it is indeed brilliant. If I didn't have a preconceived idea, I'm afraid it would be difficult to notice her. It was because he heard some of the conversation between Commander Yu and Master Dong, and the fresh ear holes on the old woman's ears that Yang Kai became suspicious of her. On the other side, Dong Hai's face sank when he saw Shi Tianhe make a move. He shouted in a panic, stupid woman, are you still going to resist? Commander Yu, however, frowned and said, Patriarch Dong, your wife. And, why does this woman's move feel a bit like Ice Heart Valley's secret technique? Dong Hai forced a smile and said, Commander you must be joking. This stupid woman has cultivated an ice attribute secret art since she was a child and has mastered some powerful secret techniques. She has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. Listening to his words, it seemed that once the Dong family got involved with Ice Heart Valley, a great disaster would befall them. Commander you didn't doubt him and nodded lightly, that would be for the best. You also know the current situation of Ice Heart Valley. If this woman is really an Ice Heart Valley disciple, your Dong family will be finished. Dong Hai's forehead suddenly oozed cold sweat as he laughed dryly, she has nothing to do with my Dong family. Clear sky snowfall. Ji Yao suddenly shouted, her brow furrowed as she stared at Shi Tianhe, who was struggling to make a move in the sky. As Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao was extremely familiar with Ice Heart Valley's various secret techniques. As soon as Shi Tianhe made her move, she recognized that it was Ice Heart Valley's clear sky snowfall. Only Ice Heart Valley's disciples could cultivate this secret technique, and only core disciples could do so. In the sky, Shi Tianhe had pushed back those elders of the Dong family with one move. Just as she was about to flee, those elders stuck to her like plasters. Shi Tianhe had no choice but to turn her long sword around and thrust it out one sword flower after another. These sword flowers were like pear blossoms, blooming in mid-air. They were beautiful but contained an indescribable murderous intent. Shi Tianhe's body shuttled back and forth between these pear blossoms, her figure flickering as she waited for an opportunity to escape. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Ji Yao let out another shout. If she wasn't sure that Shi Tianhe was an Ice Heart Valley disciple when she recognized her Clear Sky Snowfall secret technique, she was now completely certain. If she wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, how could she have mastered these two secret techniques? Ji Yao was greatly surprised. She hadn't expected to meet an Ice Heart Valley disciple in peaceful Peace City right after she returned to the Northern Territory. At this moment, a Dong family elder struggled to break through Shi Tianhe's sword attack and attracted her attention. Another elder flashed behind Shi Tianhe and struck her back with his palm. Although Shi Tianhe's strength was not bad, after all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Within 2 or 3 moves, she was beaten to a corner. Although she felt the strength coming from behind, she was already powerless. For a moment, she was burning with anxiety. Die! Right at this moment, a tender shout suddenly rang out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes as a beautiful woman with an ice-cold expression suddenly appeared behind Shi Tianhe. That woman seemed to have casually sent out a palm strike, yet it was enough to turn a third-order Dao Source Realm Dong family elder into a cloud of blood mist. She was Bing Yun's third disciple, and her seniority in the sect was extremely high. Now that someone was bullying an Ice Heart Valley disciple in front of her, how could Ji Yao show mercy? She killed the Dong family elder with a single palm. She then stretched out her hand and pulled Shi Tianhe over, protecting her behind her as she continued to strike forward with her jade-white palms. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk a series of explosions rang out as several bloody mists exploded in the sky. Without exception, the Dong family elders who were besieging Shi Tianhe all exploded into bloody mists. Not even their bones remained, and they had no power to fight back. The Emperor Realm. A cry of alarm rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. It turned out that Shi Tianhe was in a perilous situation. The onlookers thought that she was doomed this time, but they didn't expect that a beautiful woman with an ice-cold temperament from the Emperor Realm would suddenly jump out and kill a group of Dong family elders with one palm strike, turning the situation around abruptly. Ji Yao understood and coldly snorted, so it was because of a man. You must have been blind to follow him even at the cost of being expelled from the sect, but now what? He expelled you from the Dong family again. As soon as these words came out, Shi Tianhe's eyes became red again. Undoubtedly, she had been stabbed in the heart and was speechless for a while. It's over, it's over. Dong Hai heard the conversation between Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe and his face seemed to have aged a lot, his body on the verge of collapse. He knew that the Dong family was really finished this time. Not to mention the heavy losses of the elders and the fall of the Dong family's influence, the relationship between Shi Tianhe and Ice Heart Valley was enough to doom the Dong family. After today, the Dong family would no longer have a place in peaceful Peace City. Even if the great families in the city did not deal with the Dong family, the city lord would not tolerate the Dong family. Even if Shi Tianhe had been expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, she was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, anyone who had the slightest relationship with Ice Heart Valley had never had a good ending. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. Previously, he had eavesdropped on the conversation between Commander Yu and Dong Hai. Commander Yu had said that Lady Dong came from a great sect, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he know that this great sect was actually Ice Heart Valley. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley was indeed a first-class force. One of its disciples married into the small Dong family in peaceful Peace City. This was a great honor for the Dong family. Whose sect are you a disciple of? Ji Yao asked again. Shi Tianhe said softly, replying to Junior's honored master's surname is An, and her name is Ruo Yun. You are a disciple of eldest senior sister? Ji Yao trembled. An Ruo Yun, a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was the most senior among Bing Yun's disciples. She was the eldest senior sister of many senior sisters. During the years when Bing Yun was missing, it was Enruo Yun who took charge of Ice Heart Valley and supported it. It could be said that the name Enruo Yun was known to almost every cultivator in the Northern Territory. So, when they heard Shi Tianhe say that her honored master was Enruo Yun, there was an uproar. No one expected that the former matriarch of the Dong family would have such a great background. When they looked at Dong Hai again, their gazes became much more complicated. Dong Hai was Enruo Yun's disciple, and he was marrying her as his wife. Unfortunately, this glory of the past had now become a fatal blow to the Dong family. Eldest senior sister? Shi Tianhe was also stunned. She looked at Ji Yao blankly and asked, "Senior is?" This person called her honored master eldest senior sister, so she was obviously also a member of Ice Heart Valley. Shi Tianhe thought of the faces of her martial uncles in Ice Heart Valley, but she couldn't match any of them with this person in front of her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. "I am your third martial aunt," Ji Yao said lightly. Shi Tianhe's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she cried out involuntarily, "You are martial aunt Ji Yao." When she was in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao had already disappeared, so it was normal for her not to have seen Ji Yao. However, when she was in Ice Heart Valley, she had heard her honored master mention this long-lost martial aunt. Those martial uncles who were still in Ice Heart Valley were worried about her safety, but unfortunately, no one knew where she was. Ice Heart Valley had sent people out many times to look for her, but there was no news. Shi Tianhe had never thought that she would meet her in peaceful Peace City today. For a moment, Shi Tianhe was overjoyed, and the sadness in her heart was diluted a lot when she saw Ji Yao. She quickly knelt in front of Ji Yao and said, "Abandoned disciple of Ice Heart Valley, Shi Tianhe, greets third martial aunt. Get up." Ji Yao stretched out her hand and lifted Shi Tianhe up, coldly snorting, "As the disciple of eldest senior sister, you actually disobeyed her for a man. If I were her, I would have killed you directly. How could I have allowed you to live until today?" Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly and didn't say a word. Ji Yao continued, "However, senior sister spared your life, so it's not convenient for me to overstep my authority. Today, you have been expelled from the Dong family, so you are no longer a member of the Dong family. Come back to Ice Heart Valley with me and ask for forgiveness from eldest senior sister. Whether you live or die, it's all up to senior sister." Shi Tianhe wept and said, "Thank you, third martial aunt." Ji Yao turned her head and looked coldly at the dazed Dong Hai below. "Although Tianhe is an abandoned disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, she is not someone you can bully. She abandoned her sect to follow you. It's fine if you treated her well, but now, you have abandoned her. You deserve to die." As she spoke, she gently slapped her palm down. "No." Shi Tianhe was shocked and stood in front of Ji Yao in a flash. She knelt on the ground and begged, "Third martial aunt, don't kill him. Please, don't kill him." Emperor Qi surged in Ji Yao's palm, but she didn't release it. She glared at Shi Tianhe and said angrily, "You still want to protect him at this time?" Shi Tianhe shook her head and cried, "He saved my life back then. Now, I ask third martial aunt to spare his life. Just treat it as this disciple paying him back with her life. From now on, our grievances are settled and there will be no more contact between us." Ji Yao was furious. She wanted to slap this blind martial niece in front of her to death. Emperor Qi surged in her palm several times, but in the end, she couldn't bear to do it. After all, Shi Tianhe's fate was already bumpy enough. Helplessly, Ji Yao could only turn her head and look at Yang Kai. "Honored master, what do you think?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment." As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Dong Hai and slapped his chest. Dong Hai was sent flying before he could react. He crashed into a building not far away and fainted. Since Yang Kai had already made a move, Ji Yao naturally had no objections. She immediately dispersed her Emperor Qi. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the air. Ji Yao hurriedly followed. Shi Tianhe looked back at Dong Hai, who was unconscious on the ground, and finally turned her head and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was only at this moment that the many cultivator at the city gates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the Emperor realm here, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that their image would offend that master. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. At the corner, Bai Lu seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. He looked extremely excited. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Shui man, quickly go and tell your father that the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley has come to Peaceful Peace City and has just left. Tell him to quickly count the people and chase after them. Remember, don't alert them, just follow them." "What about you?" Yan Xueman looked at him and asked. "I'm going back to Black Thunder Pavilion and tell my father what happened here. I believe that my father will be very interested in that woman." Saying so, he had already rushed to the location of the space array in Peaceful Peace City. Through the space array, he could directly return to Black Thunder Pavilion, so it wouldn't take long for him to tell his father the news here. People from Ice Heart Valley dare to come out and cause trouble? Now there's hope for revenge. Bai Lu sneered in his heart. Thinking of the scene where his father took action and captured the man and woman, he was secretly delighted. A few years ago, when the Shattered Star Sea opened in the star boundary, Seeking Passion sect master Feng Xian suddenly brought people to Ice Heart Valley. On that day, Seeking Passion sect's masters gathered and pressured Ice Heart Valley. No one knew what kind of conflict had occurred. The masters of the two sides fought outside Ice Heart Valley and both sides suffered heavy losses. Since then, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were like fire and water. As time passed, the grievances between the two sects grew deeper and deeper. Many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples who had been married off were found by Seeking Passion sect and cruelly murdered. Some of Ice Heart Valley's foundations were also destroyed, and the forces that were related to Ice Heart Valley were also suppressed and persecuted. Half a year ago, countless masters of Seeking Passion sect, under the leadership of sect master Feng Xian, seized Ice Moon City and sealed off Ice Heart Valley's surroundings. It seemed that they wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley in one fell swoop. Ice Moon City was the closest city to Ice Heart Valley, and it was also the foundation of Ice Heart Valley since its inception. It was an important hub that connected Ice Heart Valley with the outside world. Now that even Ice Moon City had been occupied, it was obvious that Ice Heart Valley was in a difficult situation. Half a year had passed since then. Fortunately, Ice Heart Valley had the sect defending array, so it had been able to hold on until today. Both Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley are first-class sects in the Northern Territory, and their strength is almost the same. If there is no unresolvable grievance between the two sides, it is impossible for them to go to war. Tian He, do you know the reason? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Shi Tianhe replied, at first, no one knew, but later, a rumor gradually spread. The reason why Seeking Passion sect was so decisive was that Feng Xian's son, Feng Shi, was killed in the Shattered Star Sea. Ji Yao sneered, his skills were inferior, so he was killed. Could it be that the one who killed Feng Shi was a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, no, it was said that it was a man named Yang Kai. Yang Kai has a close relationship with the ancestral founder. If Feng Xian wanted to find Yang Kai's traces and origins, he could only work on the ancestral founder. Unfortunately, the ancestral founder didn't say anything, so Feng Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't hesitate to start a war between the two sects to avenge his son. Yang Kai. Ji Yao frowned. She vaguely felt that this name was familiar. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Although seeking passion sect is good, that Feng Xian is only a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he force Iceheart Valley into such a state? Remembering that her third martial aunt had some problems with her head, she quickly turned to Yang Kai to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry. They are just a few clowns." Clowns. Shi Tianhe was speechless. A second-order Emperor Realm Master and 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. How did they become clowns? Is this man's brain damaged like her third martial aunt's? She was restless as she let her imagination run wild, but when she saw that both Yang Kai and Ji Yao's faces were calm, her heart gradually calmed down. From the moment she decided to leave the Dong family and return to the sect to do her best, she never thought that she would be able to survive. Perhaps, she would be killed before she could return to the sect. After all, Iceheart Valley was completely surrounded. As long as she showed herself, she would definitely be attacked. Since she no longer cared about life and death, what in this world could scare her? Her only wish was to be able to return to her master's side before she died and obtain her master's forgiveness and forgiveness. Don't be afraid, let's attack together. First-order Emperor Realm Master. He really is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Damn, a trivial first-order Emperor dares to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and scare this king. Yen Dong and the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. Previously, they were afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than theirs, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They wanted to probe his strength first, but they didn't expect him to expose himself. What was so scary about a first-order Emperor Realm Master? All 4 of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Even if one of them wasn't his opponent, how could the 4 of them not be a match? Attack! One of the Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. In the next moment, the 4 of them pounced on Yang Kai from all directions, their Emperor Qi surging as they used their secret techniques to attack. Yen Dong never expected that he would actually encounter an enemy who was proficient in the power of space, and from the looks of it, this person's methods weren't much worse than Li Wuyi's. It turned out that this person wasn't letting him escape, but had the confidence to stop him. With a miraculous ability to teleport through space, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. City Lord Yan's eyesight is not bad. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Yen Dong's expression changed again, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This city lord will fight it out with you." He knew that he couldn't escape, and from the way the other party had killed the Black Thunder Pavilion elder, even if he begged for mercy, the other party might not let him go. If he wanted to live, he could only fight with his life on the line. Yen Dong was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he released all of his strength and a long saber appeared in his hand. His body moved along with the saber, and a saber light soared into the sky as he slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, raised his hand, and slapped out with his palm. Under the surge of his Emperor Qi, the glaring blade light was instantly extinguished, and his palm landed on Yen Dong's chest. *Poo. Yen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards, falling to the ground and creating a deep crater. Struggling to climb out of the hole, Yen Dong's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai, who was slowly descending from the sky, and shouted, "You're not a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Who are you? How could a First Order Emperor Realm Master injure him so easily with a single palm strike? How could a First Order Emperor Realm Master kill 2 of the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion Elders and injure one in an instant? Yen Dong was almost certain that Yang Kai was definitely hiding his cultivation and deliberately playing with them. It was laughable that they all thought that Ji Yao was the strongest, but in the end, they met a tough opponent. Guess. Yang Kai winked at him, and in the blink of an eye, another pitch-black moon blade appeared in his hand. However, this moon blade was not as big as the previous one. Even so, Yen Dong's face turned ashen when he sensed the energy fluctuations contained in it. This was a technique condensed from space principles, and under the support of space principles, he could not resist at all. Wait! Yen Dong hurriedly shouted. Since he could not win, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai did not intend to give him a chance to speak, and with a flick of his finger, the moon blade flew towards Yen Dong. With a soft sound, the moon blade cut through Yen Dong's body, and the city lord of Peaceful City fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. After falling to the ground, his body was immediately split in half. Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Yen Dong's hand, and with a flicker, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already returned to Shi Tianhe's side. With the sound of fighting, Yang Kai glanced over and found that Ji Yao and Bai Yu were fighting to the death. However, Bai Yu was in a sorry state at the moment, his hair disheveled, and there were many wounds on his body. Unfortunately, under the influence of Ji Yao's ice concept, the blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out. As for Bai Yu, his hair was covered in frost, and his movements were clumsy. It was obvious that the principles and concepts he comprehended could not be compared to Ji Yao's, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Senior, these are the space rings of those 3 people. Seeing Yang Kai return, Shi Tianhe respectfully handed over the 3 space rings. The seriously injured Black Thunder Pavilion Elder from before was also dead. Yang Kai had taken his life before chasing after Yen Dong. At this moment, the smell of blood was pungent, and the ground was covered in colorful intestines and dark red blood. It was like hell on earth. Yang Kai nodded, took the 3 space rings, and put them together with the space ring he had obtained from Yen Dong. After a little investigation, he found that these people were quite rich, especially Yen Dong's space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals and many precious treasures. Senior. Shi Tianhe called out in a low voice. Since Yang Kai showed his terrifying strength, the way she looked at Yang Kai now was a little strange, no longer as casual as before. Instead, she looked at him with awe. You, who are you? Me? My name is Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned at her. Chapter 26-28. Yang Kai. Shi Tianhe froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock, Senior, you're that. Yang Kai smiled and said, Yes, I'm the one Seeking Passion sect has been looking for. Hearing Yang Kai admit it himself, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. When she heard those rumors before, she had cursed Yang Kai for being unkind. After all, the root cause of Iceheart Valley's calamity was Yang Kai. Because he killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Xian was enraged, which led to a series of subsequent conflicts that led to the current chaotic situation in the Northern Territory. Shi Tianhe never thought that one day, the culprit behind the chaos in the Northern Territory would appear in front of her. Thinking about it, Shi Tianhe was shocked again. Because she suddenly remembered that Feng Shi was killed in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago. In other words, Yang Kai was also in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, and only a cultivator below the Emperor realm could enter the Shattered Star Sea. Didn't that mean that Yang Kai was only a Dao Source realm a few years ago? Now, he was at most a First Order Emperor realm master. But even though they were all First Order Emperor Realm Masters, the Elders of Black Thunder Pavilion and the City Lord of Peaceful Peace City were not his opponents at all. The cultivation Yang Kai showed before was his true cultivation, and he didn't hide it at all. If it hadn't happened in front of her, Shi Tianhe wouldn't have believed it. When did a First-Order Emperor Realm Master become so easy to kill? Previously, she had fantasized that if she could find that guy named Yang Kai one day, she would capture him and hand him over to Seeking Passion sect. She would then resolve the crisis of her sect. But now, she didn't dare to have such thoughts. It's over for Bai Yu. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly spoke up. Shi Tianhe quickly looked up and saw a dazzling light blooming over there. A chilling chill swept through the world, accompanied by a flash of sword light. The battle finally came to an end. The light dissipated. Ji Yao didn't move. She lightly swung the long sword in her hand. Her face was as calm as the wind. Instead, a lump of ice had unknowingly appeared before her. Within that lump of ice was a person, the pavilion master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. After being sealed in the ice, Bai Yu's face was filled with fear and shock. She couldn't believe that she had lost so thoroughly. He was completely powerless to fight back. Whoosh, the block of ice fell to the ground. When it hit the ground, it shattered with a loud bang. As for the white jade that was sealed within, it also began to crack apart, leaving not a single piece intact. Just as Ji Yao had said earlier, she had indeed torn the other party's corpse into pieces. With a swoosh, Ji Yao appeared beside Yang Kai. He looked left and right. He didn't ask where the other 4 enemies went. The blood and minced meat on the ground were the best proof. He nodded to Yang Kai and said, "Shizhuan, let's hurry back to the valley." Previously, she didn't know the situation of Ice Heart Valley, but now that she heard the news from Shi Tianhe that Ice Heart Valley was besieged, Ji Yao was anxious to return. She couldn't wait to return to the valley and share the joys and sorrows of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded. While speaking, he winked at Shi Tianhe. Shi Tianhe was a smart person. She quickly turned around and flew out. She retrieved Bai Yu's dead space ring. At this time, Ji Yao also threw out her small ship. The 3 of them landed on the deck one by one. Ji Yao formed a seal with her hands and the ship instantly shot forward. "Senior Yang, this is for you." Shi Tianhe handed over a space ring that was frozen in ice and still worn on a severed finger. Yang Kai took it and used his Emperor Qi to melt the ice. He threw away the severed finger and threw the ring back to Shi Tianhe. "Senior Yang, this is..." Shi Tianhe looked at Yang Kai blankly. "This is your 3rd martial uncle's trophy. Since your 3rd martial uncle doesn't like it, you can take it. When you return to Ice Heart Valley in the future, cultivate well and don't disappoint your master again." Yang Kai smiled. Shi Tianhe said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Yang." "Thank you, 3rd martial uncle, what Senior Yang?" Ji Yao glared at her. "I already told you, this is your ancestral founder." "Yes, thank you, ancestral founder." Shi Tianhe's face changed and she quickly corrected herself. She didn't know how to explain it to Ji Yao. Quietly glancing at Yang Kai, she found that Yang Kai also had a helpless look on his face. 2 days later, 3,000 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley, atop a snowy mountain. Snow continued to fall and the ground was freezing cold. Kai Yang and the others stood at the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance. Ji Yao couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Looking at the familiar scenery and smelling the familiar air, she felt as if she had been reborn. She couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because she was close to home, but there was still a faint trace of fear and worry in Ji Yao's eyes. "There are so many people." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief as white steam filled the air in front of him. Standing here, one could clearly see that there were cultivator patrolling back and forth outside Ice Heart Valley. These cultivator were obviously not Ice Heart Valley's disciples. There were even groups of 3 to 5 people guarding Ice Heart Valley's main entrances and exits. The entire Ice Heart Valley seemed to be surrounded by an iron bucket. Where did Seeking Passion sect get so many people? Yang Kai frowned slightly. From the information he obtained from Tianhe, Yang Kai learned that not only was Ice Heart Valley besieged, but the nearby Ice Moon City had also been seized. Ice Moon City was an important hub for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. After it was seized, it was equivalent to cutting off their connection with the outside world. Seeking Passion sect had to besiege Ice Heart Valley and occupy Ice Moon City, so how could they have so many people? Tianhe said, there are many sects and families in the Northern Territory that rely on Seeking Passion sect. This time, Seeking Passion sect has caused such a big commotion, so those subordinate forces must have come to help. Even so, there shouldn't be so many people. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and suddenly said, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great forces. Seeking Passion sect has its own sects and families, so does Ice Heart Valley. As far as I know, many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples have been married off, right? With this kind of relationship. Now, Ice Heart Valley is in danger. Won't those forces come to help? Tianhe smiled bitterly when she heard this, not knowing how to answer. On the other hand, Jiao spoke up, Honored Master, didn't you set a rule when you established Ice Heart Valley? Marriage is prohibited in Ice Heart Valley, but the disciples who marry off will no longer have any connection with Ice Heart Valley. You were concerned at that time because you didn't want the world to misunderstand that Ice Heart Valley used marriage as an excuse to expand its influence. Yang Kai was stunned, is there such a rule? Jiao said angrily, you set the rule yourself. Yang Kai laughed dryly, Master was confused. Who is sneaking around here? Just as the three of them were looking around, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and in an instant, a group of 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai and the others. This group of 5 was led by an elderly man, while the other 4 looked to be under 40 years old. There were no women, only men. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could tell that these 5 people were only in the Dao Source realm. The old man in the lead was only in the second-order Dao Source realm, while the other 4 were in the first-order Dao Source realm. Who are you? Yang Kai squinted and asked. As he spoke, he unleashed a bit of his oppressive might to envelop the 5 people. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, and the elderly man in the lead was even more terrified. He cupped his fists and said, Fang Minghui greets Master. We have offended you a little. Please forgive us, Master. Realizing that Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm, how could Fang Minghui dare to act presumptuously? He quickly lowered his posture, lest he upset Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked with a cold face. Fang Minghui quickly said, we were ordered to patrol. Saying so, he showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai. Patrol? Are you disciples of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai frowned. Fang Minghui shook his head and said, no, we are from Twin Jade City's Fang family. The people behind me are all disciples of the Fang family. Twin Jade City's Fang family. Yang Kai suddenly understood, a subsidiary force. Master must be joking, Fang Minghui laughed. My Fang family is just a small family. How can we climb up a big tree like the Seeking Passion sect? I'm afraid the Seeking Passion sect won't even put the entire Twin Jade City in their eyes. Yang Kai asked curiously, since you are not a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect, why are you here? Then what are you doing here? Who ordered you to patrol here? This place was very close to Ice Heart Valley. Now that the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were like fire and water, a war could break out at any time, unrelated people wouldn't stay here, right? Fang Minghui was stunned and said, naturally, we were ordered by the Seeking Passion sect. Yang Kai snorted and said, you speak nonsense, this king is confused. If you don't explain clearly, this king will immediately pull out your tongue. Fang Minghui was shocked and hurriedly said, Senior, please don't be angry. This one is really here on the orders of the Seeking Passion sect. My Fang family has nothing to do with the Seeking Passion sect. This one isn't lying. The four people behind him also turned pale, thinking that the people from the Emperor realm were really not to be trifled with. Just because he was in a bad mood, he wanted to pull out someone's tongue. This was simply too violent. When they could break through to the Emperor realm, they would be able to pull out someone's tongue and play with it. Since you have nothing to do with the sect, why would you listen to orders? Do you think this king is easy to fool? Yang Kai looked at Fang Minghui indifferently. Chapter 26-29. Divide up Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Fang Minghui grinned wickedly and said, the women of Ice Heart Valley are all as pure as ice and as pure as jade, cold as ice, and all of them have extraordinary talent. If anyone can obtain one or two of them in this life, they will have no regrets. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a great reputation, and the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were like goddesses in the eyes of the smaller forces. They could only be admired from afar and not profaned. Since ancient times, countless men in the Northern Territory had taken pride in marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple. However, very few could actually do it. Now that Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice had been issued, countless men in the Northern Territory went crazy. The rewards weren't a big deal, but if they made some kind of contribution, after Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, they would be able to divide one or two of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples among themselves. Even if they were officially married, it would not be shameful and would only make others envious. Are you also here for Ice Heart Valley's disciples? Yang Kai looked at Fang Minghui curiously. This guy was already so old, but he still had such thoughts. Fang Minghui smiled bitterly, I don't dare to ask for too much. I just hope to get some rewards from Seeking Passion sect, which will be enough for my Fang family to enjoy for many years. If I can join Seeking Passion sect, that would be the best. Yang Kai chuckled and asked, how many people has Seeking Passion sect recruited now? 100,000. Most of them are family forces like my Fang family, but there are also some second or third class sects that have come to serve. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will come to settle accounts with you in the future? Fang Minghui shook his head, Ice Heart Valley has no chance. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his brow. Fang Minghui said, this junior does not know the details. I only know that Seeking Passion sect now has 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Although Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder Bing Yun also has this cultivation, she is only one person. How can she fight against Seeking Passion sect? In the years of fighting, Ice Heart Valley has suffered heavy casualties. If not for this, they would not have retreated to Ice Heart Valley and relied on the sect defending array to survive. Furthermore. And what? Yang Kai asked. Fang Minghui smiled lightly, Ice Heart Valley won't be able to hold on much longer. At the very least, Ice Heart Valley will be defeated in half a month, at most a month. Yang Kai snorted, you're just a trivial second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, where does your confidence come from? Fang Minghui looked around cautiously before whispering, Sect Master Feng Xian has invited Grandmaster Nan Men over to study how to break the spirit array. I'm afraid it won't be long before Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is broken. With our full strength, how could Ice Heart Valley be able to resist? Standing behind Yang Kai, Ji Yao and Shitian's expressions changed again and again. At this moment, their beautiful faces had turned pale. Fang Minghui rambled on for a while before saying, this master, do you want to join in as well? Currently, the Seeking Passion sect was recruiting talents with the strength of the master. I'm sure the Seeking Passion sect will welcome you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, even I can. Fang Minghui nodded and said, naturally. As long as you go to Ice Moon City to register and explain your origins, you will be able to contribute to the Seeking Passion sect. When the time comes, you will naturally receive many benefits. By the way, I haven't asked where Master is from. If you are related to Ice Heart Valley, the Seeking Passion sect will not accept you. This time, before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao took a step forward and said coldly, "This queen is Ji Yao from Ice Heart Valley." As soon as she said this, the expressions of Fang Minghui and the others changed drastically. They all retreated. The Fang family cultivators never expected that the other party they had been talking to for so long was actually someone from Ice Heart Valley. Didn't they say that the people of Ice Heart Valley were hiding in the sect and didn't dare to come out? Even the sect defending array had been activated, so how did these people come out? Run! Fang Minghui was a decisive person. He knew that his words just now must have made the other party unhappy, so he roared and tried to escape. The 4 Fang family cultivators behind him also reacted quickly, urging their source chi one after another. But before they could leave, a chilling aura suddenly spread out. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk with a soft sound, the ground turned into frozen earth, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The 5 people froze in place, unable to move. "Spare his life!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Ji Yao frowned, but still held back a little, only freezing the other 4 Fang family cultivators into ice sculptures, leaving Fang Minghui standing there stiffly. His lips were blue from the cold, and his teeth were chattering. With a long face, he said, "Master, please spare my life. Since my Fang family joined the Seeking Passion sect, we have never done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. We have only patrolled the periphery and have never hurt a single Ice Heart Valley disciple." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and knocked him out. He then reached out and picked him up. With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered the remaining 4 frozen Fang family disciples into powder. "Honored Master, why did you spare his life?" Ji Yao looked at the unconscious Fang Minghui with cold eyes, somewhat puzzled. "What he just told us needs to be told to someone else. Perhaps we can get some other information from him," Yang Kai explained lightly before calling out, "Return to Ice Heart Valley." "Yes." Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe nodded. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai wrapped the 2 women up before his figure flickered and disappeared. When they reappeared, the 3 of them were already outside Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array. This sect defending Grand Array was extremely sturdy and huge, forming a translucent light barrier that enveloped the entire Ice Heart Valley. From a distance, it looked like a big bowl had been placed on the ground. Everything inside the light screen was hazy and blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. Such a sect defending Grand Array was definitely not easy to break. Although Seeking Passion sect was strong, they could not break through it by force, so they could only invite an array master to break it. However, the source crystals consumed to support such a grand array must be an astronomical figure. Among the crowd, a tall woman with delicate features stared at Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and called out in surprise, "Junior Sister Tianhe?" Shi Tianhe heard this and looked over, her tender body trembling slightly as she suppressed the excitement in her heart and called out in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Yu." Her expression was a little restrained and timid, as if she didn't dare to face Senior Sister Yu, like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, remembering what Yen Dong had said before, and immediately understood that this tall woman was the Yu Dan he had mentioned. Yu Dan stepped forward, came in front of Shi Tianhe, looked her up and down, and said with a smile, "It's been many years since we last met, Junior Sister has become thinner. Have you suffered grievances during these years outside?" Shi Tianhe's eyes reddened as she pursed her lips and shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. "All right, don't cry, Honored Master has been thinking about you all these years. It's good that you're back," Yu Dan said as she gently wiped away Shi Tianhe's tears. However, her tears were like broken pearls, unable to be wiped away no matter how hard she tried. Yu Dan whispered, "For the past 100 years, every 2 years, I have been ordered to go to Peaceful Peace City to inquire about your situation and see if you have suffered any grievances." Shi Tianhe trembled and said excitedly, "Honored Master asked you to go?" Yu Dan smiled and said, "If Honored Master didn't ask, how could I have the courage to go? Honored Master said that if you were to suffer any grievances in the Dong family, she would go and destroy them. Don't think that Honored Master has not cared about you for the past 100 years. In fact, she still cares about you in her heart." Hearing this, Shi Tianhe's eyes turned red again and she almost cried again. Yu Dan comforted her for a while before she calmed down. In the main hall of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai sat upright with Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe standing behind him. As for Fang Minghui, he was still unconscious and was thrown by Yang Kai at his feet. Yu Dan accompanied Shi Tianhe and quietly communicated with her. After Zhang Suning served tea, she said, "Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. Honored Master has received the news and will be here soon." "She's already here." Yang Kai's expression changed and he looked outside the hall. There was a flash of light outside the hall and Bing Yun's figure appeared. Behind her was a group of masters from the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley. There were not many of them, less than 10. Eldest disciple Ruo Yun, second disciple Sun Yun Xiu, and the others were all present. Yang Kai quickly got up and greeted her, cupping his fists and bowing. Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're here." Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, because they both came from Hangluo Star Field, they felt closer than others. Bing Yun was very happy to see Yang Kai at this critical moment. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Behind Bing Yun, a group of disciples also hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. He saw Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and Ziyu. Ziyu was now in the Emperor realm. Like Yang Kai, she had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained an opportunity there to break through to the Emperor realm. As they looked at each other, Ziyu nodded slightly to Yang Kai, her eyes full of gratitude. Back then, in the Shattered Star Sea, she was about to break through but attracted the attention of her enemies. Several Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't protect her at all. Later, when she broke through to the Emperor realm, she learned from the Ice Heart Valley disciples that it was Yang Kai who lured away the strong enemies, allowing her to break through safely. This favor alone was enough to make Ziyu shed tears of gratitude, not to mention that Yang Kai was inextricably linked to Ice Heart Valley. He had a close relationship with ancestral founder Bing Yun. Lu Xianyun was also very excited. She hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few years. Now that she saw him again, she naturally had a lot to say, but now wasn't the time. "I heard that Ji Yao is back?" Bing Yun asked as she swept her gaze behind her and saw Ji Yao standing there in a daze. "Third junior sister. Third senior sister." And Ruo Yun and the others also shouted excitedly. But Ji Yao stood there in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with a vacant look. She stared at Bing Yun, the confusion in her eyes becoming clearer and clearer, like a dark cloud blocking her vision. "Third junior sister, why are you in a daze? Quickly come and greet honored master." And Ruo Yun didn't understand and thought that Ji Yao was too emotional, so she hurriedly reminded her. Bing Yun, on the other hand, saw something wrong and turned to Yang Kai, asking, "What's wrong with Yao, Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message and briefly explained Ji Yao's current situation. He didn't even hide the fact that he was impersonating Ji Yao. After Bing Yun heard this, she felt very distressed. Ji Yao had suffered so much in the ancient wild land for so many years that even her mind had become unclear. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, she would probably still be muddle-headed in the ancient wild land. She sighed softly with a kind expression on her face. She called out, "Yao, Master is here. Why aren't you coming over? Honored Master." When Ji Yao heard this, her delicate body trembled and her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled violently. Her confused expression collapsed in a very short time and turned into clarity. Pfff. Ji Yao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her aura suddenly weakened a lot, but her eyes became extremely bright. And Ruo Yun and the others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know what was wrong with Ji Yao. Honored Master. Ji Yao's figure flickered and she suddenly arrived in front of Bing Yun. She knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "This unworthy disciple has made Honored Master worry." Bing Yun stretched out her hand and gently patted her head, saying, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Get up." Ji Yao shook her head and cried bitterly. She hugged Bing Yun's thigh tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. And Ruo Yun and the others also quietly wiped the corners of their eyes. Bing Yun said helplessly, "You and I are master and disciple. It's a happy occasion to reunite after a long separation. Don't cry. Get up and talk." She stretched out her hand and pulled Ji Yao up. She personally wiped away her tears and handed her to Ruo Yun to take care of. Then she turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Yao has been stubborn since she was young." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Yao, junior sister Ji Yao is a sentimental person." He had become accustomed to calling her Yao, during this period of time and almost called her wrongly again. Ji Yao heard this and looked up at Yang Kai. Her gaze couldn't help but be a little complicated. After seeing the real Bing Yun, she was undoubtedly completely sober. Although she didn't know if she would be muddle-headed again in the future, at least she was safe and sound for now. It was because she was sober that she realized how bad her previous state was. She mistook a man for her honored master. If this kind of thing didn't happen to her, Ji Yao probably wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai was a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her directly. His gaze was erratic. "Sit down and talk. Don't just stand there." Bing Yun was in a good mood. Her long-lost third disciple had returned to the sect and Yang Kai had also come. It could be said to be a joyous occasion. A rare smile appeared on her face. When the disciples saw this, they were also secretly happy. During this period of time, Bing Yun hadn't shown much of a smile. Today, the dark clouds had finally parted and the bright moon could be seen. And Ruo Yun raised her hand high, a look of resentment on her face, as if she wanted to slap Shi Tianhe, but after trying several times, she couldn't harden her heart. In the end, she stomped her foot and stopped. Taking a deep breath, and Ruo Yun said in a deep voice, "Traitorous disciple, do you know your wrongs?" Shi Tianhe's face was covered in tears as she nodded, "Disciple knows her wrongs." And Ruo Yun said bitterly, "I advised you 100 years ago not to marry into the Dong family because of that life-saving grace. There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude, and there is no need to sacrifice your life's happiness. You didn't listen, and in the end, you ended up like this. Why do you have to humiliate yourself like this?" Shi Tianhe kowtowed to the ground and cried, "Please punish me, honored master." And Ruo Yun said with a cold face, "Don't call me honored master. I didn't have you as my disciple 100 years ago. You and I have already severed our relationship as master and disciple. Today's result is the cause of your actions. Whether it is bitterness or bitterness, you have to bear it. It has nothing to do with me or Ice Heart Valley. Please punish me, honored master. Shi Tian, he begged in grief. And Ruoyun said angrily, you still dare to call me honored master. Zhang Suning couldn't stand it anymore and stood up, senior sister, don't be angry. Although Tian he didn't listen to you back then and disobeyed you, she has suffered a lot now. I believe she won't do that again in the future. Moreover, she risked her life to return to Ice Heart Valley because she heard that the sect was in trouble. With such determination and loyalty, senior sister, can't you forgive her? The other senior sisters and junior sisters also nodded and tried to persuade her. And Ruoyun listened to them but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Yudan also hurried forward and knelt in front of An Ruoyun, honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian he this time. Ziyu's tender body also flickered and knelt in front of An Ruoyun, honored master, junior sister Tian he already knows her wrongs. Please forgive her. Like Shi Tianhe, the two of them were also An Ruoyun's disciples, so they were naturally qualified to plead for leniency. You. An Ruoyun was furious when she saw this. She pointed at Yudan and Ziyu and pointed her slender finger at them while gritting her teeth, good, good, good. You're all grown up and disobedient, yet you still have the face to call me honored master. Yudan and Ziyu trembled and said repeatedly, honored master, please calm down. Disciples dare not. Since you don't dare, then quickly stand up, An Ruoyun said angrily. Yudan and Ziyu looked at each other and said in unison, honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian he. You're still bargaining with me? An Ruoyun was furious. It's done. Frozen Cloud suddenly shouted. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Chapter 2632. Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master? Yang Kai was stunned. A figure quickly appeared in his mind as he asked, Yao Zhua? Bing Yun nodded, yes, it's him. Ji Yao, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, you know Yao Zhua? Yang Kai nodded, when I came to Ice Heart Valley last time, I had a lot of dealings with him. The last time he came to Ice Heart Valley, he happened to see the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master, Feng Shi, took a fancy to Ziyu and tried every means to get her. Ice Heart Valley was forced to agree to the marriage under pressure. At that time, it was Yao Zhua who brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride. At that time, Yao Zhuo was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. The difference in strength between them was huge. However, Yao Zhuo was still injured by the Emperor Authority bead that Yang Kai gave him with Bing Yun. Sealed inside that Emperor Authority bead was Ice Heart Valley's secret technique, Ice Snow Pear Flower Sword. Later, Yang Kai even snatched Yao Zhuo's space ring. Inside that space ring was a betrothal gift prepared by Seeking Passion Sect, which made Yang Kai a windfall at that time. This was only a few years ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. So, when he heard Bing Yun mention Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master, he immediately remembered. On the other side, Zhang Sunying's lips squirmed as she quietly sent a message to Ji Yao, telling her what happened a few years ago. Ji Yao was speechless after hearing this. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai was simply a bandit. A few years ago, in the third-order Dao Source Realm, he snatched the space ring of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Some time ago, in the ancient wild lands, he even extorted a large amount of wealth from the four Saint Masters. This person was born to be a bandit. How did Yao Zhuo suddenly break through to the third-order Emperor Realm? Yang Kai frowned slightly. A few years ago, Yao Zhuo was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. However, it wasn't that easy to break through and advance. Especially at the level of the Emperor realm, it was often impossible to break through for thousands of years. It hadn't been that long, so logically speaking, it was impossible for Yao Zhuo's cultivation to improve so quickly. Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't know. Perhaps he has his own fortuitous encounter. Originally, my Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were indeed evenly matched, but ever since Yao Zhuo broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, this balance was broken. I am no match for Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, so Ice Heart Valley will naturally be suppressed. With the addition of Seeking Passion sect's minions, Ice Heart Valley seems a little weak. Yang Kai nodded and said, then what does Senior intend to do? Has he been hiding in the valley all this time? Bing Yun shook his head and said, I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I can only rely on the sect protecting formation to protect it for a while. I'm afraid the sect protecting Grand Array won't be able to last much longer, Yang Kai said in a low voice. What do you mean? Bing Yun was taken aback. Yang Kai said, previously, junior sister Ji Yao and I met this person outside. According to this person, Seeking Passion sect has invited a Grandmaster Nan Men to study how to break spirit arrays. He seems to be an array Grandmaster. Has Senior heard of this person? Grandmaster Nan Men. Bing Yun frowned. And Ruo Yun exclaimed, Nan Men de Jun? Sun Yun Xiao and Zhang Sun Ying's pretty faces also turned pale. They seemed to know who this Grandmaster Nan Men was. Bing Yun cast a questioning look at An Ruo Yun. An Ruo Yun hurriedly said, Honored Master, this Nan Men de Jun is indeed an array Grandmaster. Chapter 2633. Not long after, Lu Xianyun arrived. She and Yang Kai came to the star boundary at the same time. Although they came from different star territories, the two had supported each other for a while in Blue Feather sect, so they had a brother and sister relationship. They had also gone through life and death together in the solitary void-sealed world, so their relationship was naturally very close. After coming out of the solitary void-sealed world, Lu Xianyun stayed in Ice Heart Valley, which was a good place for her to go. She came to Yang Kai for no other reason than she missed him after not seeing him for a few years. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that she was doing well now and had officially become Bing Yun's disciple, becoming Bing Yun's last disciple. She was definitely qualified. After all, like Yang Kai, she was a cultivator who came from the star territory below. Back then, in the territory of Great Desolate Star, her aptitude was no worse than Yin Lusheng's. The only difference was her background and heritage, so she was weaker than Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng could become the legacy disciple of Netherworld sect master, so Lu Xianyun could naturally do the same. Her cultivation progress had been slow over the years mainly because her life was tough and she didn't have enough cultivation resources. Now that she had become Bing Yun's last disciple, she had abundant cultivation resources and a good master, so her potential had gradually begun to show. In just a few years, she had already broken through to the Second Order Dao Source Realm and was on her way to the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her martial aunt's cultivation was not as good as many of her martial nephews, her future was bright. In Ice Heart Valley, she got along well with many of her sisters, so she had already regarded this place as her home. Knowing this, Yang Kai was relieved. Afterwards, Lu Xianyun asked Yang Kai about what had happened in the past few years. There was nothing much to say. Over the past few years, he had spent most of his time in the Shattered Star Sea. After leaving the Shattered Star Sea, he went to the Eastern Domain's Savage Desolation Ancient Land to look for Xiao Xiao, where he encountered the 4 Saint Venerables. Yang Kai picked some things to talk about, and Lu Xianyun listened with great interest. She realized that no matter when, life in Yangkai was always so exciting and full of ups and downs. By the way, junior sister, I have something to give you. Yangkai suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He said. Lu Xianyun asked curiously, what is it? Yangkai said seriously, relax your body and mind. Don't resist. When Lu Xianyun heard this, she nodded lightly. After taking a deep breath, she relaxed and even closed her eyes. At this moment, she was completely defenseless against Yangkai. In other words, if Yangkai wanted to harm her, he could easily kill her. If not for the fact that he trusted Yangkai completely. She couldn't do that no matter what. Yangkai searched the small sealed world for a while and soon, flipping his palm, a hazy ball of light appeared on his palm. As soon as this ball of light appeared, it gave off a mysterious aura. And as far as the eye could see, the ball of light seemed to be dotted with stars, like a star field that had been shrunk countless times. Lu Xianyun opened her eyes suspiciously. When she saw the thing in Yangkai's hand clearly, she was startled again and asked curiously, Brother Yang, what is this? Yangkai said solemnly, Stars, star sources. Lu Xianyun's tender body shook and she said in amazement, Stars, star sources? She came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so she naturally knew what stars star sources were. It was the foundation of a star. Such a vibrant star sources only had one complete cultivation star. My Iceheart Valley's sect defending Grand Array has begun to show some signs of weakness. If they are given 10 days to half a month, they might really be able to break the Spirit Array. Yangkai grinned and said, what if they don't have 10 days to half a month? Bing Yun was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Yangkai said, here's what I think. Didn't the Seeking Passion sect send out a recruitment order? Maybe I can pretend to submit to the Seeking Passion sect and infiltrate their inner circle. Then, I can find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate army. How can that be? Bing Yun was shocked and said, I know you are proficient in the Tao of space, but now, Iceheart Valley is surrounded by powerful enemies. Who knows how many of them are in the Emperor realm alone? Once you fail, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Also, don't forget, the elders of Seeking Passion sect definitely know about your appearance. If you rush to join them, you'll just be walking right into their trap. No, this is my Iceheart Valley's business, how can I let you take such a risk? Yangkai smiled slightly and said, Senior doesn't need to worry about my appearance. As long as I don't meet Feng Xian or Yao Zhua, I believe no one will recognize me. Bing Yun frowned slightly and asked, what kind of shape-shifting secret technique do you cultivate? Yangkai shook his head and said, no. Ji Yao suddenly said, brother, do you mean to ask Martial Niece Tian He to help? Yangkai looked at her with a smile and said, yes. Ji Yao thought for a while and nodded, brother, if this is your plan, it is feasible. Bing Yun looked confused and asked, Tian He? The disciple who came back with you a few days ago? She is only in the third order Tao source realm. Even if she helps, how can she help you? Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled, honored master, although Martial Niece Tian He's cultivation is not high enough, she has one ability. What ability? Ji Yao replied, her disguise technique is extremely brilliant. Last time in Peace City, she stood in front of me and I didn't notice any flaws. If Brother Yang hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid this disciple would have been deceived by her. Bing Yun was surprised and asked, she has such an ability? If even Ji Yao couldn't find any flaws, any other second-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find any flaws either. This disguise technique was enough to show how brilliant she was. Yang Kai smiled and said, with Martial Niece Tianhe's help, even if I go to Seeking Passion sect, it is unlikely that I will be recognized. As long as I go deep into their territory and find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate army or kidnap them, no one will be able to break the spirit array. Bing Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she soon shook her head and smiled bitterly. It still won't work. Even if you kill the Southern Gate army, the result will be the same. Why? This time, it was Yang Kai and Ji Yao's turn to be stunned. Bing Yun sighed and said, although my Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is powerful, it consumes too much energy when it is activated. Even without the Southern Gate army, we will only last 2 months. After 2 months, the spirit array will still break. At that time, the situation won't change. Yang Kai said in relief, so it's because of this. Senior, you don't have to worry. I have some source crystals on hand, enough for Ice Heart Valley to use for a long time. Also, 2 months is enough for me to go back to the Eastern Territory and ask for help. As long as he could buy some time, he could go back to the Eastern Territory and bring back the Monster King. At that time, not to mention 100,000 people from Seeking Passion sect, even if there were 200,000 or 300,000, they would just be a mob. Who are you going to look for in the Eastern Territory? Bing Yun asked curiously. Junior sister Yao knows. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao rolled her eyes and quietly sent a message to Bing Yun. Bing Yun was shocked when she heard this and said in amazement, Yang Kai, you can actually ask them to help? It's just a small matter, they should help. Yang Kai smiled confidently, and before Bing Yun could object, he said, then it's settled. There's no time to lose, I'll go find Martial Niece Tianhe now. Ice Heart Valley's mess was caused by him, so he couldn't stay out of it no matter what. These days, he had been thinking about how to help Ice Heart Valley resolve this disaster, and now, he finally had a plan. Brother Yang, wait, count me in, Ji Yao hurriedly shouted. You? Yang Kai turned his head in amazement and waved his hand, no, I can do this alone. It'll be more troublesome if I go with you. Ji Yao said, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business, how can I let you take the risk alone? I have to go with you. After saying so, before Yang Kai could refuse again, she suddenly sent a message to him, Brother Yang, if you dare to say no again, I'll tell Honored Master that you molested me. Yang Kai's face turned black and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his mind, of course it's best if junior sister Yao goes with me, ha. Bing Yun could see that he didn't mean what he said. She didn't know what Ji Yao said to him that made his attitude change so drastically. But since things had already gotten to this point, she couldn't stop him. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, if everything went smoothly, Ice Heart Valley could avoid the fate of destruction. She had to make plans for the 7,000 disciples of the sect. Since you insist, then call Tianhe over. Let me see how good her disguise technique is first before making a decision. Ji Yao nodded, I'll ask eldest senior sister to bring her over. Saying so, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Yang Kai also returned to his chair and sat down with a bitter expression on his face. The tea in his mouth tasted bitter. He quietly glanced at Ji Yao a few times, but found that she looked as if nothing had happened. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. Not long after, Ruo Yun's voice sounded outside the hall. After being summoned by Bing Yun, she walked in with Shi Tianhe. After greeting her, Ruo Yun said, Honored Master, why did you call me over? Bing Yun said, it's nothing to do with you. I just want Tianhe to do something. Shi Tianhe heard this and quickly said, please tell me, Ancestral Founder. Disciple will do her best to accomplish it. Bing Yun smiled, don't be nervous. I just heard that your disguise technique is extremely brilliant. I want to see if it's really that amazing. Shi Tianhe said respectfully, "It's just a small trick. I'm afraid it won't enter ancestral founder's eyes." Chapter 2635. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai's appearance quickly underwent an earth-shaking change. Originally, he could be considered to be handsome, unrestrained, and spirited. However, with Shi Tianhe's disguise technique, his appearance had actually become extremely ordinary, and it caused Ruoyun and the others to open their eyes wide and click their tongues in wonder. If this kind of change didn't happen right under their noses, no one would dare to believe that a mere disguise technique could achieve this. In less than half an hour, Shi Tianhe finally finished wiping Kai Yang's face. Carefully examining him, she nodded her head and said, "Done." She retreated a few steps, while Ruoyun and Ji Yao came closer to observe him closely, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't see any flaws. It was as if this ordinary-looking man in front of them was born with such an appearance. The only thing that didn't change was Yang Kai's aura. However, in Seeking Passion sect, there weren't many people who had met him face to face. Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo could be considered to have met him face to face, but as long as he didn't show his aura in front of them, they probably wouldn't notice anything. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "What a marvelous skill. Tianhe, your disguise technique is quite impressive." Even she praised it so much, showing how amazing Shi Tianhe's skill was. And Ruoyun asked curiously, "Tianhe, who did you learn this from? Does Peaceful City's Dong family have such means?" Shi Tianhe was her disciple, but she had never taught Shi Tianhe these things. It was obvious that Shi Tianhe had only learned these things after she had gone to Peaceful City. However, how could a mere Dong clan possess such a wondrous technique? Shi Tianhe shook her head and said, "This disguise technique didn't come from the Dong family. This disciple learned it from a strange person." "A strange person?" And Ruoyun was stunned. Shi Tianhe showed a look of reminiscence. She said, "That was almost 60 years ago. A beggar came to Peaceful City. He was disheveled. One day, he was beaten up and fell in front of the Dong family's gate. A disciple came back from an errand and saw him. He asked someone to help him to the woodshed. Later, before he left, he specially came to look for this disciple and taught this disguise technique to this disciple as a thank you gift. At that time, this disciple didn't take it seriously. Later, when I was bored and messed around, I discovered the brilliance of this disguise technique." Beggar. And Ruoyun and Ji Yao looked at each other and felt that it was quite inconceivable. That's not a beggar. He should be an expert. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed. "Tianhe, you were able to obtain this opportunity. Good people are rewarded with good fortune." And Ruoyun and Ji Yao both nodded. If that person was really an ordinary beggar, how could he have such a miraculous disguise technique? It was obvious that he was some powerful expert playing around. Some experts were just so eccentric. Instead of living a good life, they loved to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. What a pity. Bing Yun sighed again. "What's a pity, master?" And Ruoyun asked suspiciously. Bing Yun said, "That expert might be using this method to find his successor. Unfortunately, Tianhe might not meet his requirements. That's why he didn't pass on his legacy. Instead, he only taught her the disguise technique as a thank you gift." And Ruoyun nodded in realization. It's indeed a pity. If she could really obtain that expert's legacy, perhaps Shi Tianhe would be like Ziyu now and be in the Emperor realm. The Dong clan wouldn't have been exterminated. That beggar. Does he have the head of a dog, the eyes of a mouse, and a mouth full of yellow teeth? Yang Kai listened for a while and suddenly asked. Recruitment Hall. It was the place where Seeking Passion sect recruited talents. Since Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised countless benefits, many cultivator had come to work for them. Otherwise, even a top force like Seeking Passion sect wouldn't be able to gather 100,000 cultivators. Among these people, there were many who lacked cultivation materials or had ulterior motives from the Emperor realm. They were moved by the various benefits promised by Seeking Passion sect and stayed here to work for them. As he walked, he waved the folding fan in his hand from side to side impolitely. He scolded, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way." Yang Kai's arrogant and lawless appearance made people who didn't know better think that he was some kind of master of the Seeking Passion sect. The cultivator who was in line cried out in pain after being hit by the folding fan, and the line quickly fell into chaos. Everyone glared at Yang Kai, but they didn't know the depth of the other party's strength, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai sneered, not putting these people in his eyes at all. They came here to join the Seeking Passion sect and become enemies with Ice Heart Valley. Once the war started, they would become enemies. Yang Kai naturally didn't need to give them any face. The strength of the folding fan in his hand was enough to make the cultivator feel pain for 10 days to half a month. Behind the table, a deacon of the Seeking Passion sect saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly and didn't put the Seeking Passion sect in his eyes at all. He immediately became angry and coldly snorted, "Junior, don't make noise." That's right, that's right. This person is too rude. Deacon Master, teach him a lesson. It hurts. This brat actually hit people at will. Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Don't let him go. The group of cultivator who had been hit shouted all at once. Noisy. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he slammed his palm into the crowd. In an instant, his emperor chi surged and principles gathered around his body, causing the entire hall to buzz. The Emperor Realm. Heavens, it's the Emperor Realm. The cultivator who had been shouting all this time suddenly panicked. Even the deacons of the Seeking Passion sect who were in charge of the hall changed their expressions drastically. Although they were deacons of the Seeking Passion sect, they were only in the third order Dao source realm. In the face of the Emperor realm, they really didn't have the power to resist. Hong, under this palm, dozens of cultivators were sent flying, all of them coughing up blood mid-air and falling to the ground in embarrassment. However, what made everyone feel relieved was that although the power of this palm was strong, it didn't take anyone's life. It was just that the injuries they suffered would take at least 10 days to heal. If you keep talking, I'll take your dog lives. Yang Kai coldly snorted, acting arrogant as if the heavens were his number 2. No one dared to make a sound. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Schwa. A figure suddenly shot out from the inner hall and stood in front of the few tables. As soon as this person appeared, the Seeking Passion sect deacons, who were on tenterhooks and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, acted as if they had seen their savior. Their eyes lit up as they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Sun." "Elder Sun, it's Elder Sun Ping. It's really Elder Sun Ping." Sun Ping immediately turned his head to look at Chao Su, who gently nodded to confirm. Sun Ping laughed. It seems that young Master Shao is really a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Being able to condense the image of a cultivator from the Southern Territory and having the gold token of the Azure Sun Temple in his hand, there was really nothing to doubt. Yang Kai smiled and said, "So, can I stay?" Sun Ping's smile faded as he said solemnly, "One last question." Yang Kai said angrily, "You're so annoying. This young master is here to help your seeking passion sect, not to be tortured by you. Elder son, what is your intention for making things difficult for this young master time and time again? Although the seeking passion sect is amazing, my Azure Sun Temple is not necessarily afraid of you." He used the tiger skin as a banner and flew into a rage on the spot, making the cultivator next to him dumbfounded. He thought to himself that this was indeed a disciple of a great sect, not showing the slightest fear in their home ground. If it were them, they wouldn't have such courage. Sun Ping, however, said with a smile, "Young Master Shao, please calm down, don't be angry. If you have something to say, let's talk it out." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Old man, one last question. If you don't stop nagging, this young master will leave immediately." "Definitely the last one," Sun Ping said seriously. Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure, "Ask away." Sun Ping said, "Young Master Shao is from Azure Sun Temple, so you shouldn't be lacking in cultivation materials. I wonder why you accepted my seeking passion sect's recruitment order?" Yang Kai smiled proudly and waved the folding fan in his hand again, saying slowly, "This young master naturally doesn't lack cultivation materials. To be honest, this young master doesn't care about the many benefits your noble sect has promised. But..." Speaking up to here, Kai Yang suddenly began to laugh mischievously. That smile was extremely wretched, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. "However, what?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai looked around and whispered to Sun Ping, "Elder son, this young master is very interested in the beautiful women of Ice Heart Valley, but I wonder if after this battle is over, can your noble sect allow me to pick a few of your Ice Heart Valley's disciples to serve as maids?" Sun Ping smiled knowingly and nodded, "So young Master Shao has such plans." Hearing Yang Kai say that he wanted Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Sun Ping felt relieved. After all, it would be strange if someone from the Emperor realm didn't have any needs when accepting a recruitment order. This young Master Shao in front of him was interested in beauties. "Everyone loves beauties," Yang Kai said with a smile. Sun Ping stroked his beard and nodded, "This is no problem. If we really defeat Ice Heart Valley, with young Master Zhao's cultivation and strength, you will naturally be able to get some Ice Heart Valley disciples." Chapter 2638. Feng Qi sneered for a while before raising his head to look at Yang Kai and asking Chao Su, "Another one from the Emperor realm?" Since Chao Su had personally led him here, he must be from the Emperor realm. "Yes." Chao Su replied respectfully. "Good, very good." Feng Qi laughed and nodded gently to Yang Kai, cupping his fists and asking, "How should I address you, friend?" Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, on the path of martial Dao, those who were stronger. Since Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, he was qualified to speak to him as an equal. "Shao Bai Yi greets Elder Feng," Yang Kai also smiled, not lacking in manners. "So it's Brother Shao." Feng Qi raised his brow and asked, "Where is Brother Shao from?" Yang Kai replied, "Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple." "People from the southern region?" Feng Qi couldn't help but furrow his brow. During this time, many Emperor Realm Masters had accepted the Seeking Passion sect's invitation, but none of them were cultivators from other domains. Yang Kai was the first. He cast an inquiring look at Chao Su, who hurriedly said, "Rest assured, Elder Feng, young Master Zhao's identity has been confirmed by Elder Sunday. There is no problem." Feng Qi nodded and said, "Elder Sun Ping is a careful and cautious person. Since he said there is no problem, there must be no problem. Brother Shao, you came at the right time." I happen to be short of some people and need you to help. Yang Kai waved his folding fan and said, Elder Feng, since this Xiao has accepted the recruitment order, I will naturally obey. Come here and take a look. Feng Qi waved his hand and pointed at the array plate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly took a few steps forward and put his folding fan behind his neck. He looked at the array plate in front of him. On the array plate, there was a clear outline of the array plate. The outline of Iceheart Valley's terrain was clearly outlined, and outside of this outline, there were countless flashing lights that surrounded Iceheart Valley like an iron bucket. Although he didn't understand, Yang Kai was more or less aware of Iceheart Valley's current crisis. This Heaven Hook formation disc was personally set up by Grandmaster Nan Men to make it easier for me to stay here and plan my strategies. It saves us a lot of trouble. Feng Qi's words were full of admiration for Master Nan Men. Yang Kai also praised, Grandmaster Nan Men is indeed a master of array formations. His work is amazing. Feng Qi smiled lightly and pointed to a certain place. Young Master Xiao, this old master hopes that you can stay here and guard the array flags arranged by Grandmaster Nan Men to prevent Iceheart Valley from acting desperate and causing trouble. Yang Kai raised his head and asked, That's not a problem, but is my task just to guard the array flag over there? Feng Qi said solemnly, This is a matter of great importance. Once the formation flags are broken, we'll be able to destroy them. The arrangement of the spirit array would be hindered, and Iceheart Valley would have a chance to breathe, so it was necessary for the Emperor Realm to personally oversee it. However, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. Iceheart Valley has not made any moves so far, but young Master Xiao must not act carelessly. I understand. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Feng Qi nodded. In addition, this old master will assign 500 people to follow young Master Xiao's orders. Wait until Grandmaster Nan Men is ready. Young Master Xiao will be responsible for leading 500 people to activate the array flags and coordinate with the other array flags. We will definitely be able to break Iceheart Valley's sect defending array in one fell swoop. At that time, we will charge straight in and flatten Iceheart Valley. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Elder Feng's request will not be a problem. Good, good, good. Yang Kai said, Go find some trees and build a wooden house for this young master. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a flat area. The 100 people below were all stunned. When they saw Yang Kai's serious look, they didn't know what he was going to do, but now that they heard him say that he was going to build a wooden house, everyone's expression became strange, especially Huahan and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples. They were Seeking Passion sect disciples. When had they ever been ordered around like this? What's more, Yang Kai was just an outsider from the Emperor realm, so what qualifications did he have to be so arrogant? What? Did this young master not make himself clear? Or are you deaf? Yang Kai coldly snorted and released his emperor pressure from the Emperor realm, immediately making the 100 people's expressions difficult. Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, Yes, young Master Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. The person who spoke was not a Seeking Passion sect disciple, but someone who had received the recruitment order, so he didn't have the guts to challenge Yang Kai. There were many people like him. More than 90 of the 100 people left, and soon, only 5 or 6 people, including Huahan, remained. These 5 or 6 people were obviously Seeking Passion sect disciples, and because of their status, they were unwilling to submit to Yang Kai's tyrannical authority. Yang Kai coldly snorted again, and his emperor qi surged, gradually increasing his pressure as he said indifferently, This young master won't show mercy to those who don't listen to my orders. Let's see how long you can last. Huahan's expression became difficult as his face flushed red. You're abusing your power for personal gain. I will report this matter to Elder Feng. Report? Yang Kai sneered, since Elder Feng Qi entrusted this young master to guard this place, then everyone here must listen to my orders. This is the first time this young master has arrived, yet you dared to openly disobey his first order. Even if I kill you as a warning to others, Elder Feng won't blame me. You dare? Hua Han was furious. Let's see if I dare or not. Yang Kai raised his brow and increased his pressure by a few degrees. Asterisk pu 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 pu. Asterisk the remaining Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't bear it any longer and each of them coughed up blood, their bones creaking as if they would break at any moment. This gave Hua Han and the others a fright. They thought that Yang Kai would give them some face because of their status as Seeking Passion sect disciples, but who would have thought that this guy would be so ferocious as to put them in their place? However, as Yang Kai had said, even if this matter was reported to Elder Feng wouldn't help them openly. Now that many from the Emperor realm had accepted the recruitment order, if all the Seeking Passion sect disciples were so unruly and disobedient, how could they guard so many array flags? Now that the Seeking Passion sect wanted to borrow the strength of many from the Emperor realm, they would not be displeased. Not only would Elder Feng not help them, but he might even punish them to appease them. At most, he would settle accounts with Yang Kai after the battle was over. Young Master Xiao, please stop. Hua Han's body trembled as he couldn't bear the pressure from the Emperor realm. His body kept shrinking as if he was about to kneel on the ground. At this time, he no longer dared to resist, and a trace of panic finally appeared on his face. If he was really forced to kneel, he would lose all his face. Then, will you obey my orders? Yang Kai asked coldly. Yes, 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 we will obey. Hua Han and the others answered without hesitation. What a bitch. You'll only be obedient after you suffer a little. Yang Kai coldly snorted and withdrew his pressure. Yang Kai, who was thinking of countermeasures, suddenly heard whispers coming from outside. After listening carefully for a while, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. The 500 cultivators outside were whispering about nothing else. It was actually him. Did you hear? Although our Master Zhao's background is not small, he is a henpecked husband. This matter has already spread. I heard that his fiancée is so ugly that people can't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she has a bad temper. This Master Xiao couldn't stand being tormented by his fiancée in the Azure Sun Temple, so he ran to the Northern Territory. I thought he had some great ability, but it turns out that he is afraid of women. Really? There's such a thing? He said it himself in the recruitment hall. How can it be fake? Many people were there at the time. The way I see it, this senior Xiao has probably never seen a beautiful woman in his life, so he came here to accept the recruitment order, hoping to pick up a few beautiful women after flattening Ice Heart Valley. So what if he brings them back? With a fierce wife at home, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to be presumptuous. He can only look. How pitiful. Speaking of which, he is still in the Emperor realm. What a disgrace to men. He didn't know which bastard spread the news for a while, but now it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble, and the whole city knew about it. Yang Kai had just casually mentioned it in the recruitment hall, but who would have thought that this matter would be dug up and made fun of? Needless to say, it was definitely that bastard Hua Han's doing. Although it was not true, being talked about like this behind his back, especially by his subordinate in name, Yang Kai was still annoyed and couldn't help but snort. Hearing this, the discussion outside came to an abrupt end, but after everyone glanced at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips and sneering. Getting angry out of humiliation. Hua Han stared in the direction of the wooden house and sneered softly. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the wooden house as Huahan's obstruction and surveillance forced him to make other plans. Yang Kai, who had the space divine technique, really wanted to leave, but how could a trivial third-order Dao source realm cultivator detect it? However, this place was deep in enemy territory, so Yang Kai could only act cautiously. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, followed by Chao Su's voice, "Young Master Xiao, Chao Su requests an audience." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why Chao Su had come again. Ever since Chao Su led him here a few days ago, he hadn't shown up again, but he did not expect to see him again today. Feeling suspicious, he opened the door and walked out, fanning himself with his folding fan. Before he could steady himself, a cold snort came from the opposite side, which seemed to contain great anger. "You've got the wrong person, I don't know you. Hurry up and leave." Yang Kai covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Ji Yao. At the same time, he quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Yao, "Why did you come here? This place is dangerous, hurry up and go back." Ji Yao hysterically shouted, "Surname Xiao, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for the sect master's order, do you think this young lady would be willing to marry you?" At the same time, she transmitted her voice, "You dared to leave me behind and run away. Previously in the ancient lands, you repeatedly deceived me and took advantage of me. Do you think this matter is over? How do you know my surname is Xiao? Aya, you also know what happened before. I was forced into a corner." Yang Kai transmitted his voice while panicking, "That marriage doesn't count, it doesn't count. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other's business. We won't contact each other for the rest of our lives." "Little thief, how dare you attack the Southern Gate Grand Master?" one of the First Order Emperor Realm Masters shouted as he stood up to meet Yang Kai. "Roll, roll, roll." Yang Kai shouted angrily as he flicked his finger, sending a moon blade forward. When the First Order Emperor Realm Master saw the moon blade approaching, he coldly snorted and pushed his Emperor Qi to defend himself, but he didn't know how strange and lethal this moon blade was. As soon as his Emperor Qi came into contact with the moon blade, it instantly collapsed, scaring the First Order Emperor Realm Master out of his wits. He hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him. However, he missed this opportunity as Yang Kai arrived in front of him and slapped his palm towards his head. With a bang, the First Order Emperor Realm Master did not even have time to react before his head was smashed, his brain splattering all over the ground. But at this moment, Kai Yang had already flashed past him. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced in front of the Southern Gate Army. The Southern Gate Army hurriedly retreated in horror, and at the same time, their Emperor Qi surged as they tried to resist. But he was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, so how could he resist? Before he could even summon his Emperor artifact, Yang Kai had already grabbed him by the neck. In the next moment, a ferocious tsunami-like force invaded his body, rampaging through his meridians and flesh. The Southern Gate Army commander let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and sweat dripped from his forehead. "Don't force me to kill you. You are an array grandmaster, and it's not easy for you to have such attainments." Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw that the Southern Gate Army still wanted to resist. The Southern Gate army sighed dejectedly and scattered his emperor qi, allowing Yang Kai to lift him up. At that moment, a light cracking sound rang out. Yang Kai looked back and saw that Feng Xian, who was affected by the time principle, had broken free. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had been expelled from his body before it had a chance to take effect. As expected of a sect master, you're really amazing. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was extraordinary, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low compared to Feng Xian's. It was lucky that it could trap him for a while. Asterisk shio 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 shio, asterisk from all directions, figures rose into the air one after another as Emperor Qi fluctuation spread out. It was the Seeking Passion sect and the Emperor Realm cultivators who had temporarily surrendered to the Seeking Passion sect. They sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to help. Looking at the number of people, there were at least 30 of them. 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm was an extremely terrifying force. Although it wasn't as strong as the 32 Monster King or the 8 Great Saint Envoys of the ancient wild lands, it was still extremely shocking that a single sect could gather so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Yao, we've succeeded. Hurry up and retreat. Yang Kai shouted as he called out to Ji Yao, who was fighting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't want to be entangled in this battle. Since he had captured the Southern Gate army, it was better to leave first. Ji Yao nodded lightly and swung her ice snow pear blossom sword. Pear blossoms bloomed, causing the Seeking Passion sect's Second-Order Emperor Realm Master to panic. Ji Yao took the opportunity to escape and flew towards Yang Kai. You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Feng Xian erupted like a volcano. Filled with monstrous anger, he circulated the Seeking Passion Supreme Art to its limit. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the future, Ice Heart Valley may need his help. If we can form a good relationship with him, we should form a good relationship with him. Speaking of which, he isn't targeting my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai stopped talking about the Southern Gate army and asked, have you prepared the things I asked Senior to prepare? Hearing this, Bing Yun immediately threw a space ring to Yang Kai and said, everything is in there. Take a look and see if it's enough. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded, it's enough. Bing Yun asked curiously, why do you need so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades? As far as I know, these things can only be used to refine space rings. Could it be that you also know how to refine artifacts? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, I don't know how to refine artifacts, but these things have a great use in addition to refining space rings. Bing Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, a space array? Yes. Yang Kai nodded and said, I want to arrange a space array in Ice Heart Valley. I don't know if Senior has a suitable place in mind, preferably a well-guarded and hidden place. Bing Yun asked curiously, where do you want to go? Ice Heart Valley has a space array that can lead to most places in the Northern Territory. Although it has been closed recently, it can still be opened. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I need to arrange one myself. Seeing his insistence, Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, how about the Ice Lake restricted area? Yang Kai raised his brow and said, the place where Ziyu was imprisoned? That's a good place. Bing Yun said, then let's choose there. Yang Kai frowned and said, but isn't that Ice Heart Valley's restricted area? Bing Yun smiled and said, it used to be a restricted area, but since you took the bead from there, that place is no longer a restricted area. Yang Kai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. A few years ago, when he came to Ice Heart Valley, he took the bead of winter from the restricted area. It was because of this opportunity that Yang Kai was able to comprehend the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique in the Shattered Star Sea and comprehend the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. In the past, Ice Heart Valley turned that place into a restricted area because of the bead of winter, but without the bead of winter, it was no longer a restricted area. A space array isn't so easy to arrange. Yang Kai, are you also proficient in spirit arrays? Bing Yun asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. I only know how to arrange this spirit array. It was taught to me by an expert by chance. As he spoke, a woman in black appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Ah, Young Inflammation. Yang Kai had not seen her for many years in the star boundary, but he had never heard of a master named Young Inflammation, and there was also no news of Lin Yun, who was taken away by her. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai got up and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go arrange it now. Junior sister Yao, come with me." Bing Yun ordered. Yao, follow Yang Kai. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to fulfill them. Yes. Ji Yao nodded. The two immediately walked out of the hall and headed to the former restricted area of Ice Heart Valley. Soon, they arrived. This was a small island in the middle of a lake. When Yang Kai came last time, this place was extremely cold because of the bead of winter, but now, it was no different from the rest of Ice Heart Valley. The altar in the middle of the island still existed, and the bead of winter was originally placed on it. Yang Kai scanned the island with his divine sense and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. He said with satisfaction, "This place is good. We'll do it here." Saying so, he waved his hand and countless materials flew out, including a large number of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Yang Kai had arranged space arrays many times. When he was in Hengluo star field, the space arrays he arranged could connect the entire Hengluo star field, making it very convenient for the cultivator to travel between the various cultivation stars. One had to know that before Yang Kai arranged those space arrays, if a cultivator in Hengluo star field wanted to go from one cultivation star to another, they might have to drift in the vast territory of the star field for several months or even a year. But with Yang Kai's methods, they only needed to use the space arrays to reach their destination in an instant, saving them a lot of time and avoiding the dangers along the way. It could be said that Yang Kai's contribution to Hengluo star field was unprecedented, if not unsurpassed in the future. Before him, no one had ever been able to reach this point. After not arranging space arrays for many years, Yang Kai inevitably felt a little rusty, but he still had his foundation, so he only needed a moment to prepare before starting. However, if Yang Kai could ask for reinforcements from the ancient lands, the situation would be different. Ji Yao had seen the power of the Monster King and the Saint Envoy with her own eyes. None of them were inferior to Feng Xian. Along the way, Yang Kai said, "I won't be going to Senior Bing Yun to say goodbye. Help me tell her that I'll definitely be back in a month or 2 months at most. Your Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array should be able to last until then." "Okay," Ji Yao nodded gently. "Also," Yang Kai said as he took out a jade slip. Using his divine sense, he engraved some information into it and tossed it to Ji Yao. "Take this and teach it to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Have them practice it well during this time." Ji Yao took it curiously and glanced at it casually. Her tender body trembled as she asked, "What kind of spirit array is this?" What was recorded in the jade slip was not a powerful divine technique or secret technique, but a set of mysterious spirit arrays. Ji Yao was also a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she had a lot of experience, so she could see the power of this spirit array at a glance. With the help of this spirit array, the strength of Iceheart Valley's disciples would increase by several times. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Yang Kai replied, it used to be the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise Sect. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to him by Maplewood City's Qin Chaoyang. At that time, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic Qi, and Maplewood City managed to gather 7 Dao Source Realm Masters to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to investigate, but they were almost wiped out. It wasn't that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was weak, but that the people who formed it were not strong enough. One had to know that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories Black Tortoise Sect. Once 7 people formed the Spirit Array, they could both attack and defend, and their defensive power would definitely increase exponentially. Unfortunately, Black Tortoise Sect had somehow offended the Divine Spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua came knocking on their door. Black Tortoise Sect used all of their strength, but they were unable to resist and were tragically wiped out. The ancestor of Maplewood City's Qin family was a master of Black Tortoise Sect. After Black Tortoise Sect was wiped out, he drifted to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Unfortunately, the Qin family was getting worse and worse with each generation. In the current era, even a Dao Source Realm Master had become a rarity. As for the Emperor Artifact Myriad Sword, no one could control it. If we really go to war with Seeking Passion Sect, with this spirit array, Iceheart Valley's disciples will be able to reduce the casualties, Yang Kai sighed softly. Seeking Passion Sect had 100,000 disciples. Although their origins were complicated and they were not on the same side as Seeking Passion Sect, their numbers were still there. Resisting them with only 7,000 Iceheart Valley disciples would be like striking a stone with an egg. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was definitely a life-saving spirit array for Iceheart Valley's disciples. On behalf of all my sisters from Iceheart Valley, Ji Yao thanks Big Brother, Ji Yao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai had been busy helping Iceheart Valley all this time, and Ji Yao had seen it all. Now that he had gifted her this mysterious spirit array, it was truly a great kindness. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but how many would send charcoal in snowy weather? Yang Kai chuckled and said, I have a deep relationship with Senior Bing Yun, so this is nothing. As long as Junior Sister Yao doesn't tease me in the future, I'll be fine. Ji Yao blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. However, when she thought of how she had kneeled in front of him naked and allowed him to look at her body from head to toe, and even massaged his back, Ji Yao felt a little ashamed. She didn't know how she had been so muddle-headed at that time. Yang Kai was clearly a man, so how could she have mistaken him for her honored master? This was a stain on her life, a stain that could never be erased. Along the way, the two of them soon arrived in front of Iceheart Valley's space array. This space array was one way. In other words, one could only leave and not enter. Normally, the arrays in a sect were unidirectional. This was to prevent enemies from being teleported into the sect through the array. However, now that Iceheart Valley was on the verge of falling out with Seeking Passion Sect, Bing Yun had even closed this one-way space array just in case. With Ji Yao's help, it was naturally not difficult to reopen the space array. Soon, the space array was reopened. After installing enough source crystals, Yang Kai stepped on it and disappeared with a flash of light. Ji Yao watched silently for a while before her tender body flickered and she hurriedly went to find Bing Yun. She wanted to give the 7 points Black Tortoise Array to Bing Yun and teach it to all the disciples. In a city near the border of the Northern Territory, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Without stopping, he left the main hall and asked someone for directions. Then, he directly flew in the direction of the Eastern Territory. Although this was the border of the Northern Territory, it took Yang Kai 5 days to completely leave the territory. 20 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Desolate City next to the ancient wild lands. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have handed over his communication bead or communication artifact to Wan Feng and the others. With a way to contact them, he could have asked Wan Feng to come out and pick him up. Now, if he wanted to enter the ancient wild lands again, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Kai pushed open the door of a small courtyard and swept it with his divine sense. Sensing a familiar aura inside, he couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that his master wouldn't be here at this time, which would be troublesome. "Old Ban!" Yang Kai shouted into the house. Soon, Old Ban's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, Old Ban smiled and said, "So it's young Master Yang. Didn't young Master Yang leave Desolate City? Why are you back?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I want to enter the ancient wild lands again. I hope Old Ban can help me. This is the reward." Saying so, he flicked a space ring over. Old Ban casually took it back and smiled, "If young Master Yang wants to enter the ancient wild lands, this old man will not refuse." There's no need for a reward. Last time, when he was captured by the Netherworld sect, it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was rescued. Now, he naturally couldn't accept Yang Kai's payment. Yang Kai didn't insist and simply said, "Then, many thanks, Old Ban." Old Ban said, "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I'll settle Lil Ling down." As he spoke, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran out of the house. It was Old Ban's granddaughter, Lil Ling. The last time Yang Kai saw her, she was still ill. Now, she seemed to have recovered, but her face was sallow and emaciated. It seemed that she had lost some of her yuan qi. Is Grandpa leaving again? Although Lil Ling was young, she was very sensible. She stared at Yang Kai with her big black eyes, then turned to Old Ban and asked. Old Ban stroked Lil Ling's head and said, "Grandpa is going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lil Ling, be good at home and don't run around. Lil Ling, understands." "Grandpa, be careful on the way," the little girl said seriously. Old Ban looked relieved and said, "Young Master Yang, let's go." Chapter 2644. Yang Kai didn't move. He looked at Di Ling Yen for a moment before asking, "Old Ban, is it safe for a little girl like her to stay here alone?" The desolate city was a chaotic place with no one to maintain order. Fights often broke out, and Di Ling Yen was only 7 or 8 years old. If she were to get involved in any danger, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. Old Ban didn't answer, but Di Ling Yen said, "I won't cause trouble for Grandpa." Old Ban smiled, "Di Ling Yen is very sensible. She won't go out if I'm not around." Yang Kai shook his head. This wasn't a matter of going out or not. If someone wanted to harm Di Ling Yen, it was useless to hide at home. He didn't know how Di Ling Yen had grown up safely these past few years. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Old Ban, have you ever thought of sending her to a sect to cultivate?" Old Ban smiled bitterly, "I've thought about it, but this old man has no way to send her to any sect. It's better to keep her by my side and teach her. Those famous sects aren't so easy to enter. How about I send her to a sect?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Treat it as a reward for leading the way for me." Old Ban was startled, then immediately became overjoyed. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai smiled, "Why don't you ask me where I'll send her?" Old Ban said, "Since young Master Yang is willing to help, the sect won't be bad." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Old Ban had seen his strength with his own eyes. Since he's already opened his mouth, there's no way he's going to send Di Ling Yen to some unknown sect. For him, this was a wish, but for Di Ling Yen, it was also an opportunity. Di Ling Yen, kneel down and thank young Master Yang. Old Ban looked at Di Ling Yen with a happy expression. Di Ling Yen didn't kneel. She just looked at Yang Kai curiously, her big eyes blinking. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked, Di Ling Yen wants to ask something, is that okay? Yang Kai was amused by her appearance. He didn't expect such a young little girl to have such strong opinions. He crouched down to her level and nodded, what do you want to ask? Di Ling Yen tilted her head and thought for a moment, will I be separated from Grandpa? Yang nodded, yes, the place I'm sending you is only for girls. Men are not allowed to stay there. Di Ling Yen immediately shook her head like a rattle drum, then I won't go, I want to accompany Grandpa. Old Ban stomped his foot anxiously. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yang wants to send you to cultivate, that's your good fortune. You're still making excuses. Di Ling Yan's voice was firm, separate from Grandpa. I won't go. Old Ban was angry and anxious, but his heart was filled with relief. He looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse this good thing. Simple, naive, cute and sensible. Di Ling Yen is not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, earnestly asking, Shaoling, do you still remember when grandfather was taken away last time? Hearing this, Di Ling Yan's expression changed. She clearly remembered what happened last time and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. If Di Ling Yan doesn't agree, are you going to take Grandpa away too? If that's the case, then Di Ling Yan will go with you. Don't take my grandpa. Yang Kai laughed, I won't take your grandpa, but if he is taken once, there will be a second time, a third time. Do you want to protect Grandpa? Di Ling Yan looked up at Old Ban and nodded heavily, yes, I want to beat those bad people away and not let them bully Grandpa. Yang Kai said, that's good. If you want to beat those bad people away, then you need to be strong. You need to cultivate and enter a powerful sect. Come with me, I will give you the ability to protect Grandpa. Di Ling Yan pursed her lips, her face full of embarrassment. Yang Kai continued, as for your grandpa, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will come with us. Although he can't always be by your side like before, as long as you miss him, you can go and see him at any time. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. Pinky promise? Yang Kai smiled slightly and gave Di Ling Yan a pinky finger. Di Ling Yan glanced at him and said crisply, pinky promises are for children, I won't pinky promise with you. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that this girl was too precocious. Could it be that she was from a poor family? Di Ling Yan said, but Di Ling Yan believes in you. Saying so, she knelt down in front of Yang Kai and kowtowed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her up, don't kowtow to me, I'm just leading you to a sect. When you get there and see honored master, it won't be too late to kowtow. Turning his head, Yang Kai said to Old Ban, you should also pack up. Don't come back to Desolate City in the future. Good, good. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Old Ban was overjoyed. Although he had been staying in Desolate City for a long time and relied on leading people to make a living, if Di Ling Yan really had a bright future, he naturally wouldn't stay in this place where dragons and snakes mix together. He was old and only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he didn't earn source crystals here as a guide, he wouldn't be able to make a living. Old Ban went into the house to pack up. Di Ling Yan looked up at Yang Kai and said, Grandpa calls you young Master Yang, can Di Ling Yan call you Big Brother Yang? Di Ling Yan can call me whatever you want, Yang Kai patted her little head. Big Brother Yang, where is Di Ling Yan going? Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai replied, don't worry, there are many beautiful big sisters there. They are all very gentle and kind. Di Ling Yan will be taken care of by them there. Are there children like me? There should be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, but Ice Heart Valley had always accepted orphans as disciples, so there should be young disciples in the valley. Bringing Di Ling Yen to Ice Heart Valley was Yang Kai's idea on the spur of the moment. He had entered the ancient lands twice with the help of Old Ban. This time, Old Ban didn't ask for a reward. Giving Di Ling Yen a bright future could be considered returning the favor. Not long after, Old Ban finished packing up and came out of the house, cupping his fists and saying, "Young Master Yang, everything is ready." "Then let's go," Yang Kai said, then picked up Di Ling Yen and put her on his neck. Di Ling Yen was obviously startled and quickly hugged Yang Kai's head with both hands. But after all, she was still a child and soon recovered and giggled. How can this be? On the contrary, Old Ban looked terrified. "Young Master Yang, I can take care of Di Ling Yen. She can't ride on your neck, it's too presumptuous." Yang Kai waved his hand, "It's fine. Moreover, the ancient land's passageway is extremely dangerous." As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, "Old Dog Master's Monster King, Ing Fei, greets young Master Yang." "So, it's Ing Fei, Monster King." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. He should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Yang Kai knew that he was called Ing Fei. "Old Dog." Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wild lands was unknown to most people. Even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wild lands, and the Monster King in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog divine spirit. "I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang," Ing Fei said with a smile. Yang Kai said, "I wonder why the Monster King has chased us all the way here." Ing Fei hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you, but where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help?" Yang Kai shook his head, "No need, I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her." "You're looking for the Phoenix Master?" Ing Fei smiled and said, "This place is quite far from Senior Wan Feng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the Monster Kings and Monster Commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. It wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this, if young Master Yang doesn't mind, how about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed, I'm not inferior to others." Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wild lands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day, so how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Tian Xing? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the Monster King and Master had taken special care of, so naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ing Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ing Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world, only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tian Xing and was in charge of the Blood Door Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruoxi had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ying Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tian Xing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ying Fei, Yang Kai nodded. Ying Fei was overjoyed and said, "It's no trouble at all, it's Ying Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang." Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. "Big bird, big bird." Xiaoling, who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ying Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "If Xiaoling likes it, then let's ride on this big bird." "Okay, okay." Xiaoling's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ying Fei's body was huge, and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. "Grandpa, come on up, this big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed." Xiaoling climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back. Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well." The giant eagle also spoke at this time, "Don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you." When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, "Then, this old man will offend you." As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life, and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a monster king. "Everyone, sit tight," Ying Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiaoling to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ying Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked, and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast, but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour, the Luanfeng's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ying Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fists to Yang Kai, "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the Monster King under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed. Now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace, even if he wanted to obtain the ancestor's divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite. Ing Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang, this is, once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked. Phoenix Luo's palace, Phoenix Luo Palace. Yang Kai replied. Phoenix Luon, Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now, he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. This servant greets young Master Yang. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. Tian Long, long time no see. This woman was none other than the maidservant Luan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. It hasn't been long. Tian Long forced a smile and looked up. May I ask why young Master Yang is here? Yang Kai said, I need Madame Feng's help. Where is she? Tian Long replied, Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me? Tian Long hurriedly said, how could that be? Madame really is in seclusion. Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tian Long hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you. Tian Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, Young Master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madame's cultivation, she will blame me. Madame Feng. Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luan Feng? However, the Luan Feng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. Lady Wang. Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yang Kai greets Lady Wang. Tian Long, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. Master, this servant, you can leave. The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tian Long received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to Ling, and Old Ban as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. Sit. Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, This old man will stand. The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for Ling, she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. When the time came and Ruoshi asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Luan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it but just stood by and watched? Stop! Luan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted. Tian Long heard that this was the Luan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Yang Kai. Next, Yang Kai arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Yang Kai returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tian Long, did he really spend a day arranging this? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. Tian Long, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange. Not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Luan Feng thought that it would take Yang Kai at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Luan Feng muttered and said, Tian Long, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Ruoshi if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Yang Kai was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tian Long was shocked and said, Madam, you can't. Whether this space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. If things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Luan Feng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well. The Luan Feng waved her hand and said, This queen has her own plans. Saying so, she waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tian Long waited on tenterhooks. The Luan Feng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. What? You're just bragging. The Luan Feng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use this space array and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard monster king and saint envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xia Wuwei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying, he felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time, Shi Lei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xia Wuwei. You guys aren't injured? Eagle Flying was happy. Why would we be injured? Shi Lei shook his head. Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason. Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Eagle Flying said proudly, Tsang Master appointed us, how would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xia, I don't know. Xia Wuwei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Shi Lei said angrily, there's no justice, there's no justice, there's no justice at all. One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Shi Lei had a good fight with them, and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Tsang Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Shi Lei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job and the result was good. As the three were chatting, the palace door opened and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tian Long. Tian Long's cultivation was not as good as theirs. But she was Luan Feng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tian Long casually whispered in Luan Feng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. The madam wants you to go in, Tian Long said and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luan Feng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. This subordinate greets Master Luan Feng. Yes. The Luan Feng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, you should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished. The 3 of them quickly shouted, we will not disappoint you. How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luan Feng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luan Feng nodded with satisfaction, young Master Yang is not an outsider, please meet him. The 3 turned around and cupped their fists, greetings, young Master Yang. Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the 3 Monster Kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the 3 Monster Kings in front of him, he knew the details of 2 of them. Xia Wuwei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ying Fei was Tsang Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a Monster King from each of the other 2 Saint Seniors. Clearly, she wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, there is no need to be polite, I will have to rely on you in the future. The 3 Monster Kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations. So he wasn't disappointed. If the Luan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 Monster Kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xia Wuwei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, Madam Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave. The Luan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, this queen will see you out. She didn't really want to see him, she mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time, he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Luan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called trans-domain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. Madame Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time. The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Luan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tian Long who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tian Long was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Luan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, "Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve." She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Luan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news, so he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tian Long was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Luan Feng coldly snorted, "Smash it." "Smash it?" Tian Long was startled. "Smash it." Luan Feng nodded affirmatively. "With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world?" She was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash this space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tian Long no longer hesitated after receiving the order and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With a sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago." This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bing Yun didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now, they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance, he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Ji Yao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise, it will be too late. You court death." Ji Yao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yao, don't be rude." At that moment, Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out, she was entangled by Feng Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Feng Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. "Grandmaster Nan Men doesn't need to be so polite." Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Feng Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bing Yun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bing Yun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Valley Master Chen, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with your Tsanglu Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago, when Valley Master Chen was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Chen want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today?" And Ruoyun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruoyun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder Yu came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us big sister and little sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder Yu heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Feng didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this, you tell Sect Master Feng what he wants to know now." Elder sister will speak on your behalf and he won't make things difficult for you. And Ruoyun sneered, this queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions. Elder Yu's brows furrowed, and he said, younger sister and, why bother? You. Don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain. These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister and, if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today. After being scolded by Ruoyun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, today, Sect Master Feng has come with supreme power. Younger sister and had best adapt to the circumstances. Well said. Feng Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered, Bing Yun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time. He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bing Yun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. Sect Master Feng. Nan Gate de Jun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bing Yun forced the two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment, Bing Yun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bing Yun was hiding in the head of the black tortoise phantom, while Ruoyun and Sun Yun Xiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The black tortoise phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points black tortoise spirit array. Chapter 2650. Before Yang Kai left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points black tortoise spirit array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bing Yun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor Realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, and with a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Bing Yun taking the lead, it was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Zhua, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Yang Kai, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Zhua could not take advantage of this situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos, the void was torn apart, the universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking non-stop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the South Gate Army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Black Tortoise 7 points formation." As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise sect's secret array formation. The South Gate Army was extremely excited. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, more than 20 people from the Emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force? Compared with the horror of Seeking Passion sect's people, Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised. Especially Bing Yun and Ji Yao, the two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bing Yun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bing Yun and said, "I came back late." "You're not late. It's good that you're back." Bing Yun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. "Little beast." Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, "With your ability, how could you possibly kill them?" "This." Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "I can't tell you." "Evil beast, hand over your life." At that moment, Yao Zhuo suddenly roared as his Emperor Qi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.